Hello, how are we, people? For whatever reason, the bottom of this keeps leaking. I don't know why. It's not that bad, but still. Oh shit! My top's open now. I've got coffee all over myself. Happy days. That just sums up my fucking week. How are we, people? Hope you're all doing well today. Sorry, I'm a little bit late today because I was just waiting. I was literally here for about 20 minutes waiting for Sarah P to tell me that I was okay to go stream. So obviously, if you're old school here, you know that I'm not allowed to stream until Sarah P tells me to stream. So I gotta wait for that message, and she was late today to send me that message. So apologies for that on behalf of Sarah and myself. I don't know why I can't find the spot where it's leaking. I don't get it, but my top is full of coffee. So there you go. Anyway, how are we? Bad Dazzlers first. Here we go. How are you, sir? Nice to see you. First and worst again, obviously. Sarah P. Welcome, everyone. Thanks for joining. Please hit that like and subscribe. And also the notification bell on the way in, please. If you'd like to support the channel, the best way to do so is via PayPal, or buy me a coffee. I always prefer buy me a coffee. So thank you very much. I have slightly updated my Amazon wish list to the electrolytes I've been added. Then we got, if you haven't already subscribed to our sports channel, please do so. The link is there as well. Morning, Sarah P. Rhonda, how are you, my darling? Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. Hello, Patricia. Nice to see you, my darling. Hope you're doing well as well. Marky, yo. How are you, sir? We'll skip over that. I think I explained that one. So about snitching on yourself. How are we doing, Dave? Nice to see you, buddy. Hope you're doing well, my friends. There you go, Lady Di. How are you, my darling? Oh, fuck. Bex, hello. Nice to see you. We're always good to see you, Bex. I'm joking. Nice to see you, my darling. Hope you're doing well. Smash that like button for the Dylan It's free. Thank you, Dave. Appreciate my friends. There you go. Good mornings from everybody. Happy hump day, Del. Thank you very much, Rhonda. Appreciate you, my darling. Hey, Rhonda. Happy days, everyone. Let's get out there and hump something. It's Wednesday. Absolutely, Dave. I agree with you. Here she is, Miss Late again. Lovely Sarah P. So there we go. Unfortunately, the Ohio trial didn't start until about 30 minutes ago. So we're not that far behind, which fucking pain in the ass that is. So I'm delaying it a little bit. Do you know what I mean? I'm talking shit for a little bit. But the trial that I am covering in Florida, let's get that up first, shall we? Let's discuss that one. So for when we do actually cover it, you'll know what we're talking about, even though I know that you won't know what I'm talking about. So this is the defendant in that trial in Florida that we'll be covering, and I'll explain how and when. He signed trial on charges he gunned down a 15-year-old girl after a night at the movies. His name's Thomas Stein, and there he is in court selection. Jury selection started on Monday. There are 50 prospective jurors. Unfortunately, all the work they did that day was undone when I believe the victim's family and the co-defendant in this case that has taken a plea deal, his family got in a shouting match together, which they were worried that the jury overheard them over lunch. Therefore, the whole jury that day got sent home and excused for the year from doing jury duty. So they started back up yesterday, and they're still today choosing the jury. They say there's a possibility they might have open statements today, and if they do, then you're in the right place. We will be covering it, so don't you worry. You don't have to do much today. But I don't know. We don't know until the thing starts. So essentially I'm covering 2 trials. I don't think it matters, because if you want to watch them, you'll watch them with me. But I'll try and do the whole Zoom, as in from one place to the other. If we start today, it might be tomorrow, it might be Friday. I have no idea. So it'd be good to get this Ohio case out of the way because it's like done trial. So hopefully they're not far off from finishing. But we'll see. I know there's some more experts coming in tomorrow for the prosecution and I think some of the defense as well. So I don't think we're that far from finishing. So Thomas Stein, 18, has pleaded not guilty. At the time of the incident, he was 16. He's pleaded not guilty to second-degree murder with a firearm and 3 counts of attempted robbery in the death of 15-year-old Kayla Rickon-Miller. She is the victim in all this. Prosecutors say Rickon-Miller had been walking with 2 friends on the evening of March 17th, 2024. After they all saw a movie, the trio was walking towards McDonald's. This is Fort Myer, I believe. Oh, excuse me. The trio were walking towards McDonald's when police said a silver SUV drove towards them, blinding them with high beams. The 2 surviving victims said 2 men got out of the car with guns and demanded their bags. The girl said that they heard gunshots and realized Rickon-Miller was lying on the ground. Dave says, if the other trial starts while this one's going on, my feeling will get hurt going to Florida. So I'm going to do both, Dave. So the plan is to do the Florida one when it starts, as in, say it starts tomorrow morning at probably 8:30 Eastern. I will stream it at 8:30 Eastern. At lunch break, I will play the morning of the Ohio one at 1.5 speed, which then means we probably miss the start of the afternoon session in Florida. However, I will be Zoom in it. I'm playing now 1.25 if you are joining us, because 1.25 is bearable, Dave, and you can do that and catch up. And then at the end of the day, I will play the Ohio one after that. So, and if you don't fucking like it, Dave, I'm going to send Josie on you. All right? Hello, Hot Mama. How are you? I talked about tacos yesterday, Mexican food. And you weren't here. You were Mexican, were not here when I was talking about it. I'm glad, because I wasn't dissing it, but I was some of the foods weren't that great. 1.5 on this trial. You don't give a shit about this trial, Dave. So Ohio trial. So it doesn't matter. You don't care about it. So what's going on? No way. You're not asking me that. There you go. Let's talk with the co-worker. So there's nothing going on. I'm just talking because the court in Ohio, they started a lot later today. So we're only like 40 minutes behind. So I'm just chilling. And then we can catch up with it. And I'm going through the Florida case that we're covering as well. Dave, it's always my fault. It's not far off. Tacos. It was. I was saying yesterday, Josie, that obviously you were Mexi, you're probably a little bit different. Like I know that you don't like spice. You don't like proper hot food. So, but I think my Mexi does. I think she's a little bit more spicy. Do you know what I mean? But you're my I don't like spice. So I think you can eat Mexican food without the spice. It's me, Josie. Lady Di Dilly's yelling at me again. I'm not yet. Oh. I like you, Dave. You know I love you, Dave. But you just said just now that you don't give a shit about this Ohio trial. So that's why I said I'll play at 1.5 during the breaks. So once the Florida one it comes, that'll be my main priority because this one, Ohio one, I'm still playing it. But who cares? Do you know what I mean? Because no one can convict this guy. Do you know what I mean? So it's just dragging for no apparent reason, Oops. Oh yes, spicy can fuck off. I am mild type of girl. I know. Mild in food, but spicy in nature is what Josie is. She's very mild when it comes to her food, but you cross her, Dave, or anyone, then you see the spiciness coming out of her. So, what's the Florida one? I'm reading the Florida one now, Lady Di. I'm reading it now. Oh, here we go. Hang on. Lol, too hot in his origin for spicy food. That's true as well. Hang on, people. You might need to go back a little bit, Lady Di. I have started going through the Florida one. Thank you to Rhonda. She says, happy hump day. She bought me a coffee and says, happy hump day. Have a great one. Thank you very much, Rhonda. I do appreciate you, my darling. Thank you. These are chicken rossitas. And are they called rossitas? Chicken, what do you call them? I don't know. I just call it cooked chicken. But, you know. So, right. So, as you can see, I'll read this for Lady Di. Prosecutors say Rinka Miller had been walking with two friends on the evening of March 17, 2024, after they all saw a movie. The trio was walking towards McDonald's when police said a silver SUV drove toward them, blinding them with high beams. Two surviving victims said two men got out of the car and with their guns and abandoned their bags. The girls said that they heard gunshots and realized Rinka Miller was lying on the ground. Police said surveillance video showed the vehicle make a U-turn before the shooting and aim for the group. Police tracked the vehicle with a rental from Hertz to Stein's home, where it had been rented in his mother's name, and Stein is the one on trial right now. When police interviewed Stein, he said he learned of the investigation through Instagram and explained that he believed the homicide was a setup. Officers said in a report reviewed by Court TV, Stein then asked for an attorney and the interview ended. Stein's co-defendant, Christopher Horn Jr., who is the one's family that argued with the victim's family in court on Monday during lunch break, which is why all the jurors were dismissed, pleaded no contest, second-degree murder, and 3 counts of attempted robbery as part of a negotiated plea agreement. Under the agreement, Horn will be sentenced to 25 years behind bars. His sentencing is scheduled for May 19th, and the deal is contingent on his cooperation with the prosecution in Stein's case. I am not following. What do you want about? I'm not following MSN on Twitter. I'm not. Okay, I clicked the wrong button. I was trying to click the other one. I clicked literally. Dave got me. So Dave, this is what I clicked, Dave. This is the MSN stuff. Then I just pressed back, and there you go. So it's not on Twitter. I'm just let's have a look at some of these. Hang on, hang on, I need to take that off then. I thought Eden's got you. No, just Dave. Dave got me. Dave got me in a spin.
New this morning, a family is coming a step closer to justice today. 2 years after 15-year-old Kayla Rinko Miller was shot and killed while walking with her friends in Cape Coral. Investigators say these two teens, Thomas Stein and Christopher Horn Jr., are responsible for the killing. Now, Horn Jr. already took a plea deal, so now we're expected to learn what's next for Stein. This morning, Gulf Coast News reporter Jackie Gunther is live at the
This note needs no words.
Lee County Courthouse ahead
Oh, it won't let me do it. Bother. I was going to draw a heart around her.
of the trial for Stein, which begins today. Good morning to you, Jackie.
Good morning, Lisa. Today, all eyes are on what happened the night 15-year-old Kayla Rincon Miller was killed 2 years ago. Today begins the trial for Thomas Stein, accused of killing Rincon Miller. Cape Coral police say the deadly encounter happened when Kayla was walking back from the movies with her friends in March of 2024. Investigators say an SUV approached, a group jumped out, attempted to rob them, and then started shooting. And in that, Kayla was shot and died from her injuries. Even though investigators believe Stein did not pull the trigger, they say he was part of what led up to the shooting. With no other arrests made, this trial could give some clarity on who pulled that trigger. One of the most critical moments could come when Stein's co-defendant, Christopher Horn, takes a stand. He took a plea deal last year and is expected to testify for the state. His testimony could be a turning point in this case. Gulf Coast News spoke with Kayla's mother for the first time last month. This is what she said about her daughter.
I still remember your smile, the way it could, right? Even if my darkest days, the sound of your laughter.
I will speak of your love. I will speak of you with love, honor you with strength, and carry your life forward.
Now, this trial is expected to last at least 5 days, and you can count on Gulf Coast News to follow this trial. If you want any breaking updates on this case and trial, be sure to download the Gulf Coast News.
I will download anything you tell me to do, to be quite honest with you. Tell me what to do and I'll download it.
Reporting live from the Lee County Courthouse, I'm Jackie Gunther.
Thank you, Jackie. That was amazing. Thank you, Jackie Gunther.
Gulf Coast News.
Jackie, thank you. In light of Kayla's murder, her mother created Kayla's House in hopes something like this doesn't happen again.
If you're a parent, it left you in tears that this could happen in our community. So we want to empower everybody that there are things that every single person can do to make a difference. And also, most importantly, we want to honor Kayla's memory.
The goal: end gun violence and safeguard teens through targeted education programs, advocacy, and community support initiatives.
This morning,
Sarah, thank you. An accused teenage killer is on trial in Lee County. Today is the first day in court for 18-year-old Thomas Stein, who's accused of killing 15-year-old Kayla Rincon Miller while she was walking home with friends in Cape Coral in 2024. Just hours ago, all of the potential jurors were dismissed.
Your jury service is complete for the year. I'm going to release all of you.
Stein is facing first-degree murder charges. If he's found guilty, he could spend the rest of his life behind bars. Thank you for counting on Gulf Coast News. I'm Channing Frampton.
and I'm Elise Chingari. So his co-defendant, Christopher Horn Jr., already pled no contest to second-degree murder charges in exchange for testifying against Stein in this trial. Gulf Coast News reporter Jalen Barron has been at the Lee County Courthouse all day. She's explaining what happened that led to every juror being released. Jalen?
An unexpected first day of the trial for Thomas Stein. The day started with a normal jury selection process, and then after lunch, all of the potential jurors were released by the judge.
You're not to be talking loudly about the case in the presence of jury panel members or jurors. That's a court order.
The judge telling everyone in court to watch what they say in and out of the courtroom. At lunchtime, at least one potential juror overheard Thomas Stein's family and Christopher Horn Jr.'s family arguing in the hall. To be on the safe side to avoid a mistrial, the judge dismissed the entire pool for the day. 18-year-old Stein is on trial for 15-year-old Kayla Rincon Miller's murder. His co-defendant, Horn Jr., took a no contest plea in this case and will have to testify against Stein for a possible 25-year sentence. Cape Coral police say the boys pulled up to Kayla and her friends walking to a McDonald's in 2024, and someone shot her. The judge ended the day with a warning to everyone involved in this case.
There are severe consequences that could apply for violating the court's order on that. I hope everybody understands that. There are rules of decorum for court, and in the court.
There you go. We don't need to listen to all that, but so that's why we're a little bit behind. But I do think that they do think today they're going to do it. She's a fake blonde. Don't stoop to them. Hey, listen, I'll stoop anyway with her. Also, I can't be fussy. Let's be honest. If she wants me, she can take me. Jackie, there you go. Dave woke up. Dave is wide awake right now. I always say that people get a deal to testify. So one guy said it was a setup, and the other guy took a plea. Why would he spend 25 years in jail if he did nothing wrong? So I believe, I have read somewhere that the guy on trial right now, there will be, he's saying that he had nothing to do with it. And there was another guy involved, and also the guy that's taken a plea, I believe, was the shooter. But I take it out with a pinch of salt, obviously, so I think that's why. She's pretty skinny, yes. Jackie, not Trish. I have to clarify that. You didn't skin no fucking Katie Price yesterday. Fuck. It's me, Josie. It's the White House special. Jackie has nice everything. He said for the year. So yeah, they don't have to be jurors for the year now. So they just let go all jurors because of the brawl. Yes, because they couldn't be sure that they didn't hear it, so it's easy to start from scratch. I got called for a federal jury duty in June. Happy days. Probably going to be a snooze fest. Probably. You're probably right. Oh, interesting. I hope you get selected. Do you want to serve, Josie? I think it would be cool to serve. I've never been called before. Neither have I. Neither have I. I don't think they'd let me anyway now because of my occupation. Right. Dave. Right, let's get to the other trial then. But yeah, we keep an eye out for the Florida one. I will, as I say, work around everything if we need to. I'm going to put this onto 1.25 now. Right, I'm going to do this, make it bigger. That's what she said. And then we're about 40 minutes behind. But I'm playing at 1.25, so. Right, let me get this up here then. Bye. Here we go.
You ready? Get a break there. Next matter, 21 CR 5052, State of Ohio versus Michael Jason Meade. Do we need to put anything on the record prior to bringing in the jury?
Not from the defense.
All right, let's go get the jury. Are you guys just going to set up a permanent camera in my courtroom?
Mounted on the wall.
I don't know what I did to the clerk.
It's to buy lottery.
Get someone from the prosecutor's office.
All rise.
Is there stuff up there?
It's we'll get it to somebody in the back. Don't leave your exhibits up there. You can take it. I went into evidence. All those. You don't? Carmen always does. Rachel, can you get everyone can have a seat. Try to start at 9, but I had another hearing I had to attend to. Give those back to Zizek. Give those back to Zizek.
Yes.
That was on the other one. Any further witnesses on behalf of the state?
Your Honor, before we call our next witness, we have a number of stipulations that I'd like to read into the record, if that's all right. Go, Judge.
All right, you may.
Following have been stipulated to by all the parties. Stipulation 1 is stipulation concerning the records of the Franklin Heating, Cooling, and Refrigeration Incorporated. Parties agree that State's Exhibit number 32 is an authentic copy of the GPS location records of Christopher Korn's van on December 4th, 2020, kept in the ordinary course of business of the Franklin Heating, Cooling, and Refrigeration, Inc. Stipulation 2, stipulation concerning firearms trace summary of Smith and Wesson M&P 45 serial number NCR 6066. The parties agree that State's Exhibit number 12 is a certified copy of the firearms trace summary done by the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives National Tracing Center for the Smith & Wesson MP 45 pistol serial number NCR 6066 and was purchased by Casey Goodson on November 23rd, 2018. Stipulation 3, stipulation concerning transport of projectiles and fragments collected by the coroner. The parties agree that State's Exhibits numbers 6A through 6I were transferred from the Franklin County Coroner's Office to the Columbus Police Property Room on December 11th, 2020. Stipulation on the Faro 3D laser scan. The parties stipulate that State's Exhibit number 37 is an authentic copy of the Faro 3D laser scan of the residence and surrounding area located at 3996 Estates Place, Columbus, Ohio, taken on December 17th, 2020 by FBI Operational Projects Unit Supervisor Stephen Jameson. The scan accurately captures point cloud measurement data of the interior and exterior of the house and surrounding areas and generated related digital scan files. The next stipulation concerning subway video still. The parties agree that State's Exhibit number 14 is a photo depicting Casey Goodson Jr. as he left the Subway store located at 1251 Morris Road, Columbus, Ohio, 43228 on December 4th, 2020. The next stipulation concerning subway receipt. The parties agree that State's Exhibit number 14A is a duplicate copy of a subway receipt showing the purchase made by Casey Goodson on December 4th, 2020. Next stipulation concerning Sarah International Video Still. I'm sure I'm mispronouncing that. parties agree that State's Exhibit number 15 is a photo depicting Casey Goodson Jr. outside the Subway store located at 1251 Morse Road, Columbus, Ohio 43228 on December 4th, 2020. The parties further agree that the timestamp on the photo is incorrect. And finally, State's stipulation concerning St. Matthias videos. The parties agree that State's Exhibits 13A and 13B are surveillance videos showing the intersection of Ferris Avenue and Carl Road and the intersection of Ferris Avenue and Estates Place on December 4th, 2020. That's the extent of the stipulations we have at this time, Your Honor.
We assign those are content, but a few of them are subject to your determination of appropriate time in terms of that.
Okay. Any witnesses on behalf of the state?
Yes, Your Honor.
We'll call Mr. Caleb Worley.
Thank you to the 5 of you who are here with me, sticking it out with me. I appreciate you. 6 now. Oh, thank you. I know this is not the greatest trial, but there's nothing else to play really. But once Florence starts, we will, get into the groove of a new trial. I think that'll be better than this one. Right, ladies, you might like this one.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury your testimony in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Thank you,
Have
Bax.
a seat. Pull yourself up close to the microphone. And you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please state your name for the jury?
Caleb Worley.
What's your occupation, Mr. Worley?
I'm a forensic scientist at the Columbus Police Crime Laboratory in the firearms section.
And what is a forensic scientist?
A forensic scientist is someone who applies science to the criminal justice system. In my regards, it's looking at firearms related evidence.
And is there a level of forensic science you are?
I'm a forensic scientist too, which is the bench level examiner.
How long have you so been employed?
I've been employed with the Division of Police in Columbus since October of 2018. Prior to that, I worked for the Hamilton County Coroner's Office in Cincinnati, as well as the Connecticut Division of Scientific Services, which is the state crime lab in Connecticut.
Would you please go through your formal training experience you've had, your specialty in firearms identification, tool marks comparison?
Yeah, so I started with a degree in forensic biology from Ohio Northern University. After graduating college, I started in Connecticut as a trainee. The program was put on by outside contractors. It was a modular program that covered the history and evolution of firearms, how they've changed over time, the history and evolution of ammunition, as well as how it's changed over time, and the various machining processes used to create firearms and ammunition. A part of that too is also doing factory tours and actually seeing firearms be made in real time. I've visited Smith & Wesson, Savage Arms, Wilson Barrel, as well as High Point Firearms, actually seen that process play through. There was also a heavy microscopy portion, which was approximately 600 hours of microscopy training to do the firearms comparisons.
And I've looked at your CV and it looks like you've been published, is that right?
Yes, I have one article published in the AFTI journal, that's the scientific journal put out by the Association of Firearms and Tool Mark Examiners. That article has to do with cartridge interchangeability. So cartridges that can be fired in guns other than what that cartridge was designed for.
And that was peer reviewed, correct?
Yes, it was a peer-reviewed article.
Explain what peer reviewed means.
Peer review is a process to where you submit the article and it goes through a review process of other experts in the field. You go through multiple drafts before the final version is then published.
And have you ever testified as forensic science regarding your specialty in firearms identification?
Yes, I have testified as an expert both in Connecticut and Franklin County. This will be my 31st time.
Would you please explain what is firearm identification? What are you looking for in firearm components, and explain that?
For firearms identification, we're looking at the firearms themselves as well as the ammunition components, so spent bullets and spent cartridge cases. The main focus is identifying a cartridge case or spent cartridge case back to a particular firearm that has fired it. If a gun is available, we can do the same for bullets. If no gun is available, then it is trying to determine whether or not a group of cartridge cases or bullets were fired by the same gun or how many guns were used. We also will look at the gun if one is provided and perform an operability exam. So we'll look at the manufacturer, the make, the model, the serial number, the cartridge designation, and determine whether or not that gun is capable of discharging a live round. If the serial number has been removed, up to a certain point, we are able to use chemical processes to bring it back and to restore it. And then we will also test fire guns and enter them into NIBIN. NIBIN is a National Integrated Ballistic Information Network. It's a national database where it takes a picture of a spent cartridge case, either from a crime scene or a test fire from a gun, and then it is used to search and link crimes and guns to each other.
And we're going to be talking about shell casings and bullets. Could you just briefly tell us what the components are so that when you're discussing it, everybody will know what we're talking about?
Okay, so a cartridge is made up of 4 individual parts. You have the propellant, which is on the inside of the cartridge case. On the front of the cartridge case, you have the projectile. On the back side of the cartridge case is the primer. The firing pin will strike that, create a little explosion, and ignite the propellant inside. And then all of it is held together by the cartridge case.
And how do you go about doing a comparison in order to reach a conclusion?
To go through and do the comparison process, I will first look at the evidence that has been submitted. I will make observations as to what its characteristics are, what its class characteristics are, if it's in the case of a spent cartridge case, what the primer material is, what the cartridge material is, what the cartridge designation is, and then I will go through and look at the individual characteristics. Those are the result of it being fired. As a firearm is produced, due to the machining process, there are always unique marks for each gun, and I'll go through and observe those. If a gun is provided, I will then go make sure the gun is safe to fire, and then I will take it into the range or the water tank, and I will test fire the gun to collect known samples from that gun. Using a comparison microscope, which is 2 compound microscopes linked by an optical bridge, I'm able to look at those items, both the evidence and the test fires side by side, and compare those characteristics and those individual characteristics to determine or to come up with a conclusion.
So you'd indicated that you look at the barrel of the gun. Is it kind of unique to every gun? It's like a fingerprint?
Yes, the tool, as those firearms are being made, the tools that are creating them are always constantly changing due to wear and tear.
And you indicate, I believe you stated that there are like lands and grooves and twists in the barrel. What's that for?
So the lands and grooves are the raised and lowered portions in the barrel, and they create a twist either to the left or to the right. The purpose of those is to impart a spin on the bullet as it travels. Think of a football, the better the spin, the better it travels. It's the same is true for projectiles.
Okay, let's move forward to this case. Were you asked to do an examination involving some firearms in this case?
Yes, I was.
And can you tell us what were you asked to do?
I was asked to examine 2 firearms, some spent cartridge cases, and spent bullets.
And the first part dealing with the firearms, what is it that you were doing with the firearms?
For those, I was asked to do an operability exam for both of them.
Okay. And I'm going to hand you what's been previously marked. Let me just turn the whole box up. Sorry, sit there. 2G, and if you want to make sure that that's safe.
Yes, that pistol's safe.
Okay, and what is 2G?
2G is a Smith & Wesson M&P 45 pistol, and I recognize it by my case number and initials on the white tag.
And that's what was turned into you to test for operability, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And if you want to go ahead and I'm sorry, 2H.
2H is a magazine. Again, it has my case number and then initials on the magazine as well. As well as a live round.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's 2I.
2I are live rounds. Again, the case number, lab evidence number, and my initials are on this package.
And here for the tapes off this, but it's 2J.
2J will be the test fires I collected from this firearm.
So how how do you go about testing the operability of the gun? That's the first thing you do, correct?
Yeah, so to do an operability, I'm looking again at the make, model, serial number, what cartridge this gun is designed to shoot, as well as any safeties that are present on it. I'll dry fire it, so firing without any light, pulling the trigger and cycling the gun without any ammunition in it to determine if it's a full auto or a semi-auto, and then if any of the safeties present work. Once I've determined that this gun is safe and there's no malfunction, I will go test fire it in the range, determine whether or not it can actually fire a live round.
And would you go through as to what your findings were in your description, weapon condition on that?
Correct.
On that weapon.
Yes. So this one is a 45 auto semi-automatic pistol.
And what does semi-automatic mean?
Semi-automatic means that for every one time you pull the trigger, one round will be discharged.
So you just can continually to pull the trigger and it will shoot.
Yes. So this gun will cycle. Every time it fires, the slide will go back and the spent round will be extracted and ejected. As that slide goes forward, it will strip the round off the top of the magazine, load it and chamber it. At that point, the gun is ready to fire and you can pull the trigger and discharge it.
And what other type of firearms are there? Is it revolvers?
For handguns, the two most common types are pistols and revolvers, whereas pistols will have a magazine such as this that the ammunition will go into and will then be inserted into the mag well. Revolvers do not use magazines. They have a cylinder with chambers in it, and each round will go in an individual chamber. Every time that hammer is pulled back or the trigger is pulled, that cylinder will rotate the next live round up to be fired.
And is that a legal gun?
Yes, this is a legal gun.
Tell me, how did you said you first dry fire it. What did it dry fire?
Yes, it did dry fire.
And then what do you do next?
From there, check the safeties, determine if they work. This pistol has two safeties on it. It has a trigger.
That's what I mean. This is fucking. All of this is pointless. It's just like, was the victim holding a gun or not? And no one can answer it because no one's there. There's no video. There's no nothing. There's nothing. Literally nothing. So the defendant is the only person that knows. And he can either lie or tell the truth. And so all of this is absolutely, none of this matters.
Trigger safety as well as a thumb safety. Both of those were functional. From that point on, my safety check was done, and then I went and fired it with live ammo.
And the 2H there, what is that?
2H is the magazine.
Okay, the magazine, explain what the magazine is.
The magazine is what you put the cartridges in. This one will hold approximately 14. The magazine is then inserted into the magazine well. And then to load the gun, the slide is pulled back, released. As that slide goes forward, the round on the top of the magazine will be stripped off and chambered, and then the trigger is ready to be pulled to fire.
Your Honor, if I may, with court permission, could I have him just approach box? I want to show us where the safety is on the gun so that the jury can see it. Why don't you step up, please?
So this particular firearm has two safeties. It has one on the trigger. I don't know if you can see this. It's the little hook on the back of the trigger. In order for that to work, the trigger has to be pulled on the bottom to get this hook out of the way. If it is not, that trigger cannot go back. The other one will be the thumb safety. It is ambidextrous, so you can flip it up on either side. When that is flipped up, the trigger cannot be pulled. With it down, then you can pull the trigger.
And the magazine. Is there anything unusual about the magazine?
No, it's just, it sticks out a little bit past the grip. It is an original manufacturer magazine. It has Smith & Wesson on it, and that's the same model as the gun.
And you've looked at thousands of guns, is that right?
Yes.
Is this unusual?
I would say it's not unusual. I've seen it a number of times before.
Okay. And could you hold that in your hand? Show how it's
held like this. You can flip the trigger safety on or off with your thumb, and then simply pull the trigger to shoot it.
And if you could do it safely, okay, could you hold it palm down and raise it up?
So,
okay,
like this?
Yeah, as if you're pointing out the front of yourself.
Okay.
Although I want you to step down here. Let's put you facing this direction.
Okay.
Okay. Let's say you're traveling this direction. Put palm up, down. Oh, no, raise it. Okay. So just give it just giving a demonstration there. So you've got the magazine pointing to your right. Is that right?
Correct.
And you're holding it in your right hand.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay. So anybody to your left would be looking at the top of the weapon. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And if you just could maybe safely, I guess, turn just so everybody can see the butt of the gun. No, keep it like that. I just want to see how much you can see below your hand the magazine. How much extends that?
From the way I'm holding it, you can see it looks like it's going to be an inch or so past my hand. Sorry, I'm trying to find a good way not to confuse everybody.
It's tough in the courtroom, isn't it?
Don't put it this way.
It is safe and unloaded, correct? Safe and unloaded. Okay. All right. Okay. You can resume your seat. Thank you. Okay. All right. Now I'm going to hand you what's been previously marked State's Exhibit 2CC. Does that appear to be the firearm that you just demonstrated? Shows.
It looks to be the same make and model.
And in that photograph, are you able to see that thumb safety that you're showing the jurors?
Yes,
And is that on or is that off?
it is up and in the on position.
Which means it could not be fired, right,
Correct.
in that position.
Correct.
And for somebody that was intending to fire it, they would have to put that down in order for it to be operable.
In order for the gun to be fired, the safety would have to be switched down and off.
And we're talking about gun safety in here. Carrying a weapon, gun safety the safety should be on.
If that's your preference, then yes.
That would be carrying it safely.
Yes.
All right. Can you publish that, Your Honor?
Yeah, you already have.
Yep. And we've got a little pointer up there. Did you see it? Is it? Okay, you recognize that? That's the same photograph in 2CC?
Yes.
So when you were showing us the safety, where were you referring to?
The safety will be this lever right here.
And it's pretty hard to see, but that's where it would be located on the gun.
Correct.
And in this case, it was engaged.
Yes, in this picture, the safety is switched up and on.
And does that appear to be the same photograph that we have in 2CC?
Yes.
So you determined that that weapon was operable?
Yes, I was able to discharge a live round out of it.
And is that, and that's when we went through the exhibits, there was one in a box. Was that the live round that was used?
Yes, that would be the test fire that I collected when I shot this gun.
And was how many rounds how many rounds?
I believe 15 came with it.
And how's it hold 15?
The magazine has a capacity of 14, and then one in the chamber would count 15.
So there weren't any spent rounds, or the thing was fully loaded?
Not that I didn't receive any spent rounds when I received it.
Okay. Is that all you did with that firearm?
Yes.
If you want, I'm going to bring up the next one. What was the next thing that they had you look at?
The next firearm I was asked to examine was a Daniel defense rifle.
And I'm going to bring that up here.
Mr. Shore, you want to take the other gun back?
Yeah. Okay, Mr. Worley, I'm going to first start off and hand you there it is. State's Exhibit 3A.
You want to take it out of the bag?
Yeah, please. Can you take a look at that and can you identify that?
Yes, so Exhibit 3A is the Daniel defense rifle. Again, it has the laboratory case number, evidence number, as well as my initials on the white tag.
And is that the weapon that was provided to you in this case to examine.
Yes, it was.
So what's the first step that you took with that?
The operability exam for this one would be the same as the pistol before. Look through the information on the gun, the make, model, serial number, the cartridge that's designed to shoot, any safeties that are present, any accessories that might be on it, and then determine whether or not that gun is safe to shoot. Again, be checking the safeties, trying to figure out what type of gun it is, if it's a semi-auto or full auto in this particular case. And then once all of that's been determined and I've determined the gun is safe to shoot, then I would go test fire it.
So you said that it was a Daniel Defense. Is it a DDM4?
Yes.
And what's 5.56 mm?
So 5.56 millimeter is the cartridge designation. So this firearm is designed to shoot a 5.56 millimeter NATO cartridge.
Okay. And we have, I think in your description, was a select fire rifle.
Correct. So this rifle is select fire, meaning it is capable of both semi-auto and full auto operation.
You said that you looked for accessories. Did you look for additional accessories on this weapon?
Yeah, so I would have noted that a sling was present as well as an electronic sight.
And there also came a magazine, is that right?
Correct.
And would you take a look at that? What letter do we have on that?
The magazine is 3B.
Okay.
And then it's also got the laboratory case number, evidence number, and my initials on it as well.
And is that the magazine to that weapon?
It was the magazine submitted to me. I'm assuming it goes to that weapon.
And then there's also, there was some ammunition provided, is that right?
Yes, there are live rounds, 3C, with my case number, lab evidence number, and initials on them.
And I'm going to show you 3D.
3D is the white box with the test fires that I collected from this rifle.
And when you say test fires, these are the ones that you fired, and then you keep the cartridges and everything, is that right?
Yes, these cartridge cases would have been collected during the operability, and then I believe additional ones were collected for the comparison later.
On your macroscopic examination of that, did you determine what modes that weapon fires in?
So this is an operable firearm, and it is operable in both full auto and semi-auto.
And would you explain to us what semi-auto is again?
So again, semi-auto is for each time you pull the trigger, one round is discharged. Full auto, with one trigger pull, multiple rounds will be fired. That gun, with one trigger pull, the gun will fire until you either let off the trigger or the firearm runs out of ammunition.
And how many bullets will that weapon hold?
The magazine will hold approximately 30 rounds plus one in the chamber.
So 31.
Correct.
And did you test it for operability?
Yes, I did test for operability.
And was it operable?
It was operable.
Was it operable in the semi-automatic mode?
Yes,
And was it operable in the full automatic mode?
it was.
So just to explain, full automatic would be, as long as I'm depressed the trigger, it will continue to fire until the magazine's empty.
Correct. It will either fire until you let off the trigger or the magazine is empty.
And which way do the shells eject in that weapon?
In this weapon, they eject off to the right side.
And there's in the housing of that weapon, there's a thing called a deflector, is that right?
Correct.
That's molded into that. That's not something special put on it, correct?
No, it is part of the firearm. It was designed that way. It is not an accessory that was added later.
And what does the deflector do?
The deflector will basically deflect the cartridge case once it is spent and make sure that it goes in a certain direction and not back in the shooter's face.
Your Honor, may I have him approach? I just want to. Okay, same as last time to make sure everybody can see. Okay. Would you go through the components that you were just discussing?
So you've got the electronic sight, the rifle sling, the safety and selector. You will have safe, semi-auto, and full auto.
So to go from safe to full auto, you've got to click it twice. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So if you're carrying it with the safety on, click it once up. That would be semi-automatic.
Correct.
Just pulling the trigger every time you pull it, a bullet would come out.
Correct.
And flipping it all the way over would be the full automatic.
Correct.
Okay.
And then the deflector would be this component here.
And that's where the shell casings will eject from the port there.
Yeah, so this is the ejection port of the firearm. When the spent round is discharged, the bolt will go back and pull the cartridge out. It will then be ejected out and it will hit this deflector and then be deflected off.
And that's so that it doesn't deflect back into the shooter's face.
Correct.
Now, how about for a left-handed shooter?
For a left-handed, so I'm right-handed, so this would be how you, for a left-handed shooter, like this.
So that gun can be used for both a right and left hand.
Correct.
They don't make a different model for right or left.
I'm not aware if they do or not.
Now, let's talk about the sight. You indicated that this was an accessory. Can you explain what that is, how that works?
So this is an electronic red dot sight. Inside the field of view is a red dot. When it's sighted properly, you don't have to use the front and rear sight. It replaces those. And then the idea is wherever the red dot is where the bullet will travel.
So if I'm got it up high, ready, and aim, all I have to do is look through that and look for the red dot. I put the red dot on wherever it is, and I know.
Correct.
Right. So did the, you indicated that all the modes worked properly. Did the safe mode work properly?
Yes, it did.
All right, so after doing your macroscopic examination of the fire, determined that you're operable, what's the next thing?
After that was all done, then I would have looked at the spent cartridge cases and spent bullets that were received for comparison.
All right. And let me just real quick, can we pull up? I just want to show what the difference is in the ammunition here. Is this what you call Hornby type ammunition?
It would be a 5.56 millimeter round manufactured by Hornady.
Okay. All right. And since we're going to be looking at some of those bullet casings and stuff, can you tell me a little bit about that type of ammunition?
It's got, again, this will be the bullet. That is the part that will go down the barrel. On the back is the firing pin. Again, that will be detonated by shock and create a little explosion. Inside is the propellant that will burn at a high speed of rate and create high pressure that will push that barrel down. And then this brass piece is a cartridge case that holds it all together. So after it is fired, the bullet will go down the barrel and the cartridge case will get kicked out of the ejection port.
Now the tap bullets, are they designed to, when they hit a target, to mushroom and splinter?
There are different designs for different bullets. Some of them are designed to fragment. Some of them just will fragment. This is one of those rounds that is typical. Of any time it hits a hard target, it will fragment.
And in fact, even if it hit a body, it will not stay in a conical position like that.
No, they will typically be deformed in some way or misshapen or fragment.
Okay, let's go to your report there. And the first bag that I just had there is, it would be A, yes.
The live rounds?
I'm sorry, I was looking for the cartridges. I didn't give you that cartridges, did I? I apologize. They're in a non-row. They're in the row. Can I get in the row, please?
Are you doing all right? If you need a break, we can.
I apologize. Let's start off with State's Exhibit 2A. grab the rest of them, so you can take a look at it. All right, I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as 2A, 2B, C, D, E, and F. You take a look at those and tell me if you recognize what those are.
These would be the spent cartridge cases I was asked to examine. And again, on each envelope, there will be the case number, the lab evidence number, as well as my initials.
Okay. And can you just take one out of the package? You don't have to take them all out. Just to show the church what we're talking about.
So
So that's the cartridge.
that is a spent cartridge.
And what did you do with those cartridges?
I would have gone through and examined them, looked at their class characteristics, the individual characteristics, where they were present, if they were present, and made observations and notations of all those.
Okay. Did you determine whether or not those those cartridges were fired from the Daniel defense?
Yes, I was able to identify them, meaning my conclusion was those 6 cartridge cases were fired by this rifle.
So what was the next thing that you did after that?
After that, I was asked to look at a series of spent bullets.
And the first one you have, it would be your lab report is 001-A2.
Correct.
I'm just going to try to bring them all up at once. Okay, I'm going to hand you what's been previously marked as 2K. What's that, 2N?
Yeah, 2N.
2O, 6A, 6B.
Again, all of these items have the laboratory case number, the lab evidence number, as well as my initials on them.
And is that what you, when you talk about a spent caliber bullet, what portion of that? That's the portion that's to read the projectile.
Yes, that is the part that we're going to go down the barrel.
Well, let's start with 2K. It's in the bag.
Yes.
And where was that? What's it say on the front of the bag there?
This says kitchen floor as an item location on the property sticker.
And were you able to make a comparison between that projectile as to whether it was fired from the Daniel defense weapon?
Yes, I was, and I concluded that this bullet was fired by that rifle.
And let's take a look at 2N. You can tell us what
the sticker on this one says embedded in microwave oven.
and you took a look at that as well.
Correct.
And what was your findings on that?
That it was identified as having been fired by the Daniel defense rifle.
And 2O.
The location for this one is in north wall of kitchen.
And did you do an examination on that?
Yes.
What was your findings on that?
I concluded that it was fired by the Daniel defense rifle.
And now looks at there's two of them in boxes. I believe they came from the coroner's office.
Correct.
So let's take a look at 6A.
Do you want the location?
Yes, please.
It says projectile from chest.
And 6B, location.
Projectile from abdomen.
And did you compare those and make a determination as to whether those have been fired from the Daniel defense?
Yes, these were also compared with test fires from the Daniel defense, and I came to the conclusion that they were fired by this Daniel defense rifle.
You used what you previously testified to, how you do it, looking at the Lansing grooves and all of that stuff, make that determination.
Yes, correct.
Is that to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes.
All your appendix had that, correct?
Yes.
Now, there was some other lab evidence that was turned over from the coroner's office. Can you tell me what type of other evidence was turned over to you?
There was another piece that was a spent bullet jacket fragment, and then several metal pieces.
And they were just fragments, not big enough for you to do any type of analysis?
The metal pieces, when I looked at them, were small. They had no rifling impressions, and therefore they were unsuitable for comparison. The spent bullet jacket fragment, when I examined it, I was unable to either identify it or eliminate it as having been fired from this rifle, and my conclusion was inconclusive. Basically just means that item was either too damaged or the characteristics present were not enough to identify it to this particular firearm.
Okay, was that everything that you examined dealing with this matter?
Yes.
I just want to back up a little bit and talk just about bullets in general. When a bullet travels, especially one of these cap type 556, and they go through an intermediary object, okay, before striking somebody or whatever, what happens with bullets?
Depending on what that intermediate object is, it may continue to travel, it may stop, but there will most likely be some form of damage to the bullet as it travels. It will also most likely have its trajectory altered just because it hit something.
And so the bullet becomes deformed?
Depending on, sometimes yes.
Okay. And when it comes to deformed, does it still fly straight?
Most likely not.
And they can go in, once they've gone through the object, there's no telling where they go.
It will not, most likely not be its original flight path.
Could you show us one of the bullets there? Like, let's look at 2K. Can you hold? And I'll put it up here. I think I can do it just right through the bag. And 2K was the one that was found on the kitchen floor. Okay, so could you hold up one of the other unfired bullets? So what portion of that bullet are we looking at here?
That portion will be this here. The part specifically that we can see would be what is below and in the cartridge case itself.
And is that what you're talking about as something becoming deformed?
Yes, in that particular case, the nose of that bullet has been fragmented or broken off.
And you saw different varying degrees of fragmentation, damage to these bullets, is that correct?
Yes.
Just a moment. Could you pull out, let's just show under 6A and 6B? Those are the ones that were found in the body?
Correct.
And can you just show us what those look like? I'll put it up on the screen.
There you go.
You have gloves, Gary?
I'm going to just first show.
Can you put a piece of paper down in between the screen? Perfect.
I was just going to show it in the box.
Okay. I thought you were going to take it up.
Yeah. Okay, we've got 6A. Projectile from the chest. I think we can see it in the box, Your Honor. Okay, you can see that one has been fragmented as well.
As well as the nose portion of it deformed.
Okay. And 6B, it was found in the abdomen. I'm sorry, I'm trying to get, there's a little portion there.
No, I think only one person shot is only the guy, but the way I understood it, one shot equals 5 bullets. So you pull the trigger once and 5 bullets come out.
Yeah. Once again, is that showing?
That again is showing the damage to the nose section as well as a small jacket piece that was collected with that spent bullet.
Just out of curiosity here, can you see that when you were talking about lands and grooves, can you see the lands and grooves with the naked eye there on those?
So the lands in the bore or the barrel will be the raised section. So on the bullet, they will be the lower depression, which I believe these here would be the land. And then the opposite is true. The grooves in the barrel would then be the raised portion on the bullet.
I'd just like to also just show, if you could pull out for me let's see, Grammy A1. In the box.
Sorry, Lead. I didn't hear that then. Good question. I didn't hear that. I'm half listening. So apologies, I did not know that. Before we go on with this one even further, hang on. Oh, actually, the break's nearly there, so let's play on.
I'm just going to show what one of the fragments that you were looking at. Let's do one. A fragment from pleural cavity, FB6F. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Is that what we refer to as fragments?
Yes, this would be one of the small metal pieces.
Okay, so that's basically what you were looking at when, from some of the stuff the coroner covered during her autopsy. Is that right?
Correct.
Just so they have an idea as to what we're looking at. Okay, is that what you're referring to as when it fragments?
Yes.
You know if that's from the bullet or would that be from some other object? Were you able to make that determination?
Other than determining that it was a small metal piece, I was able to make no other determination about it. Again, there were no lands and grooves or no rifling impressions for me to compare.
And does that involve the other? Let's see here. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 fragments. Were you able to make any determination from those as to whether any of those fragments were from the bullet or from some other, such as a screen?
No, I was not able to determine what they were from.
All right. Thank you very much. Oh, I'm sorry. There was one other thing I was going to ask you because we discussed it. How fast do these, does a 556 NATO bullet travel?
I believe from the research I did, the bullet travels at approximately 3,000 feet per second.
And how long would it take you to go 20 feet?
When you do the math, it comes out to about 7 thousandths of a second.
So about 7 thousandths of a second from being fired till it would hit the target.
Correct.
That'd be 0.007. Is that right?
I believe so.
All right. Thank you.
Councilman Approach. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take Sue would use that on me if I didn't give her a break. Do not discuss this case among yourselves. We do not permit anyone to.
Hey, Jonathan. How are you, sir? Hey, did you? Oh, congratulations. Dove is hatching. There you go, Jonathan. Did any of you know about this case? I don't think I knew about this case. It's happened last year. I just saw it. Hang on. Let me do this for you. Let me bring it up for you.
This twisted mom allegedly fucked her pit bull, then
Fucked a pit bull?
Hanged her 2 young kids with a dog leash. She blames her bullied son. Pure evil.
Lisa, why on earth would you want to kill your 2 children? What reason would you have to kill your 2 children? Talk to us. Do you have anything that you want to say?
Yeah, dude. Yeah, she obviously does. Fucking hell.
This twisted mom allegedly fucked her pit bull, then
The word fucked came and Sarah P came from the clouds. She's like, I'm coming. I'm coming. This is my expertise. Yeah, so allegedly, Lisa Snyder, 41 from Pennsylvania, allegedly fucked a pit bull, then brutally killed her own little kids by hanging them with a dog leash. Whoa. It happened a couple of years ago. I didn't even know. And I believe she got a 2 life sentences from it. But I wasn't. I was like, whoa, I thought it was fresh. But no, in 2024, she was sentenced to 2 life sentences on it. But I'd never heard of that case before. I thought that we may have heard that one. So I was wondering if anyone else knew about it. And the other one, obviously, you all probably know by now, or you might not. So this one. I've not covered it too much in depth, but we did cover it ages ago when it happened. But if you remember, quadruple murder suspect Austin Drummond asked to represent himself. What the fuck? I mean, all these people are representing themselves. What are they doing? I mean, they probably just don't care. I mean, so the man accused of murdering 4 people and kidnapping an infant who was abandoned on a stranger's lawn is now asking to represent himself at his upcoming trial. Austin Drummond, 29, is charged with first-degree murder and aggravated kidnapping after allegedly shooting James Willison, Adriana Williams, Bryden Williams, and Courtney Rose, and then abandoning an infant belonging to the family in a yard approximately 45 minutes away. The child, who was 7 months old at the time of the incident in July 2025, was not harmed. Drummond has pleaded not guilty. A new handwritten motion, Sarah Boone vibes, appeared in Drummond's court docket, authored by the defendant. It requests that the judge remove the attorney Brian Huffman and allow Drummond to represent himself moving forward. The motion, printed on 2 pages, claims that Huffman failed to follow Drummond's instructions in several instances, first by waiving the 14-day rule for the preliminary hearing, second by agreeing to a gag order and a protective order, and third by failing to use information supplied by the defendant. Brian Huffman has repeatedly pushed court dates off to later dates against the wishes of the defendant, who has adamantly expressed his desire for a speedy trial. The motion says defendant is making this waiver knowingly, voluntarily, and intellectually, however you say it. The motion is likely to be addressed at the hearing. Oh shit. The motion is likely to be addressed at the hearing scheduled for Friday in this case, also this Friday. While defendants who have the right to self-representation, the judge is likely to take into consideration the fact that the prosecutors are seeking the death penalty. Oh, yeah, I mean, okay. Attorneys who represent defendants facing potential death sentence are typically required to have more extensive experience. Drummond was arrested on August 5th, 2025, following a week-long manhunt. Drummond's defense previously filed a request to move the trial, blah, 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 blah. Drummond previously served time in prison for robbing a convenience store and threatening jurors in that case. He is separately charged with the attempted murder of a guard while in prison. Okay. So, just if you weren't aware of some of those things ongoing in the world. Right, let's take a look here. Let's take a look at it now. We're going to the trial. We're going back to the trial. I've never had a more difficult time pleasing anyone. I don't understand the woo or fake it for a woman. Oh shit. Can't fully appreciate. Oh my god. Then that's the reflection on white men. No pleasing them, or men in general. That's true. No pleasing woman. White women notoriously love fucking dogs. What the fuck, Jonathan? Is that true? It probably is. Jeepers, I did not expect to see that, Jonathan. Thank you for sharing that with us. I won't ask too many questions in case, yeah. Right, here we go after the break.
Everyone can have a seat. Any cross-examination on behalf of the defense?
I have a note at the top of my paper to slow down, so I'm going to really try hard for you. May I inquire?
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Worley.
Good morning.
My My name is Caitlin Stevens. We've met before.
Yes, we have.
I, along with my co-counsel, Mr. Collins and Mr. Nolder, represent Jason Meade in this action. If at any time I go too fast or you don't understand my question, please just let me know and I'll be sure to rephrase and definitely be sure to slow down. Make sense?
Will do. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I noticed when you were handling the weapons in front of the jury, you were very careful not to point it at anyone, right?
Yes.
That's basic gun safety 101, correct?
Correct.
Never point a gun at a human being, right?
Yes, and I make it a practice to never point a gun at anything I don't intend to shoot. It's just how I handle firearms in general.
That's what gun safety is. You never point a firearm at something that you do not intend to shoot, correct?
That is correct.
You heard the judge say earlier, don't point it this way, right?
Yes,
And that was after you had made sure that it was clear and safe, right?
correct.
I want to talk to you a little bit more about gun safety. Gun safety tells you to treat every firearm as if it was loaded, correct?
Correct.
Gun safety tells you if you are carrying a weapon outside in public, you should probably have that weapon holstered, correct?
Correct.
The holster is a safe device, right?
To that I can't speak to, other than their basic function is just to hold a firearm.
Their basic function is to hold a firearm, and safety tells you if you're carrying it out in public, it should be holstered, right?
I personally would.
Gun safety is not riding in a car pointing a gun at people, correct?
I would not consider that gun safety
You would agree with me that gun safety says finger off the trigger, correct?
until you're ready to shoot.
Thank you. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Okay.
I'm approaching the witness with what has previously been marked for identification purposes as Defendant's Exhibit E. Mr. Worley, that is a picture of somebody in a car holding a firearm, correct?
Yes.
We're going to talk about basic gun safety principles with respect to this picture, okay?
Okay.
May I publish, Your Honor? Thank you. Now you can tell that that person is in a car, right? Because you can see the headrest up here, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You can tell that that person is pointing a gun, right?
They are pointing a gun away from them.
Away from them, right? But it's certainly being pointed at somebody, right?
Objection.
Stain, you can ask it a different way.
The gun is being pointed at something, correct?
Yes.
That's not gun safety, right?
Again, I don't know the circumstances of that. I don't know what he's pointing it at. For me personally, that is not how I would handle a firearm.
Sir, you've taken gun safety courses by the NRA, correct?
I have.
You've taken several seminars with respect to safe firearm training, right?
Yes.
Nowhere in that NRA seminar, nowhere in those seminars that you've taken with gun safety, does it say that operating a gun like this is safe, correct?
In my personal opinion, I would not consider that safe.
Thank you. Now, in that photo, you could tell if the safety was on, could you?
I would actually have to look at it again.
You have to look at it again? May I publish again?
Just note our objection, continuing objection.
I know. Duly noted.
You can't tell if the safety is on the back, correct?
In this picture, I cannot tell.
Thank you. Now, you would agree with me, sir, that a Smith & Wesson 45 is among the deadliest, most powerful handguns in popular use, correct?
That would be a matter of opinion. To me, it is a firearm.
All firearms are dangerous and deadly, right?
When misused, yes.
And in fact, some people call the Smith & Wesson 45, it's known as a hand cannon, correct?
I don't know if I've ever heard it called that before.
You've never heard it called a hand cannon before.
Not to my knowledge.
Thank you. Now, you tested a Smith & Wesson 45 as part of this case, correct?
Yes.
And your understanding was that was the Smith & Wesson 45 that Mr. Goodson was alleged to have had, correct?
I believe so, yes.
You tested that gun, you stated, right?
Yes.
And it was a black semi-automatic handgun with an extended magazine, right?
Correct.
You testified that it was operable, correct?
Correct.
Now, if I were pointing that semi-automatic 45 handgun at you from 10 to 15 feet away and it was inoperable, you wouldn't be able to tell that, would you?
I would not.
Because you even had to test fire it in order to make sure it was operable, right?
Correct.
So fair to say if that gun is being pointed at somebody, they don't know if it is
Slow it
in
down,
fact.
slow it down.
Fair to say that if that gun is being pointed at somebody, they don't know if it is operable, correct?
I think that's a fair assessment.
Now, when you analyzed that Smith & Wesson 45, there was one in the chamber, correct?
When I received it, there was not.
Okay, so are you aware if there was one in the chamber?
Unless it was separated out individually in the packaging and submitted that way, I wouldn't know.
Did you not review any of the reports from CSSU as part of your analysis?
I did not.
So if I told you that there was one in the chamber, you wouldn't have any disagreement with that if that was testified to already?
I would not.
The weapon was loaded, correct?
If there was one in the chamber as it was recovered, yes, it would have been loaded.
That magazine was loaded, correct?
When I received it, it was not. Those rounds had been taken out and put in a separate bag.
Okay, again, if CSSU came in and testified that the magazine was in fact loaded, you wouldn't have any reason to disagree with that, correct?
No.
Thank you. Now, I want to talk to you about extended magazines. You would agree with me that you are able to recognize as a firearms expert when somebody is holding a gun with an extended magazine, correct?
If I had a good enough view of it, I probably could.
And you would agree with me that there are, in fact, magazines that are flush and fit the bottom of a gun, correct?
Yes.
That it's the dealer's choice. If they want an extended magazine, that they can choose the length of how it extends out, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree with me, even though that extended magazine is in fact made by the Smith & Wesson manufacturer, that it's still capable of firing more rounds than it would have been without the magazine, correct?
Yes.
They're distinct, right?
Which, the original magazine versus an extended?
Correct.
Yes,
Because they're not flush with the hand, right?
that is correct.
Now, do you recall the demonstration Mr. Sawyer did with pointing the gun and seeing where the extended, or how the extended magazine would look?
Yes.
Now, if it were pointed this way, you could certainly see the extended magazine, correct? Because it'd be down here, right?
Yes.
If it were pointed this way, you could see the extended magazine because it'd be pointed down here, right?
That would be pointed out towards your elbow.
It'd be pointed outwards, right?
Correct.
Towards you, correct?
Yes.
So if it's pointing every single which way, you'd be able to tell if there was an extended magazine in a hand, correct?
Yes.
Now, I want to talk to you about the safeties. You said that this Smith & Wesson magazine had 2 safeties, correct?
Correct.
One was behind the gun, right?
One was on both sides, just above where your thumb would be.
So standing 10, 15, 20 feet away from you, you wouldn't be able to tell if that gun was pointed at you if that safety was on, correct?
I personally would not be able to.
And with respect to the second safety, standing 10, 15, 20 feet away from you, you wouldn't be able to tell if that safety was on if I were standing there pointing this gun at you, correct?
So the second safety is a trigger safety. The way that works is that the bottom portion of the trigger has to be pulled first, and there's a little hook on the backside that will then go up and clear to allow the trigger to be pulled the entire way. It's more of a passive safety as opposed to a manual, like the thumb safety that has to be switched on and off.
So again, you wouldn't be able to tell if I were pointing a gun at you, finger on the trigger, if that safety was in fact engaged from 20 feet away, would you?
Personally, I would not.
Now, those safeties can be flipped pretty quickly, correct?
Yes, just as fast as you can move your thumb.
If a gun's pointed at you, sir, gun safety tells you you have to assume that it's loaded, correct?
I treat every gun as if it is loaded. So yes, I would personally assume that if someone's pointing a gun at me, that it would be loaded.
Now, you remember when Mr. Schroyer talked to you about the difference between automatic and semi-automatic, right?
Yes.
I'd like to talk to you a little bit about those differences. For a weapon with respect to on a fully automatic weapon, 1 second trigger pull can eject multiple rounds, correct?
Yes, so our full auto, when you pull the trigger one time, so long as you hold that trigger, the firearm will continue to shoot until you either let go of the trigger or that firearm runs out of ammunition.
So 1 trigger pull can absolutely eject 6 bullets, correct?
Yes.
And 1 pull can eject 10 to 13 rounds a second. You would agree with that, right?
I'd have to do the math. For that, I'm not particularly sure.
You did math earlier for Mr. Schroyer. You've tested that firearm before, right?
I did not count the rate of fire for that firearm. The math was how far the bullet would take to go 20 feet.
Nevertheless, you would agree with me when I say 1 trigger pull can eject multiple projectiles, correct?
Correct.
You remember when Mr. Schroyer was talking to you about a deflector on the firearm?
Yes.
Now, for the firearm, when casings eject, they eject to the right, correct?
Yes.
Even if there's a deflector, correct?
In this particular firearm, since the ejection port is on the right, they will always eject to the right side.
Thank you. You remember when Mr. Schroyer was talking to you about deformities when you were up there examining 2K, 6A, and 6B with respect to the bullets and the fragments?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, you can't tell why that bullet was in fact deformed, can you?
I cannot.
You can't tell if it was an intermediate object that deformed those bullets, correct?
Correct.
And you can't tell if that bullet was deformed while it was progressing through the body, right?
Correct.
You have no way to say how those bullets were deformed, right?
No, and that is not part of my examination either.
Thank you. Now, you took the stand at 10:25 a.m. Do you remember what time?
It was about that time.
Okay. And you were up there talking to Mr. Schroyer for about 48 minutes. Would you agree with that?
I'd say about that, yeah.
48 minutes to say all the bullets and all the casings came from the service rifle that was found on Jason Meade, correct?
Correct.
You're aware that we're not contesting any of that, aren't you?
That I have not been told.
May I have a moment, Your Honor? Thank you, Mr. Worley. I have no further questions for you at this time.
May I redirect?
You know how the court proceeds.
Yes.
The state has the burden of proof.
Yes.
So the state has to present evidence to the jury.
Yes.
I just wanted to say, you said you don't point unless you intend to shoot. I think we heard another officer say the same thing. You don't point unless you intend to shoot. Is that right?
Me personally, I will not point a gun at anything I do not intend to shoot.
And if you intend to shoot, and if you're going to point and intend to shoot, what would you do? You'd have to take the safety off.
Yes.
The extended magazine. You call that extended magazine?
That had the magazine been flush, 2 or 3 rounds possibly would have been less in the magazine. By means of like a typical extended magazine that I think of when I do firearms examination across the thousands of guns that I've shot, I think of longer magazines that will hold upwards of 30 rounds.
And in fact, that gun could have been purchased with that magazine.
I suppose it could have been, considering the magazine was Smith & Wesson magazine.
And not everybody that carries a gun like this that has a few extra rounds in it. Just because they have that doesn't mean that they're dangerous, does it?
I would argue how you use the gun is what determines whether or not it's dangerous.
Because that's readily available to the public to purchase that.
I have never researched looking or to purchase that particular make and model or that magazine, but Smith & Wessons are widely available.
You were talking about, Ms. Stevens asked you about if I was holding it like this, whether you could see it. It would depend on your view.
Yes.
Depend on how long you had an opportunity to see it.
Correct.
So if it's something fleeting or whatever, you may not.
I personally may not.
So you can't say, when she says, if I hold like this, you can see it.
I mean, it would depend on the situation. I may or may not.
That's it. Thank you.
Questions as a result of those?
Thank you, Your Honor. Nevertheless, sir, that magazine is in fact extended, correct?
It would extend past the bottom of the grip of the pistol, so yes.
So it's an extended magazine, regardless of what Mr. Schroyer wants you to call it, correct?
Extended in the fact that it is not flush, yes.
Thank you. Now, you would agree with me when I say someone waving a gun in a car, pointing it at people is in fact dangerous, correct?
We've been through this.
Overruled.
You would agree with me that somebody waving a gun around in a car, pointing it at different motorists is in fact dangerous, correct?
Overruled. You can answer.
Third time's a charm, Mr. Worley. You would agree with me when I say that someone pointing a gun in a car, waving it around, pointing it at other motorists is in fact dangerous, correct?
I would consider it an unsafe use of a firearm. So yes, that would, to me personally, I would find that dangerous.
Thank you, Mr. Worley.
All right, you can step down. If you want to use all the gloves, I think I can put that.
Right. There are. Oh, what did he just say?
Personally, I would
Use all the gloves, I think I can put that.
So are we all? Hang on, let me try and find the stream. I'll be honest, I'm not that keen. I think, look, I'll be honest with you, this is probably the easiest case that the defense have ever had in their lives. But she is a little bit irritating. Boston doesn't help that we play at 1.25 either, so maybe that's to do with it as well. Right, what's his name again? Jason. Oh, great. So they must have gone for lunch then, because let's take a look here. I'm just trying to look at the other stream. Right, hang on. So this is a little bit better.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our lunch break. Do not discuss this case among yourselves. Do not permit anyone to discuss it with you or in your presence. It is your duty not to form or express an opinion on the case until it is finally submitted to you. Be back about 1:15. We'll try and start at 1:30. All right. To you. Be back about 1:15.
So is that according to that clock? It's
opinion on the case until it is finally submitted.
That is 11:50. But I've got it as as per saying that. It's 12:15 now for me.
To you. Be back about one.
No, you don't have to go back. It's just about the gun. But yeah.
1:15. We'll try and start at 1:30.
All right.
So you probably need a rest after Caitlin goes. Gonna be on the record. What's the schedule for this afternoon?
Coroner and argues.
Coroner and what?
Argues.
Okay. Cool. All right.
Coroner and somebody else. Fuck me. No, lovely, you missed nothing, my darling. You're all good. I think a lot of people feel similar to the way I feel about this trial. It's like, why we're here. This is probably the least viewed trial I've ever had, if I'm being honest with you, in terms of people watching live. So it's either something to do with the trial or something to do with the channel, or the chat. And I blame the chat, to be fair. So it must be, it's nothing about me because I'm perfect. So it must be something to do with this trial, because literally I don't think we've had over 10 people watching today, which is like I've never had a stream so low before. Right. What should we do? We got about 1 hour and 10 minutes. Hang on. If this comes up, I'll play this. Whoops. We didn't learn much. We didn't learn much. It was he pressed it down for like a second, about 6 bullets came out and they went right, and Yeah, I don't think we learned. It's not even relevant. He shot them. So, right, got that back. Right, here we go. No, I don't want that. Beep, 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 beep. Da, 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 da. Right, let's try this. I don't know what this is going to be like. So this is a British couple trying breakfast tacos for the first time. I've never heard of breakfast tacos, so I'm interested to see what breakfast tacos are. So let's take a look here.
Now, I'm not going to be able to show you this one as good on camera because...
Oh! Wow! Too loud.
Okay, so we are at Mima's Tacos, and I had a little look and it said these are the best breakfast tacos in the Canyon Lake area. And when I was inside and was ordering, I said that I heard that, and somebody in the line turned around and said, yep, you've come to the right place. So I'm excited to try these, and I did tell them it was our first breakfast tacos as well.
Just before we dive into this is a message to our Patreon. This is the morning Alana locked us out.
And the ranchero sauce.
That's weighty, isn't it?
That's a handful.
Oh, and the lady also said to help yourself to salsa. So I've got, I think this is like regular salsa. And then she said, this is the spicy salsa. And the man in line also said it is good, but it is spicy. And I can't remember what this one is, so I will find out. But she said a lot of people also like that one too.
God, is it smoke? I can smell. I'm not sure if I've got...
It's probably me. I've made a mess.
Baby H is in the back asleep.
So I am really hungry. We've not had any breakfast yet. We actually haven't had anything to eat all day, and it is... Okay, hang on.
Right, what the fuck is that? That... It looks like there's guacamole in that. There looks like... Is that... If we had Mexican Josie here, you'd probably be able to tell me, but I believe this is guacamole. Is this... That looks like a piece of chicken. Is this egg then? Oh, Sarah P's here. Hey, Dave as well. My favorite Dave. So that's potato. That's a potato then. And this is eggs. Okay. Oh, is this a chicken shawarma? Is this what it's called? Because I'm glad you're here, because we were trying to explain tacos yesterday. So breakfast then would be... So is this chicken or is this potato, Mexi? No, it's just tacos. Oh, is it? Is this something that we consider a little bit... I mean, they could tell me, I suppose. I could just forward it on. But now I go to pause. That's why I wanted to stop it for a second to see what the ingredients were before we went on. So controversially, you're calling it just a taco. Lovely. Okay.
Oh, get in my belly. So I'm just going to have a bite of it as is. I don't really know how you eat these without making a mess.
I don't think you can.
It's cooked fresh. I can vouch for that because I had to wait in line. Oh, that's...
Where have you been, Badaza? You've been missing all day. It's not like you. You agree with Lovely as well. Okay. But to be quite honest with Dave and Lovely, a breakfast taco does make sense for me, as in it's breakfast time. But it wouldn't make sense to me if it was chicken. You don't. The more mess you make, the better the taco is. Okay. Fuck if I know. That looks like it has lettuce, breakfast tacos, dorado. No, that was guacamole. That was, I would put a lot of, I'm more Mexican than you, Mexi. Fuck's sakes. No point asking, Mexi. I'm fucking more Mexican. No, I didn't mean what this show. I just meant tacos in general. No, I know what you mean.
The egg, I think. Oh, and there's bits of like cooked potato. Okay, I'm just
So Sarah P was right. It's cooked potato.
going in.
Look at the mouth there. Bad does it. You want a shot of that?
Good.
Oh.
Well, it shut her mouth for a bit, so it must be quite good. Potato and egg is fire. So this is potato, egg, and guacamole, I believe.
Yeah.
I can't food you it. I don't think I had any chorizo in that bite, but that taco is soft as you like. And
Or like Heinz tomato ketchup, you mean? Or do you talk about different kinds of ketchup?
it's a little bit spongy. It's not a puffy taco. But oh, it's lovely. Oops.
Wow.
Now, I don't quite know what to do in terms of trying some of these salsas. That's so good, isn't it?
Hey, Forrest Dump. Fucking hell, I've not seen you for probably over a year, Forrest Dump. How are you? Nice to see you. Fish and chips, Mexican, I know.
Mm.
What are you trying to do?
I might have a bit of that. Do you mind?
No. Very, very good. I want to see if I can get some chorizo.
Oh.
All
I'm not
good.
sure. How did you do the dip?
All good.
Man, that is good. That's really good, isn't it?
Mm.
That is amazing. Anyone in the local area or visit?
I love chorizo. So when I was living in Glasgow for my first month there, I stayed in the Airbnb. Oh, paedophiles walking home. Okay, that's good. Fuck you. And he owned a store in Glasgow, and it was a Spanish Spanish store, and he had chorizo, and I fell in love with chorizo. I try and use chorizo in a lot. If I do like carbonara or anything like that, I always try to use chorizo in it. I do love chorizo. Chorizo is my favorite. There you go. I don't have it. I've not had chorizo for probably a couple of years now, but I do really like it. Hiding in the weeds. No, nothing wrong with that, Forrest Dump. Chorizo and egg with a Dr. Pepper. I do like that. I do like that. That sounds super tasty. I would love that too, but with no tomatoes. Oh yeah, you don't like that. Chorizo's good in chili too. So I was speaking to Josie earlier on, Mexi. I was telling everyone Josie likes Mexican that is mild. She doesn't like spice. But you, I believe, like a little bit of kick in it. You like a little bit of spice, if I remember correctly. But Josie's a girl after my own heart. She doesn't like spice. Because I always thought Mexican had to be spicy, but it doesn't. So.
Visiting or passing through Canyon Lake, you have to try Mima's Tacos. We'll put the details down below. Man, that's good, isn't it?
In fact, you might even find me here, sat outside Mima's Tacos, choking on a taco, eating a taco. Man, that's good.
I've never had a taco as good as that before. Seriously, you get some good ones in the UK, but that's really good.
Not Taco Bell, though.
That's better than Taco Bell.
Oh, no, definitely. But I'm just saying, not Taco Bell for good tacos in the UK. Okay, let's try this ground beef one, baby. It's this one that's dripping.
And we have to say we are having the best.
Right, did it say at the start what it was? Maybe I missed it. Hang on.
I think this is kind of like a mom and pop place, but I think they also do have another store elsewhere. Would you look at that? Okay, hang on. Oh, get in my belly. So I'm just going to have a bite of it as is.
No, they didn't say it.
Wow.
So I believe in the ranchero sauce, there's sausage and all sorts in there, but look at that.
Oh, okay. So it does look, I mean, I can see the ground beef. That must be like some sort of onion or something. I don't know what that is. That is tomatoes, I don't know. Ground beef is there. Okay.
Okay, I'm just going to take a bite over this bag because this is about to get messy.
Oh, I bet that's amazing. Good.
It's a different texture.
Is it?
Because the ranchero sauce, am I saying that right? Ranchero sauce makes the tortilla a bit soggy.
You see the egg and the
Tomato.
meat, yeah. Mm.
So good.
Yeah. That's good.
So that one obviously hasn't got the sour cream and the guac. You could try some.
Ah, right, it was guac. You see, I know more about tacos than Mexi. Is guac. There you go.
I don't know if you need salsa with that one, but I do want to try some of those.
Mm. Keep watching because we still got the dips to go. Man,
Yeah, that's fine. We don't need to watch any more of that. Right, let's see if there's another one. Right, let's go here. I don't eat guac either. I just knew that it was guac. I don't eat guac. I don't eat tacos. So, if somebody said to me, "Do you want tacos?" I would. My tacos, how I look at tacos are: you get loads of taco thingies, those triangle things, Doritos, as we said, basically Doritos, not Doritos, but basically the chips, taco chips. And you then get like tomato base on it, dropped in there. Then you have loads of cheese on it. Then it's melted. You put more chips on, more cheese. That to me is a taco tower type thing that you have as a starter somewhere. That to me was a taco, always has been. Right. Bye. Okay. Let's have a look at it. This guy's going to cook something for us, I think. No, we don't want that guy. It's too loud. Fuck, that was loud. Right, okay, let's put this in here now. Let's put this there. Tommy
I'm
Live.
Tammy, and today I'm going to show you how to make the most delicious tacos ever, guys. Yes. Oh man, I don't even know where to start. When I tell you these tacos are going to be everything, guys, they're going to be mouth-watering and absolutely delicious. So without further ado, let's introduce our ingredients and get started. For this recipe, because it's going to be a combined recipe, I'm going to show you also how to make pico de gallo to top our delicious tacos. So I'm going to introduce all of the ingredients, if not most of the ingredients. Yes, starting with 3 pounds of ground meat, guys. We also have some chopped cilantro, minced garlic, diced onions. We also have the green onions on deck that's roughly chopped. We have diced tomatoes. We also have some lettuce. And for our seasonings, we have, of course, we have some Montreal chicken seasoning. We also have some ground black pepper, as well as onion powder, garlic powder, paprika, adobo, of course. We have the adobo. The adobo is going to give it a nice kick. And we also have the taco seasoning, which is going to give it a nice flair. And we also have some chicken bouillon powder, as well as limes and a little bit of accent. The accent is going to give it that extra, trust me, guys, it's going to be mouth-watering delicious. So without further ado, guys, let's get to cooking. What we're going to do is we're going to add some oil to this pan. And we're just going to mix it up. Make sure every part of this pan has a little oil because we don't want our meat to stick. Alrighty. What we're going to do first is we are going to add our diced onions. Just like that, guys.
And I think a little cilantro got in there, but guess what? So what? It's gonna bring flavor to this delicious taco meat, guys. So who cares, right? We're gonna give it a good toss and a good mix. And we are also going to add our minced garlic. And the minced garlic and the onions, of course, that's the base for our ground meat. And it's gonna make it taste so delicious. Give it
Now,
a
seasoning. So far, so good. That looks delicious so far.
good mix. Make sure the stove top is high, but not too high because you don't want to burn the garlic. And you want those onions to be nice and softened and also translucent. That's the goal right here, is to have these onions become nice and translucent. All right, to the mix, guys, we're going to add our green onions as well.
Spring onions, okay.
Give it a good mix. Make sure everything is well incorporated. This is perfect. Tacos is definitely something.
I thought, personally, I agree with Maxie. That garlic went in too early, but, you know, for me, I would have let the onions cook for a lot longer before I put the spring onions in, the green onions and the garlic. The green onion there does not need that much time to cook, but the white onion does need more time. And yeah, the garlic went in too early. Just, yeah.
Me and my family look forward to, because guess what? It's not boring tacos, guys. It's tacos that, like, literally, it makes you want to just like, oh my God. Tacos will become your favorite thing to eat once you taste this recipe. Trust me. So delicious. Perfect. Now that the aromatics are released, it's time for us to add what, guys? Our meat. And let me tell you something. What I'm adding to this skillet right here, guys, is turkey. Ground turkey. Did I forget to mention? No. However,
I don't really use, we call it spring onion, Dave. We put it in salads. I do use it in a salad, but I wouldn't put it in this personally. Or if I was to use it in this, Dave, I would use it as garnish. I would just put it on the top afterwards if I needed it. I wouldn't put it in here with all the other, everything else. Like my tacos, my tacos be plain. Never had ground turkey tacos. I make pork carnitas. I don't know what that means. Tacos for dinner last night. Ooh, nice. Straight to the bin. Fuck. That sounds so good, Miss Sarah. I don't like pork, so I would have liked it, but I don't like pork. But
these are going to be the best ground turkey tacos that you have ever tasted in taco history. Now, for those of you who think the meat may be dry, trust me, I'm going to prove you wrong, guys. This meat is going to be so moist and so flavorful and so delicious. And also, don't get me wrong, beef tacos are amazing as well. But this is a little bit lighter on the fat content. Yes, guys, I'm not trying to replace the beef. Trust me, the beef is good too. But sometimes you got to switch it up a bit. And I figured, you know something? Let me show you guys how I make my tacos for my mukbangs and all of that cool stuff. And yeah, a lot of times I use turkey, guys. We're going to put that misconception to rest. This turkey is not going to be dry. It's going to be so flavorful. It may, in most people's opinion, even taste better than beef tacos. Trust me.
I used to eat a lot of turkey because it's a lot leaner. So I used to eat it for spaghetti bolognese, for instance, and stuff like that. That's what I used to eat, when I was a little bit leaner in my heyday. Obviously not anymore, but that's why I used to like it. I didn't have any issues with it, to be honest with you.
And of course, this is a universal recipe. If you're scared to try out the turkey, or turkey is not your preference, of course, get yourself some ground meat, or should I say ground beef, ground pork, ground chicken. It doesn't matter. It's a universal recipe. All of the ingredients that I'm going to include within this ground turkey, guys, is the same ingredients you can feel free to use when you're making your ground beef. Trust me. The only difference is instead of adding chicken bouillon to the beef, you can always add steak seasoning. Steak seasoning, yes. And because I'm using ground turkey, it's okay for me to go ahead and add my seasonings. So that way my seasoning could cook all up in the meat and stuff, and everything could be well flavored. Now, here's the thing. When you're making ground beef, the only difference is you got to kind of cook the meat out first before adding the seasoning, because, of course, you got to drain off that oil. Also, the ground turkey that I'm working with is 93% lean and 7% fat.
Josie wouldn't like this. She said before she doesn't like turkey. As in, we watched the meal before and she was like, you know. But I can promise you this would be good, I think.
So I'm not going to have, once everything is rendered, I'm not going to have a fat content that's left over in the pan where I have to drain it off. So the good thing about it is, if I add my seasonings, everything is going to be able to literally soak into the meat and it's going to be good. What I'm going to do is now, guys, I'm going to add a little onion powder. Now, as far as the amount to add, total.
The fuck is that? Don't tell me you can add a little onion powder and then fucking pour the whole box in. The fuck?
A little onion powder. Now, as far as the amount to add, totally up to.
No, get the fuck out. Why? First of all, why the fuck are you adding onion powder? You've got 2 types of onions in already: white onion, green onion. Why the fuck are you adding more in? Fine, okay, it might be another flavor, but that much? Oh, you just spoiled it.
You just follow exactly what I'm doing. We're gonna add a little paprika as well, give it a little color. All right.
Stop saying little. I don't mind I don't mind paprika. That's fine, and you know, okay, if that's the amount you want to use, that's not little though.
We're also gonna add some adobo. We're not gonna go heavy on the adobo because guess what? It's made of salt, and also
I don't know what adobo is, but she keeps saying I'm only a little bit. Fuck, it's loads.
always go back in with the adobo after we do our taste test and see whether or not if we need to add some. We're gonna add that garlic powder, guys. On top of the minced garlic.
I mean, I give up. Like, what the fuck?
We're also gonna add a little bit of ground black pepper. Not too much, just a tad bit, just like that.
Oh.
And we are gonna go in and
don't add salt.
Add our chicken Montreal seasoning.
Like, what the? How much seasoning to use? There's just too many flavors going on. Paprika, this one, that one. So she doesn't need to add any more salt then. It's just way too much. Like, stick to a flavor. Stick to a flavor. Like, taste buds are supposed to be something. You're supposed to taste something. Not like, oh, it's too oniony, paprika, whatever that chicken, whatever that thing is. You know, there's a lot of pepper in there. There's salt. There's straight to the bin. Hey, Patty, how are you, my darling? Nice to see you. Good. People are starting to agree. Good. Good. Thank you. I'm not even. People might think I'm overreacting, or I'm not. I'm genuine. What? You just spoil a perfectly good dinner with over seasoning.
Bring out those flavors. Bam. And we are gonna add our package of taco seasoning.
You see, that's why you added shit and more taco seasoning. I'm all for taco seasoning. Happy days. I use that, but I don't use the fucking million other seasonings before I use the actual taco package. You know, that's the difference. If this taco was supposed to fucking taste like onion, paprika, and all that shit, then they would have put it in the fucking mix.
Now, most times when people make tacos, they just add taco seasoning and we're done. No, that's not.
That's normal.
Not good enough. That's boring, guys.
No, it's not. It's fucking nice. It's you buy your packet because you like the taste of it. Like, what's going on with your taste buds? It's just ridiculous. Now, don't get me wrong. If you really like onion, or if you really like paprika, or if you really like salt or pepper, then fine, add it in. I've got no issues. But don't add all of that stuff in and then the mix afterwards. It just spoils it.
Just adding taco seasoning is the only reason.
Normal, you stupid bint.
So why I'm adding that taco seasoning is because I wanted to have that taco taste, yes. Or should I say that taco meat taste is gonna bring that flair. But in regards to seasonings, we need to make this meat have some taste, or should I say some flavor. So that's why we're adding the additional seasonings. I'm not done.
You're not going to even taste the turkey. Like, it doesn't matter what meat you fucking put in there. You can put fucking pigeon meat in there. It doesn't matter. You're not going to taste the meat because it's going to be overpowered by onions and fucking garlic, paprika.
And yet, so with all of that being said, we are going to add our little bit of chicken bouillon, just like that. And we are also going to add our accent, guys.
What's an accent? Don't tell me that's salt. What's an accent, please? I'm not playing this till someone tells me what the fucking accent is, because that looks like salt. And if that's salt, then she should be banned from the kitchen to ever cook ever again. Because that has way too much salt in it anyway. It's decorative, so it's not salt. But why is she decorating it now? That's why I don't get it. It does. She said it what it was, so let's.
Our little bit of chicken bouillon, just like that. And we are also going to add our accent, guys.
Accent. What the fuck's... Oh, I gotta Google it. Accent. What is an accent for food? In cooking, an accent enhances or highlights the primary flavors of a dish, either through specific ingredients or seasoning, like accent, MSG. So it's MSG, basically. I went to culinary school before studying psychology. I would have been tossed out the class if I had done what this person is doing. I know.
The accent is going to definitely make these flavors pop. In addition to everything that we added already. Goodness gracious. This is going to be so good. The smell already.
What can you smell? Which flavor can you smell? All of it?
Just like that. Give it a good mix. Get all that meat from the side. Bring it to the middle of the pot. Make sure everything is well incorporated. No bland tacos over here. Everything is going to have flavor. And it's not going to be salty. All right, perfect. What I'm going to do at this point is I'm going to lower my flame and I'm going to cover it over and allow it to do its thing. Now that our ground meat is simmering and doing its thing, we are going to move on to making our pico de gallo. For our pico de gallo, we have our diced tomatoes. We also have some cilantro, diced onions, and we have our limes. We are going to just basically cut into this lime, split it in half, just like this. Perfect. Also, we are going to be using our pomegranate red wine vinegar.
X is probably cooking tonight, putting fucking extra seasoning in. Like, this is ridiculous. See that I'm not salty.
Told you guys in another video, I love this stuff, guys. You can use regular vinegar or even red wine vinegar, but the pomegranate red wine vinegar takes this pico to the top. Okay. Anyway, guys, so
I don't know what pico is, but I'm guessing some sort of salsa.
Diced tomatoes. We are going to add some freshly chopped cilantro. We are also going to add our diced onions, guys. Or should I say our diced onion cilantro mix? Alrighty, perfect. And we are going to add some fresh.
Lovely doesn't like this because it's tomatoes and she doesn't eat tomatoes.
Freshly squeezed lime juice to our veggies without dropping the lime. Okay, just like that. Give it a good squeeze. Get that fresh lime juice all up in there. just like that. And if you like that extra lime,
Bad Dazzler, because you're one of the only normal ones in here. That reminds me of when you go for an Indian. You know, when you have an Indian and you get those pots, and you get to put the vegetables in the what do you call them, poppadoms. That's what that looks like to me. I'm not sure if you, an American, have that as well, where you have different pots, like green pots and stuff, and then you have pots with like the onions, tomatoes, cucumbers, and stuff like that in it. Yeah, Bad Dazzler, you know what I'm talking about, Bad.
juice, go for a lime and a half. Why not? And it also depends on how much you're making as well. And we are going to add our red wine vinegar. And I'm just going to basically go in, give everything a good mix. And how quick was this, right? Now, of course, if you know you're making tacos the day before, what you can do is you can make this pico de gallo, aka fresh salsa, and put it in the refrigerator.
Lovely had my super lady had black beans. I've never had black beans, red onions, sweet corn, oil, and taco seasoning in a bowl. Fill a baking sheet with tortilla chips, add salsa and cheese, then add the bean mix. Bake it. It sounds lovely. That looks lovely. Had killer taco burrito last night. Nice, Marky. Yummy. No red white vinegar for my. I wasn't gonna say anything. That much vinegar after all the fresh. I wasn't gonna say anything because I've never had this before. But I was surprised that she added all that in there. To be quite, I wasn't expecting that. But who am I to say? But now, you girls have said stuff, so that's good.
Allow these veggies to, basically soak in the vinegar and take up all the flavors, guys. That's one thing that you can do. However, even if you make it at the last minute, it's not a problem. It's still going to be off the hook. And I'm going to hit it off with just a tad bit of fresh kosher salt. That's it. Give it a good mix once again. And
it just looks too wet to me. That much vinegar after all the fresh lime. The lime juice is plenty. I thought that. I just think it's just too wet. Don't like sweet corn. Seems pointless comes out the same way it went in. Bad Dazzler.
And pico de gallo is done. That's it. Moving right along, guys.
I do like sweet corn. So.
We're going to start working on our toppings for because remember, we only got about 5 to 10 minutes while our meat is simmering, all right? But also, don't forget to check on it. Don't neglect it, all right?
Oh, the flavors might go bad.
Continuing with the toppings for our tacos. Here, as you can see, I have my lettuce cut in half. And if you go to the store, quick tip, and you don't find shredded lettuce, no worries. Buy a head of lettuce, and what you need to do is get yourself a bread knife. You see the serrated edges right there, guys? Get yourself a bread knife and cut into it. And this is going to create that shredded lettuce effect. The same lettuce that you will get at the deli. All you have to do is cut it really, really thin. Just like that. Perfect, right? Talk about exposing all the tips. Talk about being handy. Who needs a deli slicer, right? Better yet, who needs a bag of shredded lettuce when you could probably get this cheaper and make your own shredded lettuce? Check it out. Check it out. Check it out. Hey, shredded lettuce in the house. Anyway, let's check on our meat and see how that's going. All right, moving right along, let's check on our meat because according to the smell, everything must be doing absolutely perfect. Because what? This thing smells like money. You hear me? It smells so good. Anyway, we're going to turn our, I can't even talk, guys, with some salivating. We're going to turn our stovetop off. And I'm going to let you admire it for about 2 seconds before you move on. All right? All right. So take a good look.
It looks like a pile of shit.
Assembling time. It's time for us to assemble our tacos, guys. Yes. I have here Dorito tacos, nacho flavor Dorito tacos. If you haven't tried it, you better try it because it's good.
I'll be honest with you, these tacos that she's got here, they look different to the tacos that I get at home. My one, like these ones are wider, I would say. You know, the ones that I have here, they're tiny slits, like, you know. These are fucking, these ones have been around for a while, you know, in the sense that they open quite wide, do you know what I mean? So these are huge. I'm not used to ones this big, tacos this big. And I wasn't trying to be doing a dirty joke. That just, it went into a dirty joke. But on a genuine, serious note, that is very wide. I've never seen a taco that wide before. Again, I'm talking about food now. So.
And what I'm going to do is I'm going to scoop some meat right into the taco, just like that. And I'm going to do the same thing for the other one. Yeah, boy. Okay, perfect. And the good thing about making homemade tacos, not only do you control your own flavors and seasonings and all that stuff.
Oh, about fucking seasonings and flavorings.
And make it absolutely flavorful, right? But you get to be greedy. You get to add as much meat as you want. You get to fill it to the brim. You don't
fill that taco. That is, honestly, I'm not sure if all tacos are like that in America, but that holds a lot more than what I'm used to here in the UK. Like, one of my pet peeves in the UK is you put a little bit of mince into the taco and it just breaks off. I hate it.
You gotta be in the store arguing with nobody, talking about, I want more meat. And then they turn around and play you out and tell you more meat is extra. Right? Who wants to go through that nonsense? Absolute nonsense. If you want to watch me pig out on these delicious tacos, feel free to meet me over at my mukbang channel at Holy Mukbang. Yes, guys. Holy Mukbang. All right? All right. And you get to watch me enjoy, or should I say indulge, on these delicious tacos. And of course, guys, don't you be shy when it comes to hitting that like, share, and subscribe button. Don't let me come to your house. Don't let me come to your house.
You don't have to worry about that. You're not fucking coming anywhere near my house with that fucking cooking. I want to see how she does the tomato thingy. I want to see how they do that. I thought I was gone long enough. It's okay. You don't break my heart. It's fine. My neck, my back, lick my taco and my crunch wrap. Good boy, Ryan. Right, here we go.
Anyway, guys. All right, we added our lettuce. Now it's time for us to go.
Right, how did you do this? Because it's too watery.
In and add our pico, guys. And you know something? With this pico recipe that I created, yes, I made this pico recipe up. All right. Everybody else that I know, they pretty much use regular vinegar or just lime juice. But I was like, nope, we need to take this pico de gallo to a whole nother level, or should I say a whole nother dimension.
Okay, well, I think we've had enough of that. That wasn't very good. So, right, let's watch this one. This guy is a Mexican guy. So I think he is Arnie Tex, I think his name is. I don't think we watched this one last time. We have watched him before, though. Is it this one that we watched before? I don't think so. But let's watch this one, just in case it wasn't this one.
And action. Today we're making street tacos the way we make them here in South Texas. Now the number one meat that is used for street tacos here in South Texas is beefsteak. Now beefsteak is basically a translation for beef steak. In general, that can be either a chuck, it can be a sirloin, it can be pretty much any cut of meat, but here in the Valley, it's mostly chuck or sirloin, depending on which taqueria you go to. That way they can cook them to order, make them really quick, and get them onto the customer's table ASAP. We're gonna be using cilantro, a squeeze of lime, you can never forget that, diced onion and sauteed onions, and the small street taco style corn tortillas. We like the yellow. Of course, you can't get street tacos without both red and green salsas. Now, I'm in the Rio Grande Valley. They may be a little different in El Paso. They may be a little different in San Antonio. They may be a little different further west. Keep that in mind, friends. What we're sharing with you is what we know how to do here in South Texas. Let's get started and make some street tacos, friends. Remember, these taquitos are kind of small, so you want the onion to be kind of diced pretty fine as well.
Watch your fingers.
Okay, I'll dice this one a little smaller. We have the diced onion ready to go. Let's get the longer strips, the longer fajitas, the longer onion fajitas. I mean, they're strips, right? So we can call them onion fajitas. Does that make sense? I mean, if any cut of meat cut into strips is a fajita, if we cut the onion into strips, can we call it an onion fajita? Why not? I beg to differ. All right, friend, let me show you how
I've not eaten today myself. I've literally have not eaten at all today. This is my first coffee. I've not eaten at all. Well, I only eat one meal a day, so you can imagine how I feel as well. But I enjoy doing this. I enjoy learning.
These steaks are usually cut. So there you see, that's basically a bistec steak. Again, it's from the chuck. I'm going to cut this fat off because we don't need it. For the purpose of this video, I'm going to cut this excess fat off on the outside. So generally today, the taquerias that sell a lot of steaks, you know, some of these places will serve 300 people at a time during a dinner rush. They actually buy it already pre-cut. So then all they do is throw it onto the hot griddle, give it a quick little stir, flippity flip it back and forth, get it nice and seared. Into the taco it goes and onto the customer's plate. But in the past, before we had all this great technology and companies that will cut it for you and deliver it pre-cut, they would actually buy the whole roll and then they would cut it into steak, sear the whole steak the way we're going to do today. After it's cooked, they'll cut it all up and throw it into the tacos. So let's get started cooking. All right, let's spread some of that oil around. Ooh, I love that sizzle. Check it out. Hey, don't get away. You're not allowed to jump out. Now we're sizzling. So we want to saute these onions first. We want them to get nice, soft, and translucent. They smell so good. It smells so good. If we had smell-o-vision, we would definitely send it your way and include it with every video. Come on, Elon Musk. You're the only guy that can create it properly. All right, some of these onions are done, so I'm just going to slide them on over to one of our little plates here. Don't want to overcook them. They're just nice and translucent and got a nice little light char on them. That's great. These need a little bit more time, so I'm going to leave them a little longer. Now I'm just as hungry as you all watching this video, but before making this huge platon of tacos de bistec, I just want to design professional steak. We're using the Meade. I had this space for cooking. Let's start cooking some bistec. Whole steak here. Open it up. All right, we're going to use some seasoning on here. You guys can use whatever you like. We're using the Wow. All right. Whew, that smells good. It's trying to curl up on me, so I'm going to use my Meade griddle press. Kind of flatten that out. Ooh, it smells good. And it sounds delicious. All right, let's flippity flip these. Ooh, yeah. Let's flippity flip this one. Ooh, that looks gorgeous. Look at that, huh? Flippity flip this one. All right, look at that. Looking good. Y'all see how good that looks? That looks awesome. Nice and charred. It's not burnt. It's not too overcooked. It's just right. I'm going to put them right here on this little foil pan. And we're going to make one more.
I think he's. I think he's still got the fat on it. It's just there was sometimes you do get a lot of excess fat, so I think he just trimmed it now. So, but he's definitely got fat in it. there's still plenty of fat in the meat. But I do agree, normally just keep the fat. But I think he's going to chop it all up, and he just want to get rid of some of it. But there's still plenty of fat on it.
We'll press on here so they don't curl up too much. And press this one down too. You get that nice Maillard reaction. It gives an awesome flavor. Don't forget to put a little seasoning on them. And loosen that guy up a little bit. This meat, like all meats, is releasing quite a bit of water. That's just the nature of the beast, and a little bit of oil. Yeah. Check this out. This is what you're looking for, a nice, pretty sear on your meat. We're going to pull that one out, and we got to do a quality control taste test.
Hey.
Ooh, that's good. This is the other way you would do them. Just lay all that diced up, chopped up meat onto your griddle. Make sure you have a little bit of oil on your griddle. Doesn't have to be excessive, but you do need some, for sure. Spread your meat out, spread it around. It'll start coming apart here in a little while. And make sure you don't forget to season it with your favorite seasoning.
Okay, not too
Then
much.
just basically saute it, stir fry it onto the griddle. The Meade griddle doesn't care if it's a steak or if it's chopped up. It's going to cook it. And just like that, we did all that meat. Good stuff. Needs a little bit more seasoning. We're done. Let's get all this meat out of here and put it into this little pan. It's time to lay down some delicious yellow corn tortillas onto the griddle here. Now you do need to have some oil on there for them to be true street tacos. You just want a little bit of oil. You don't want to toast them, overcook them. You just want to get a little oil on there. That softens them up. So this going to the plate. This one looks like it's almost ready.
I don't know what they are. Homicide too, but
let's go ahead and chop up the beefsteak and get started on our street tacos and chow down. Continue to slice up all this meat, dice it all up. Just chop it up nice and fine so you can lay it into those small corn tortillas and stuff it really good. This is basically what they do at the taqueria. When they cook the whole steak, they chop it all up real fine, just like this. See how nice that is? There you go. We're ready to make some tacos with this meat here. We're going to take our first tortilla and stuff it with a little bit of meat. I got me a nice big spoon to get the job done like that. I'm going to put it up against my potato so it doesn't flop all over for me. We're going to put plenty of meat. Now, depending on which taqueria you go to, you might get 3 tacos. Around here, they're usually a combo of sorts where you get a potato like we're doing here today. Sometimes you get 5. These are very small tacos, so trust me, it's not hard to eat 5 or 6. Some places do have as many as 6. I'm going to do a couple more because it's not just me. I'm also serving my wife. Happy wife, happy home, right?
Yeah.
All right, one more thing that you usually always get with your taqueria, especially if you buy the combo, you get a steaming cup of beans. It might come in a little bowl. It may come in a cup like this. Then you also get some chopped up cilantro that you can use to...
So what I like about this, right, and I got Mexico sent me a video as well. I'll play after this one. What I like about this one is he's not overseasoning it. You don't see the guy doing like, you know, onions, shit, like garlic powder, fucking salt, pepper, friggin' whatever bullshit, you know. Very basic. He wants to flavor a certain amount, so he got the beef on, he flavors it like he wants it. Beautiful. He's got the onions to the side, add that in. Then obviously you can put cilantro on it if you want to, or whatever. But it doesn't disturb the cooking process of it. I like that. That was, for me, the way to do it. That's not over flavoring. That is like there's no excess anything.
Garnish your plate. And generally,
He's like, what the?
thank you very much.
I would be blaming Sarah P right now. I would be blaming Sarah P right now, going, that motherfucker, Sarah P, she's fucked me over again.
Arnulfo. Cut is right, either volada. Porque. But generally, you're going to get your taco, start with one, and you pretty much use your fingers or a spoon or a fork, get some onions,
Beautiful.
squeeze a lime, and then a little squirt of salsa. What I always do is I have one taco with red salsa, one with green, to see which one I like the best. Usually I can't decide, so I wind up using both salsas. I'm going to move this to the side because this is going to be messy. It's kind of like eating ribs. It's always messy. Wowza.
Ah, I'd eat that. I would eat that.
All right, now let's try the green salsa.
I don't know what the salsa is, though, Jimmy.
That is so, so good. So generally, a couple of tacos, a little taste of the beans. And they're hot. Gosh, they're delicious, though. Some taquerias are going to serve it to you charro bean styles. A lot of them have their own little spice blend that they put into them or their own secret recipes. These beans are not so secret recipe because we've already shared it with you guys. Then, when you also get a combo, it usually comes with a drink too and a baked potato. And on here we have some cheese, a little bit of butter, a little bit of sour cream, a little salt, pepper, garlic in there. Oh man, that's good. Ooh, baby, that's a good potato, hon. All right, friends, I'm about ready to wrap this up. But before I do, I have to do both salsas, like I said. The red.
So I just don't know what that, like, I've never tried or seen the taco before where he fried it. I've never seen that before. I've always seen the crispy ones. But as I say, the crispy ones that we got in the UK are so small. It's unbelievable. Right, let's watch another one. This guy got. I like that. That's how we cook. We got another one here. I mean, some people would say, like, men are better cooks. I mean, I'm not going to say that. I'm not sexist or anything, you know. But we have seen. Well, I'm not going to say anymore. There's no need to say anymore. You can all see yourselves. Right, Mexi sent me this link of a 3 most popular taco recipes: bacon, trits, and potato with egg. Arnie Tex again. Welcome back.
The best breakfast.
Fuck. Chicken. Fuck. Here we go. Right, can I? I'm gonna unmax it.
The best breakfasts are con huevos. Think about it. Bacon con huevos, chorizo con huevos, and papas con huevos. If you haven't figured it out by now, that basically means scrambled with eggs. Today, we're doing 3 breakfast dishes that I think you guys are going to really enjoy. Now, they're right straight out of my cookbook. These are 3 recipes that we call con huevos. That means breakfast with eggs. And the best part of all of these is that they're quick, easy, affordable, and delicious. Plus, you can serve them up as breakfast plates or as tacos. So let's get started. These are 3 of my all-time favorite breakfast recipes, but I do need one other special thing with my breakfast, and that's a good hot cup of coffee from Trade, the sponsor of this video. Trade is the #1 U.S. specialty coffee marketplace, and they bring you fresh coffee from over 50 of the country's top roasters. Trade experts have taste tested thousands of different coffees to curate over 450 rows. So whether you're new to coffee or you already know your favorites, Trade will handpick the perfect coffee for you. On their site, you can take their quiz, and in less than a minute, they will match you with the perfect coffee. And if for some reason that bag doesn't quite hit the spot, no problem. Trade will replace it for free and is truly next level. Plus, by choosing Trade, you're also... Okay, amigos, the first thing we're going to cook today is con huevo, bacon. Bacon con huevo, that is bacon and eggs, right out of the cookbook. So the first thing we want to do is get some bacon. In this recipe, we're going to use 4 strips of thick cut bacon. And I like to stack them in 2s at least. You can do more if you like. And so the first thing I'll do is I'll cut these in half. And then I'm going to stack these together again. We're going to cut these about 3/4 of an inch to an inch. Doesn't have to be exact or perfect, friends. Just get her done. Okay, so we've got our bacon ready. Quick, easy, simple. So the recipe calls for 6 large eggs. I have extra large eggs, So I'm going to use 4 extra large eggs today instead of 6 large eggs. But, you know, use as many as you like. You can use as much bacon as you like. The recipe calls for 4 strips. You could use 6 strips of bacon or 8. So I've got my gloves off. Let's get these eggs all whisked up. And we want to use a little salt, pepper, garlic. Use as much as you like. I love pepper and garlic in my eggs in addition to the salt. So I like to add it at the beginning when I'm whisking the eggs. Give that salt a little time to dissolve a little. All right, we've got our bacon cut up. We've got our eggs already whisked with a little salt, pepper, garlic. I'd say it's time to start cooking. Now it's time to drop our bacon. And you want to bring the bacon up slow at first. You don't want a real high heat at the beginning. You can crank the heat up a little bit after it's kind of halfway cooked. And after you've got a little bit of oil in there, the bacon's going to release a lot of that oil. We're going to use some of that to cook our eggs and bacon. And as you can see, about an inch, as I mentioned earlier, about an inch in thickness. And you can kind of use your little spatula to flip stuff over like that. You'll start to see it brown here in a little bit. Right now, it's still kind of stuck together because it's not cooked. You'll see that as the bacon starts to cook, it'll start to separate a little bit easier. It has been about 7 minutes and our bacon looks like it's done. I turned the heat way down. It finished rendering a lot of the fat. You can see how it all separated really nicely. Got nice and crispy. I'm going to call this bacon done. So we're going to take it out. So we're going to go ahead and drain some of this oil into this little bowl here. You don't need to get 100% of it either. You just want to get most of it. We want some of that in there for flavor. Look how nice and golden that bacon looks. I do love bacon grease with my bacon and eggs, but I also like butter. So I'm going to use about a tablespoon of butter. All right, we've got some heat now. It's time to cook some eggs. I'm going to turn the heat down. You always want to kind of gauge your heat. You want it to be just right. And what I like to do is start with the eggs first, get them about halfway done here before I throw my bacon in. We want to go ahead and let that egg cook a little bit. You can see that it's already starting to cook a little bit there. And right about there, maybe that was about a minute at the most. We're going to go ahead and dump most of this bacon in there. I'm going to leave just a little bit out. We need to mix this bacon up. Este huevo ya se coció. That means this egg's done. Did you see how quick that is? We'll bring them right back in just a minute. I forgot to turn on my comal here. Warm it up so we can get some tortillas on here. We're going to flippity flip and get them just right. When you see them start to puff a little like that, almost perfect. To me, that looks just about right. Let's go ahead and make one of our breakfast tacos.
Okay,
Eggs and bacon. Huevo con tocino. All right. We've got
I could eat this.
2 beautiful tacos with bacon and eggs. So there you have 2 beautiful tacos and a little extra bacon and eggs on the side. Tocino con huevo. I'm getting ready to
So this is a comal, then, is it? This thing. I've never heard of it before.
take a bite. It's my favorite part of every video. And of course, you know I gotta have salsa. And a little extra bacon don't hurt either. So I'm just gonna drop a little bit more in here. But let's get a little salsa going here. Cheers, my friends.
Hot mama! You're back to the good stuff. We had one woman cook tacos. You would be disgusted by it, Josie. But this guy's been doing well. I love this.
Hoo-wee! Now that is a delicious egg and bacon taco. This is one of the quickest and easiest breakfasts you can prepare for yourself or for your family. It's super easy, super delicious. Friends, you can get this recipe right out of my cookbook if you're not already doing it. Let's move on to part number 2 of this video. Let's go to papas con huevo. Vámonos. It's time for recipe number 2, and this is papas con huevo. This is potato and eggs. You can throw some bacon in there too if you like. I usually do. But today it's potato and egg. All right, friends, we've got our potato peeled. Just like magic, the skin disappeared. We're going to cube up this potato about half an inch, more or less. So this will do 3. It'll be a total of 4 slices across like this. We're going to take the 2 center ones, again, about half an inch. Woo, it's full of water. Then we're going to turn this sideways and about 3/4 of an inch or so. Because the edges are real thin, I like to only cut these in half and across lengthwise that way. How quick and easy is that? Friends, another quick and easy breakfast dish. It takes longer to fry the potatoes than to make the whole dish. Let's go ahead and get these fried, but before we do, let's go ahead and whisk up our eggs so they'll be ready to go. All right, let's crack these eggs, get them all whisked up. Then we'll get our little burner out here, get the oil, get it nice and hot, and start cooking some papas con huevo. Don't forget to add a little salt, pepper, garlic, or whatever it is that you like to put in your eggs. But we're going to whisk these up really quick. Now, friends, remember.
I agree with you. Get that cup. I know. I love these recipes. I am really liking this food. Huevos con weenie? Weenie? You calling me a weenie? Huevos con weenie. When you don't have bacon, I think I would put bacon or sausage. Our sausage links in that as well. It would look nice. That looks like a wrap. Yes. I mean, I like this food. I mean, when I first thought of tacos, I thought tacos were like something that was extremely hot, and I don't eat it. I'm learning that tacos means different things.
Remember, this is the way we
I know, but I know that taco.
cook at our house. There's only 3 of us in my house, and this is enough for 3 of us. All right, we got that ready to go. I've got one big garlic here. I'm just basically gonna smash it. We like to put a whole garlic inside when we're frying the potatoes, and then it looks just like the potatoes. So it's kind of like a roll of the dice. Let's see who gets to bite the garlic. We love it anyway, so we don't really look for it. We don't take it out. One of us usually winds up eating the garlic. It's good and good for you. So let me get my little stove out, get the oil hot, and we're gonna start frying some potatoes.
I had a taco about probably a year and a half, 2 years ago on stream here for the very first time. But it's like, you know, I buy a packet and it's got some tacos in there. You warm them up for like a minute and then you just put mince in it. Before then I never had a taco, no.
Let's go. I think we're really close. Let's
I
check.
did have fajitas though.
Check this out right here real quick. We're looking at 3:35, 15 more seconds. We're ready to go. If you don't have a thermometer, that's fine. You can always use a wooden spoon. You can see where the oil wants to boil around the spoon really quick. Check that out. That's when it's ready. And the other way to tell is if you drop a potato in there, you see that it starts to boil right away. So I'd say we're ready to fry some potatoes. I like to add a little at a time. Do it slow. You don't want to splash oil all over the place because it's very hot. Next, you want to take a spoon, a slotted spoon, or a spoon. I like to move them around. You'll see that they'll start to kind of spread out a little bit. Potatoes are looking good already, man. It doesn't take but about 3 minutes. We're about halfway done with our potatoes. It's time to put the magic ingredient. I like to add that in there. It adds a little flavor to the oil. Those potatoes are ready. I can tell just looking at them. I'm going to get a little bowl here. I've got a little paper towel here. I'm going to go ahead and pull these out along with our delicious garlic. Look how pretty that looks. Ooh, this is a beautiful bowl of delicious papitas. Now, the other thing we need to do while they're fresh out of the oil, you want to shake a little salt, pepper, garlic. We're going to set these aside over here on the cutting board. I already drained some of the oil. I left about a tablespoon in there. I'm going to crank up the heat. We're going to get just about a medium heat right here.
We would just call those roast potatoes, basically.
Now, one of the things that you got to do if you're the guy or gal cooking breakfast, you got to do quality control. I'm gonna make sure they're good. I can hear my pan getting hot and stretching there. Let's put a little butter in here. So we're gonna drop about half a tablespoon of butter there. And
You said about 3 minutes. Having not had a taco in over a year sounds so foreign. Have you not had a taco for over a year? A year? I don't even know what we're talking about right now. Are we talking about food or are we...
can spread that around a little bit. Nice and hot. Yeah, when you're doing this, you got to work fast. Very fast. Let's get these eggs in here really quick. Right away, I want to start to move the eggs around. I want them to cook pretty quick, but I also, when they're about halfway done here, this is just the way we like to do it. Now you can add...
I would say though, that for me, that was a bit too quick. I think you need more time than that. I think they would be a little bit hard in the middle.
The potatoes early, you can add them late, you can do it any way you like. We like to add them when the egg is about halfway done, right there. Ooh, there we go. So eggs, potatoes, mix it all.
So how I would do it is I would parboil my potatoes. I would boil them so that they start cooking in boiled water. Then I would drain them. Then I would put them in to fry them for 3 to 4 minutes. That's how I would do it personally, because then they're a little bit softer inside, then bit more fluffy.
Eggs done.
Like me, bit more fluffy like me.
Done, friends. How long did that take? Not even 2 minutes. I already turned off the heat. Remember, the carryover heat is going to continue to cook these. I'm going to put a lid on it just to keep my eggs warm. All right, let's heat up this flour tortilla. When you see your tortilla start to puff a little, you're almost there. Flippity flip, flippity flip. So taco time, papitas con huevo. There you have it, friends. It's time to take that bite. My favorite part of every video. Let me put myself a little bit of salsa on here. This taco is plumb full. That's one of my favorite breakfasts. Potatoes, any time of the day, 3 times a day, any day of the week. Now it's time for chorizo con huevo, which is chorizo and eggs, straight out of the cookbook right there. We're going to use 4 extra large eggs and get them in here. We're going to get the eggs whisked up first. Normally, I'm cracking the eggs while the chorizo is cooking because we're in our kitchen, but today we're not inside the kitchen, so I'm going to crack the eggs and whisk them up first. Let's get some salt, pepper, garlic in here. This is my favorite thing to do for breakfast. You don't want to overdo the eggs here because the chorizo has a little bit of salt. And so let's get these whisked up real quick. Do you add anything to your eggs to make them fluffy or soft? I never do, but I've done it a couple of times, and I'll let you guys tell me in the comments what your thoughts are on doing stuff like that. We got our eggs ready. Let's get our chorizo going. I'm going to drop this chorizo in now. Ooh, listen to that. Love it. We're going to continue to break this up. And
I've never seen this before. Chorizo, I've always like chopped it up. I've never seen it be done this way before. Ooh.
let it cook nice and medium temperature-wise on the pan. Okay, our oil is starting to render out. Chorizo's cooking really good. Smells fantastic. Chorizo, like all proteins, is sold by weight. Some of them have a lot more oil. Look at this one. This one's a really nice balance between oil and protein. It has rendered pretty much all the way. Now the chorizo is going to start to crisp up just a little bit, which is going to be a perfect time to add the eggs. I do believe this chorizo is ready. I'm going to turn the heat down just a little bit. All right, just a little dab of butter. Maybe that's a teaspoon this time. So let's get this egg in here. We gone. Look how quickly it starts to cook. I'm going to turn my heat down just a little bit more. Then you just kind of want to push it around. Now, one of the things I like to do sometimes is I'll just leave it there and I'll put the lid on it, turn the heat off, and let the egg cook. I'm going to turn off the heat. This chorizo con huevo is 90% done. I'm going to put a lid on here and let it finish cooking with the steam. Once again, I'm only going to warm up one tortilla. Remember to flip that tortilla. We want to watch that. Let it get nice and warm. I'm going to turn off this heat. That tortilla looks like it's perfect to me. I'm ready to make my taco and serve some extra chorizo con huevo on the plate. Get our tortilla onto our plate here first. And let's serve up some chorizo con huevo and call it a taco. This is one of our favorite breakfast dishes. That's why it's in our cookbook, because it is one of our favorite dishes. Beautiful chorizo con huevos. All right, friends, it's time for my favorite part of every video. Today I got to do it 3 times. A little bit of salsa. Then we'll take a big old bite. Yeah, this is a beautiful chorizo con huevo taco. We've got some on our plate. Let's take a bite. See how we did.
There you go. He likes it.
Super good. You get the chorizo, you get the flavor of the chili in there. Very savory, a little bit of garlic. The eggs cooked perfectly. You don't want to overcook your eggs. You want them to be nice, soft, and fluffy. This is one of the most traditional and probably the most popular breakfast dish in a lot of Tex-Mex restaurants. All right, my friends, we've made 3 of our favorite breakfast dishes right out of my cookbook. We're calling this video con huevos. That means with eggs. We made bacon and eggs. We made potatoes and eggs, and chorizo con huevo, which is chorizo and eggs.
Cuervo. I would probably go bacon, chorizo, potatoes. Probably. Delicious. Delicious. That beats my turkey and ham sandwiches, and I've got chicken dippers as well on the side tonight for dinner. So that beats that for sure. That was very, very nice. I like that a lot. A lot. Right, hang on. This guy's a cutie. FOS. What's FOS mean? FOS. FOS. Full of shit. Is that what that means? Full of shit. Right, hang on now then. We gotta go now. We gotta say hi. We gotta say bye. I gotta get, because the court will be back. So even though I prefer to watch this stuff, I understand that you're not here for me. Bow, 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 bow. Bow, 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 bow. If you're not, I don't know what I'm talking about. Right. 'cause I'm gorgeous. I'll do anything for you because I am gorgeous. Right. They're not back yet, but I'll put it on anyway until they are back. You stay in the background. I'll just put it down for now. There's no point putting it on. I will boost it so I know when it's. Oh, something's happened. Have they started? Because something just happened there. Yeah, also, yeah. So hang on, let me look again for Jason Meade because it just went live literally just now. Hey, how are you? I am good. How are you? How are we? We ba bow bum bow 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 bow. Right, here we go. The stream will start shortly. So there you go. Hopefully the Florida trial starts sooner rather than later. I hope so, because I'm pretty much done with this trial. So we will then watch the other one live, and this one we can zoom past it, 1.5. Bye, bye, Miss American Pie. Give me some tacos and I'll say goodbye. And good old girls are drinking whiskey and rye, flipping tacos as they drive by. Flipping tacos as they go by. Just kidding. You can kid anytime you want, Rhonda. You have free license. I like you, Rhonda, so I don't like many people. I like you. I'm lovely, obviously, but there are not many others. I'm interested in defense case in chief, but really they don't need anything. They don't. There's literally, this is the easiest defense case. If you're a defense attorney, this is the easiest case you ever had. I mean, look, any case is still hard. I'm not going to say it's easiest, but it's easier than most cases.
Is if they wanted to leave now, they could, but not to leave during the thing or show any, if possible, show any upwards emotion, but to them up. Camera, or anything, when I put them up. Understood, Your Honor. I think the last time, is if they wanted to leave now, they could, but not to leave during the thing or show any, if possible, show any upwards emotions.
I'm not kicking the camera out of the court.
I'm not asking, I'm just asking for cooperation. I think they all.
You can talk with them, I'm not removing the camera.
Probably something to do with not showing exhibits or something. A good judge, but not.
I'll react.
Yeah, he went to the restroom.
Okay.
Quick.
Fucking muted again. They're like making up your own words. I don't know any songs. I have to make them up. Thank you so much. I'll check it out. It's non-fiction. Someone wants the cameras removed. No, they wanted some part of not to display something. And the judge like, yeah, that's fine, but I'm not gonna Like, I think they wanted the cameras to be switched off during a part of some testimony. Oh, because the coroner's come in. That's why the coroner's on. So they wanted to switch, like, no video. And he's like, well, I'm not switching it off. Speak to them. So facts, lovely. Was that the Mad Max remix? It was. Remix! The defender was actually having a tug. Muted, I know. Sarah P, I think because the meme. Lady Di, thank you. Bye, bye. Oh, this always reminds me of hospital. Beep, beep. Who hasn't seen a stiff before? Dazzle hits again. Bow, bow, Does this remind you of work, Sarah P? Beep, beep. Bow. There you go. Yeah, that's true. It's not a flat line. Sarah P is keeping them active, keeping them alive. I don't ask me what she's doing to them to keep them alive. Something alive. Something alive said, something alive. Keep you alive. Come on. No, they're not doing well, no. Keep tugging, Sarah P. Keep tugging. They might get more life, Sarah P. Come on, keep it going. Up and down, up and down. Right, let's have a look, see Florida. And hear the news in Florida first. Thomas Stein. No, nothing yet. Nothing as of yet. Let me just check. Nope, nothing.
Last time Casey Goodson autopsy.
Yeah. I didn't put it on the record.
The Casey Goodson, the autopsy's done on Casey Goodson.
Yes, yeah.
You already put it on the record?
Well, I know you can put it on the record. Yeah. Mark and I talked and we didn't show the photograph.
It's not. No. I wouldn't
put that one up.
It's like so. All right.
Gary.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ready? Next matter, 21 CR 5052. Do we need to put anything on the record prior to bringing in the jury?
Oh, yeah.
Not for the defense, Your Honor.
All right, let's go. Jury.
That's what it was. Staying alive. Staying alive. Staying alive. Sarah P. Sarah P. P. Sarah P.
Sarah P. Sarah P. Sarah P. P. Sarah P. Sarah P. Sarah P. is lovely. Josie, I'm of turf. They aren't as lovely. Fuck around and find out. I'm joking, they're lovely. Hippie chick, Marky C, Spacey Stacy, walking those streets all night. You go, ladies and Marky, go have some fun now. Let's go, girls.
Oh, thank you very much. What's this?
Welcome.
Whale, what?
Welcome.
Welcome. I'm sorry, honey.
They're not serving
so
whale
sorry,
semen.
baby.
I've got it. Thank you.
Just that jury has not been selected yet, so opening statements have been. It might be today, but probably tomorrow or Friday now. So, yeah, no updates. Nothing's been said that I can see anyway.
I'm sorry, 24.
All rise.
Yeah, I got
Everyone can have a seat. Any further witnesses on behalf of the state?
Call Dr. Ian Shepard.
Your Honor, prior to Dr. Shepard testifying, we do have one other stipulation, and that would be that the parties agree that the individual that Dr. Shepard performed an autopsy on and is going to testify about was Casey Goodson Jr.
So stipulated, Your Honor.
Little all the way around here. It's a maze. Little maze. You raise your right hand. You solemnly swear, affirm under penalty of perjury, your testimony in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. Pull yourself up. And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please state your name?
Yes, it's Ann Shepler, spelled S-H-E-P as in Paul, L-E-R.
And would you tell us your occupation?
I am the Chief Deputy Coroner and Forensic Pathologist at the Franklin County Coroner's Office, also known as the Franklin County Forensic Science Center.
How long have you been employed there?
That's a good question. So I actually was there for almost 2 years, back in 2020 to 2022. And then I've been back at the office since 2024. So.
Would you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury your education and training background, leading?
We have no issue. We would stipulate that she's given opinions before, she's certified, she's a forensic pathologist. If you want to go through it, we can stipulate all that.
Okay, that's fine. I'd like to just briefly, maybe we just hit on it briefly.
Go ahead.
Okay, just briefly give them your education background.
Sure. So I completed, after my undergraduate degree, I completed medical school. That is followed up with a pathology residency, an anatomic and clinical pathology, followed by a neuropathology fellowship, followed by a forensic pathology fellowship.
And are you currently licensed?
Yes.
In which states?
In Ohio, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania.
And are you board certified?
Yes.
In what fields?
Anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, neuropathology, and forensic pathology.
Would you explain to the ladies and the jury what is a forensic pathologist?
So a forensic pathologist, so just backing up to just pathology in general, pathology is the branch of medicine that is the study of disease. And under that forensic pathology is the subspecialty of pathology that deals with or focuses on the performance of autopsies to determine cause and manner of death. But as part of our training, we also are trained in the evaluation of injuries.
And did you have an occasion to perform an autopsy on Casey Goodson Jr.?
Yes.
And when did that occur?
The autopsy occurred on December 7th, 2020.
Okay. And did you create a postmortem examination report?
Yes.
And I'm going to hand you, find it. And leave it over there.
She has her own report.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just hand you anyway. States Exhibit 24. Is that a fair and accurate copy of the report that you generated in this case?
Yes.
So could you explain to the ladies, how did you become aware of Casey's case?
For Mr. Goodson's case, we were notified by the hospital when he was pronounced dead at the hospital. For cases where there are injuries, those are the types of cases the hospital will contact the coroner's office, our office, to let us know of the death because those become our case, because part of our jurisdiction. And so in Casey's, Mr. Goodson's case, we were notified by the hospital of the death, and then we coordinate bringing him into our office after that.
I'm going to hand you a stack of photographs here, all right? And they are States Exhibit 6M, and it goes through Tim, I can't read your right. See. I'm sorry. So it'd be 6M through 6Z. You could take a look at that. I mean, if you recognize those photographs.
Yes.
And are those photographs that you took during your examination in this case?
Yes.
And did they fairly inaccurately depict what you saw and what you took that day?
Yes.
Okay, let's start. When somebody comes in to the coroner's office, in this case, Casey Goodson, what do? Do you create an identification tag or?
Yes. And actually each case that we get notified of automatically will get its own unique identifying number. So that's as soon as we are notified of the death and that we will take jurisdiction. And so that number will follow the case throughout its entirety. And so those will be depicted in the photographs as well, that unique identifying number. But also it's on, we'll have that on the body bag tag as well.
And I'll just show you Exhibit 6M. Is this what you're referring to?
It should be up there.
I'm sorry. Is it on my end? There we go. Oh. So that's the case number and the body bag.
Yes.
Now, we've already stipulated to the identification of Casey Goodson in this matter. Okay. What do you, when he came into the office, or in here for the autopsy, did he have any medical treatment beforehand?
He did, yes.
And what type of medical evidence of medical treatment was there?
He had an endotracheal or breathing tube placed. He'd also had what's called a thoracotomy incision. That's a sutured incision that it was sutured when we received him, but it's an incision made on the chest. In this case, it was on the left side of his chest. That's made by the doctors at the hospital when they're trying to save, the life of that individual. They're trying to repair any injuries that they can internally. He also had some intravascular catheters, so some IV lines, as well as, those were also, there was one in his leg as well. And that was all that he had for intervention.
And could I have that back on? I'm going to publish 6N. And it's photograph from the coroner's office. I'm just going to pull it down. Is that the medical evidence of medical treatment there?
Yes. So this work? Okay. So this photograph depicts his chest, Mr. Goodson's chest. At the top of the photo is where his head would be, and then towards the bottom would be towards the feet. And you can see on his left side of the chest that this sutured incision that I talked about, that's that thoracotomy incision that was made at the hospital. Also in this picture, you can see one of the catheters, so a tube that's going into one of the blood vessels up here that was placed by the doctors at the hospital.
Okay. And was he clothed when he arrived to the office?
No.
And is that normal that they would?
It can be.
Now let's move on. What's the next thing that you do? Gone through the identification process. What's the next thing you do?
So for every case, for cases where we're doing what's called a full autopsy, meaning we're going to be examining the body both externally or on the outside as well as on the inside. So we start with what's called the external examination. That will also include taking photographs, as you can have seen already. And the photographs will depict any injuries that we see, any scars, tattoos, things like that. And then we will also, I will be documenting certain characteristics of the body. That would include the person's weight, the length. So we call height really a length because they're laying on a table, but it's still measured from top of head to heel. We will also describe the hair color, eye color, other marks and scars, things like that. Also, for cases of gunshot wounds, we will also, as part of this or before we do the internal examination, we will take x-rays. And that's because we want to see how many bullets or bullet fragments are in the body, as well as to help us as the pathologist to locate those bullets or fragments to recover for evidence.
Okay. And in this case, can you tell us what your external examination revealed?
Yeah, so just some of the characteristics of Mr. Goodson. He measured 74 inches in length and weighed 148 pounds. Other just notable findings. His dentition or teeth were in poor condition. He did, as far as marks and scars, he had various little, what we call hyperpigmented patches and scars that were nonspecific, no tattoos. And then, of course, the medical treatment is also documented in the external process as well.
And what is the next step that you do after that?
So in this case, there were also multiple gunshot wounds. And so for gunshot wounds, we are going to be measuring each wound. We are going to be measuring them not only just how big they are individually, but also we will measure like where they're located on the body. So that's typically from top of the head, as well as how far the wound is from the midline. And then we will, I will document all of that as well, all those measurements, and get photographs of all of those.
Hello, Hippie Chick. I'm also wearing your top today, Hippie Chick. I'm wearing this was a gift to me from Hippie Chick. So thank you for this, Hippie Chick.
Hippie chick, Marky C, Spacey Stacy, walking those streets all night. You go, ladies and Marky, go have some fun now. Let's go, girls.
Still, I see stuff like this. You can pause and joke on her to make this more. I don't even know what she's saying. I'm not even listening. She just said something about length, height. And thus I'm switched off, to be quite honest with you. So I'm not sure. But yeah, I didn't stop because Hippie Chick's come in. Now, I know a lot of you don't like Hippie Chick, but I do. I like her. So, you know, singer-upper, there you go. Oh, nice. It is nice. My nips are out a bit. Actually, my nips are out a bit. I don't know why that is. Maybe it's getting cold. Got to get you out here to the race sometimes. I know. People should learn to be silent instead of all the I don't know. It's I struggle with it on my sports channel. I say a lot, so I don't notice it when I have to put subtitles in, captions in. But I say a lot as well. He's a rapper bad. He doesn't look like a rapper. Pump. I said the same thing. KD. For fuck's sakes, lady, pimping ain't easy. Hey, lovely, someone got to do it though. You're right. Hey, Pichick, Mark, are you big pimping? Mark's always big pimping. Mark's always big pimping. He's a sugar daddy of the chat. All right, let's do this. One point, we catch up a little bit here.
Wounds.
Okay. Now, do you, in this case, did you label the wounds, the front wounds as well as the back wounds that you felt were gunshot wounds?
Yes.
And I will publish. I'm going to show it to the gallery. I'm going to show you Exhibit 6O. And can you tell us what this is a photo of?
This is a photograph of Mr. Goodson. We're in particular looking at the mainly the left and front part of his chest. And you can see at the top of the screen is where his head is. Towards the bottom would be where.
Marky sent me a $15 PayPal, and Bex was jealous, and she goes, "Oh, Marky is your sugar daddy." I was like, "Yep, baby. Let me put in my request for what I want." There you go. Only from a guy that no homo. Young blood, healthy, 11 minutes.
Where his feet are. You can see the thoracotomy incision that's sutured on the left side of the chest that we spoke about before. And then here you can see labeled A, B, and C are 3 gunshot wounds. These are the exit wounds.
Okay. And did you also look for any other wounds?
Yes.
That would be to the back?
Yes.
Okay. Let me show you State's Exhibit 6P. Okay. You could describe that more.
This is a photograph of Mr. Goodson's backside. We can just to orient, the top of the photo would be where his head would be, and then towards the bottom is where the feet would be. But we're seeing his back and then the upper part of his buttocks. And labeled D, E, F, G, H, and I are gunshot wounds, and these are the entrance gunshot wounds. In addition, there are smaller wounds on the back as well as the buttocks and the left upper arm. These are very superficial, meaning they just go into the soft tissues, but they don't enter the chest or abdominal cavities.
And how do you tell the difference between an exit wound and an entrance wound?
So entrance wounds, because of just the process of the bullet as it strikes the body, it's going to scrape the skin as it's going into and through the skin. And as a result of that scraping, it leaves what's called a marginal abrasion around the edges of the wound. So we look for those marginal abrasions. Typically also entrance gunshot wounds are going to be around the ovoid, and we can also look for anything like range of fire that might give us a clue, like soot or stippling. Otherwise, for exit wounds, they will not have that abrasion, that marginal abrasion, because as they're exiting the skin, they don't scrape the skin typically. And so those are the features that we're looking at to determine entrance and exit.
I put the
turn off your phones.
It was mine, Your Honor. Don't hold me in contempt. I'm sorry.
Lawyers.
I'm going to put back up 6-0. And I think you previously testified that these were the exit wounds. Is that right? Oh, I'm sorry. I was going to put. I'll put the entrance wounds first. Okay.
Yes, this photograph is what we're just viewing. It's the entrance wounds.
Okay. And can you just tell us briefly how you know that they're the entrance wounds?
So all of these wounds have a rounded ovoid appearance, and they have, you can see around them that marginal abrasion that I spoke about earlier. These are larger and have more irregular margins to them. So in my report, I describe them as atypical entrance wounds because of that large and irregular nature of them. But also, in addition, we have the smaller fragments type defects around those. These features, to me, are consistent with the bullets going through what's called an intermediate target. So that could be either a wall, a door, glass, but basically the bullets are going through that object before they strike the body.
And if I might put back 6-0, and these would be, what are these?
These are the exit wounds. This is the photograph we viewed before, and the exit wounds are labeled A, B, and C, and they are all, on the left side of the chest.
And again, how do you determine those are the exit wounds?
So these are exit wounds because they do not have that marginal abrasion like the entrance wounds on the back.
Now, doctor, did you create any diagrams or anything that would show the entrance and exit wounds?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you what's marked as 6J.
Check Marky C, Spacey Stacy, walking those streets all night. You go, ladies and Marky, go have some fun now. Let's go, girls.
Can you identify that?
Yes, this is a diagram that I made in order to show the locations of the entrance and exit wounds, gunshot wounds.
What we've done is we've got, let me publish this up here. At some point, I'm going to we'll do it side by side here, though. But we made just a bigger description of it. Is that Right? Can you explain to us your diagram?
Yes. So So you can see this depicts the body and what we call the anatomic position. So basically, you can see on the front side of the body and with the anatomical position, the palms are forward facing. And then you can also see to the right is the back side of the body. And on the body, I've indicated using those same letters that were depicted in the photographs you all just saw, the entrance and exit wounds. So in this case, the exit wounds are depicted in a pink-red color, and you can see they're labeled ABC, whereas the entrance wounds are depicted in a blue color, and they're labeled D, E, F, G, H, and I. At the top left-hand corner of this diagram, I have just a little kind of a simplification of just showing the which wounds go with, or which entrance wounds go with which exit wounds, or if an entrance wound goes to a bullet. So, which we will go over later.
Doctor, did you've labeled the gunshot wounds 1 through 6?
Yes.
Can you explain that's not in any particular order, right?
Correct. The order, so just because gunshot wound 1 is labeled as gunshot wound 1 does not indicate that it was the first gunshot wound. It's just for ordering purposes, I label them as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
Thank you. So the next part on your report would be evidence of injury?
Yes.
Okay, and can you explain to us what you've got 6 listed gunshot wounds, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so let's go to number 1. Can you explain to ladies and gentlemen what you found?
Yes. So gunshot wound 1, which I labeled as gunshot wound of the midline, mid-back.
Jerry. She couldn't, she's using the pointer. No, leave that. She's using the laser to describe it. You put your notes on top of it.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So gunshot wound number 1 is gunshot wound of the midline, mid-back. And this corresponds, so the entrance wound corresponds to letter D in the diagram, which I am showing here. So this entrance wound is of the midline or mid-back at the posterior midline, and specifically it's approximately 17 inches below the top of the head. Just going through the major findings of this gunshot wound, so the range was indeterminate, so meaning there was no evidence of close range. And then after the bullet entered the back, it went through the skin and soft tissues and injured the left ribs, and then the thoracic or 7th through 9th thoracic vertebra. Those are part of the spine, the bony, the backbone. And then also injured the left lung. Other findings associated with this gunshot wound, there was a left hemothorax, meaning there was blood in the chest cavity on the left side. So blood was around the left lung. There were additional vertebral fractures, so meaning breaks in the bones of the backbone as well. And then there were also hemorrhages or bleeding around the spinal cord in that area. So the spinal cord is located within your spine, so it's protected by the vertebra. And there were also petechial hemorrhages or pinpoint areas of bleeding of the spinal cord itself in that area. And also hemoaspiration. That means there was evidence of that he was breathing in blood. The bullet then exited the body, and the exit wound is labeled A in the diagram. It's on the left side of the chest. And specifically, it's approximately 14¼ inches below the top of the head and 2 3/4 inches to the left of midline. And then from this pathway, there were projectile or bullet fragments that were recovered. Those were from the chest wall, soft tissues. The trajectory, so that means for my report, the trajectory means the path or direction of the bullet through the body. And the trajectory for this gunshot wound was back to front, right to left, and upward.
Okay. And did you create some diagrams that would show the trajectories?
Yes.
I'm going to give you 6I, or sorry, 6L. Okay. You recognize those?
Yes, these are the other diagrams that I constructed to show the trajectories.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of your drawings that you provided?
Yes.
And this is just a below copy.
Yes.
going to show, first of all, 6K. Is that, I put that one up on the screen, and I think we've got 6L and 6J for everybody to see all three of them. You indicated you had determined a trajectory.
Yes.
How do you determine a trajectory bullets?
Right. So, as part of the autopsy, as mentioned, I'm I'm looking at the gunshot wounds, determining, from those characteristics of the wounds, which ones appear to be entrances versus exits. And then internally, as part of the exam, I'm going to be looking at all of the internal organs of the body. And during that evaluation, I'm going to be looking for injuries of those organs and tissues. And I will be then looking in relation to those entrance wounds and exit wounds to determine the path, what the pathway is of these gunshot wounds through the body.
And did you make that determination and gunshot?
Yes.
Could you explain to us what?
Yes. So again, the trajectory is just in 3D space. So back to front, right to left, and upward. And when I use these terms, I'm using them in relation to Mr. Goodson's right, Mr. Goodson's left. Upward means towards the head. Downward would mean towards the feet. Front is the front, and then the back would be towards his back. So in this case, these diagrams just help to illustrate with arrows the trajectory. And again, these are only the trajectories through the body. For gunshot wound 1, you can see the entrance wound was of the back, and it's exiting the left side of the chest. And so this is the upward trajectory seen. Whereas on the other views of the trajectories, you can see how the gunshot wound is going right to left. So again, it's going from Mr. Goodson's right to his left. And again, you can see that upward trajectory as well.
Yeah. And you're talking about the right to left. Is that a slight right to left?
I don't describe it as slight in my report.
And so it's the upward trajectory. Which one shows the upward one? Diagram.
So both will show the upward trajectory. You can see how gunshot wound 1 does slightly go up here. And then also you can see on this diagram, on the other diagram, that it's going upward.
So it's back to front, right to left, and upward.
Yes.
Was there anything notable about the injury to the spinal cord?
So while the bullet did not directly perforate or penetrate the spinal cord, there were hemorrhages or bleeding around the spinal cord, as well as little pinpoint areas of bleeding in the spinal cord tissue itself. And where the bullet struck the vertebra, the backbone, it was very close to the spinal cord because the spinal cord is running inside of that. And so as a result of this close proximity and the fractures of the vertebra, the shock wave of the bullet could have, at least temporarily caused paralysis of Mr. Goodson's lower legs.
Which would cause?
Or legs, sorry. It would cause him to collapse or fall, in my opinion.
Okay. Is that to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
Did you recover projectile fragments out of this?
Yes, I recovered fragments from the chest wall soft tissues on the left side.
Those were all packaged?
Yes, so we recover any bullets or fragments that are recovered are packaged and sealed and then submitted to the law enforcement agency that's investigating.
Did you move to gunshot number 2?
Sure. So gunshot wound number 2 is the gunshot wound to the mid-back. The entrance corresponds to, so the entrance wound corresponds to letter E on the diagram, and this is of the mid-back region.
Exhibit 6J.
Yes, sorry, 6J. And it's just to the left of midline. That location is approximately 19 and a half inches from the top of the head and 3/4 inch to the left of midline. The range of fire is indeterminate, meaning there was no evidence of close range. And then the injury, so after the bullet entered the body or through the back, the bullet injured left-sided ribs, the 10th thoracic vertebra, so again, the backbone, then the left lung and the heart. These injuries also led to the left hemothorax or contributed to the left hemothorax, that bleeding around the lung on the left side. As well as there were additional vertebral fractures, and again, hemorrhages or bleeding around the spinal cord, as well as hemoaspiration or evidence of breathing in blood. Then the bullet exited, and on diagram 6J, this corresponds to gunshot wound B, as in boy. And this exit wound was located on the left areola. That's the pigmented tissue around the nipple on the left side. Specifically, this wound was located approximately 18 and a half inches below the top of the head and 3 3/4 inches to the left of midline. For recovery, this goes along with gunshot wound 1. There was a fragment recovered from the left pleural or chest cavity. And since both of those gunshot wounds went through that area, I could not determine which gunshot wound it corresponded to. For a trajectory, this was again back to front, right to left, and upward. And I will just point out on the diagrams. So on 6K, so we're looking at gunshot wound 2, which is labeled here on the diagram. And you can see that it's going back to front and then upward. You can see on 6L the trajectory as well. And it has that right to left trajectory that's more depicted on 6L.
So what part of the heart was damaged in this shot?
The left ventricle of the heart.
The left ventricle is the ventricle that actually what pumps.
Yes, it is the major pump of the heart that's pumping the blood to the rest, to the aorta, which is the major artery or blood vessel of the body, and the aorta is what then helps deliver the blood to the rest of the body.
Now you described the same damage around the spinal cord. Is that similar to the one that was in gunshot number 2?
Yes.
And would it cause the same results?
Yes, in my opinion, the shockwave would at least temporarily cause paralysis of his legs and then collapse or fall.
Was there anything else, any significance of gunshot number 2? Did you?
No.
What recoveries did you receive from gunshot number 2?
That relates to the additional recovery section of my report. So again, there was a fragment recovered, a projectile fragment recovered in the left chest cavity, but because both gunshot wounds 1 and 2 went through that area, I could not determine if that fragment belonged to gunshot wound or 2.
All right, doctor, if I could direct your attention to gunshot number
3. Tell us about that.
All right, gunshot wound 3 is the gunshot wound of the left side of the back. And it's depicted with an entrance wound labeled F, which is on the left. On 6J, on the diagram 6J, the entrance wound is labeled F, and it's located on the left side of the back. The range of fire was indeterminate, meaning there's no evidence of close range. And for injuries, the bullet fractured left-sided ribs, but it did not actually enter the chest cavity on the left side. After it fractured those ribs and went through the soft tissues of the left side of the chest, it exited via exit gunshot wound labeled C. And gunshot wound C is the exit wound that's located on the left lateral side of the chest. I'm going to point it out on 6J over here. Going back to, for the entrance wound, the location was 19 3/4 inches from the top of the head and 4 1/4 inches to the left of midline. The exit wound, labeled C, is 18 5/16 inches below the top of the head and 6 inches to the left of midline. For recovery, I did recover a projectile fragment from the chest wall soft tissue on the left side. And the trajectory is back to front, slightly upward and slightly right to left, again, in relation to Mr. Goodson. And I will point out the trajectories here. So on 6K, gunshot wound 3, you can see the back to front. It's slightly going upward. On 6L, you can see, although it's hard to see here, but the gunshot wound 3 is exiting out C. So again, it's has the right to left trajectory.
Okay, doctor, we move to gunshot number 4.
Gunshot wound 4 is a tangential gunshot wound of the inferior or lower side, left side of the back. And in diagram 6J, it's labeled as G, letter G, and it's on the lower left side of the back. By tangential, I mean that the wound was superficial, so the bullet struck more at a shallow angle against the body, and so you may have heard of things like a graze wound. Well, this is similar, except it's a bit deeper. So the bullet is not only scraping or injuring the skin, but it's also scraping and injuring the soft tissues that are just under the skin as well. This wound was located approximately 27.5 inches below the top of the head and 4.5 inches to the left of midline. And the range was also indeterminate. And again, the injuries were, as I said, skin and then the superficial soft tissues. This trajectory is also right to left and upward, which you can see depicted in 6K. And it does have a more marked upward trajectory and also going back to front. And then also on, 6L, we have it going right to left.
And I'm sorry, did you give the location on that?
Yeah, yes, it's the lower left side of the back.
As far as measurement?
Yes.
That one seems to have a steeper trajectory than the rest of them. Is that correct?
That one, as well as one of the upcoming.
All right. Let's go to the next gunshot wound, and that would be gunshot wound number 5.
Gunshot wound 5 is the gunshot wound of the inferior or lower right side of the back. In diagram 6J, the entrance wound is located on the lower right side of the back and is labeled H. Its measurement wise it's located approximately 27 3/4 inches below the top of the head and 2 3/4 inches to the right of midline. Range was again indeterminate. And then the injury, so the bullet, after it went into the back, it injured the 3rd through 5th lumbar vertebrae. These are the vertebrae that are on the lower part of the spine or the backbone. The bullet also injured the small bowel, the pancreas, the liver, the left hemidiaphragm, which just means the left side of the diaphragm, as well as the left lung. There were also hemorrhages or bleeding around the spinal cord, as well as hemorrhage or bleeding within the tissues around the right adrenal gland. That's an organ that sits above or on top of the kidney on the right side. And there was also focal gastric mucosal hemorrhage, so bleeding of the stomach lining, and intestinal leakage. So with the bowel being injured, the contents of the bowel leaked out into the abdominal cavity, and there was also a left rib fracture. Recovery-wise, there was a deformed projectile that was recovered just under the skin of the left side of the chest, as well as a fragment that was in the musculature or muscle tissue of the right pelvis. In this diagram, so there's no exit wound for this pathway. You can see, however, how I've depicted the trajectory. So in 6K, you can see it does have a marked upward trajectory. It's also going back to front. And then it's also going right to left, which you can see on 6L with, again, the bullet coming to rest on the left side of the chest.
Now, you'd taken some x-rays of the body beforehand.
Yes.
And if I show you what's marked as, I'm going to have to take this one off. States Exhibit 6AA. Are you able to see the projectile that you're talking about?
Yes. So the bullet that was recovered for this gunshot wound is located where my pointer is to just orient. So this is what's called an anterior posterior x-ray, where the head is the top of the photo, and then towards the bottom would be where the feet are, but we are only seeing the torso and head and neck and arms in this x-ray. And so the bullet you can see is located on the left side of the chest. And again, this was actually just underneath the skin.
I'll show you, is it depicted in 6.0?
Yes. So this is a photograph we have seen before of the left side and part of the anterior chest on the left side as well, with the head towards the top of the screen, and then the feet would be towards the bottom. And in this photograph, you can see right where my pointer is on the left side of the chest, a little bump, and that's where the bullet is located. It's just under the skin.
Could I just go back to 6A? Maybe we'll go ahead and address it now, but go off. But there's a lot of little lit up things in there. Can you just maybe explain what those are?
Yes. So any bullet or projectile fragment is going to have a very bright white appearance. So you can see this is the rib cage. You see the ribs here. So I pointed out on the left side of the chest the bullet we just discussed, but there are other smaller fragments mainly on the left side of the chest. There's a few scattered in the abdomen and pelvis region as well. And so the other fragments I have described before, a subset of those were also recovered.
So far, everything is traveling back to front, right to left, and upward. Is that correct?
Yes.
So the next one we are on is, I'm sorry, did you give the location of that one?
Yes.
Okay, what was it again?
For gunshot wound 5, the entrance was inferior right side of the back, and it was located 27 3/4 inches below the top of the head and 2 3/4 inches to the right of bedline.
All right, so let's move to gunshot number 6.
So gunshot wound 6 is the gunshot wound to the right buttock. And it is depicted on 6J as letter I. Again, it's the entrance wound is on the right buttock, labeled letter I. It is located approximately 33 1/4 inches below the top of the head and 3 inches to the right of midline. And the range is indeterminate. And for injuries, so the bullet, after it went through the skin of the right buttock, it injured the right ischial spine, which is a part of it's a bony projection of the pelvis on the backside of the pelvis on the right side, as well as it injured the small bowel and urinary bladder. Other findings were intestinal and urinary bladder leakage related to the injuries to the bowel and bladder. Recovery, there was a deformed projectile and projectile fragment, so bullet and bullet fragment from the subcutaneous tissues of the left side of the abdomen. So this bullet and fragment were just under the skin on the left side of the abdomen. The trajectory again is back to front, right to left, and upward. So again, there's no exo wound in this case, but the trajectory on 6K, you can see is going back to front, it's going upward. And then on 6L, again, you can see depicted here that it's going upward, and then also right to left.
Okay. And again, this projectile's depicted in the X-ray?
Yeah. Yes.
I'm going to put 6AA back up on the screen.
So this is the X-ray again of that's showing the torso and head and neck and upper arms. But at the bottom of the photo, you can see this bright white object, and that is the bullet that I just mentioned on the left side of the abdomen.
You also took a photograph of it, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and 6Q.
So this is a very up-close photograph of his stomach. You can see his umbilicus or belly button where my pointer is located. But at the top of the, just to orient, the top of the photograph would be towards the head and the bottom of the photograph would be towards the feet. But this little bump that we're seeing with my pointer that's below the umbilicus towards the left, on the left side, is the bullet that was just under the skin.
Doctor, have you described all the gunshot wounds that you saw?
Yes, the major ones, there were fragment type injuries of the back, which I touched on before. And I did recover small copper colored metallic fragments from a subset of those wounds.
And those were boxed up and I believe went to the firearms.
We submit to the investigating agency, but it may have ended up there.
Now, I noticed that
that the on 6K. Those appear to have, there's like 3 up in the mid-back area, and then we're dealing with the other gunshot wounds, GI and H. There's 2 of them there that are extremely going upward. Is that right?
Yes, so gunshot wound, you can see labeled G, so that's the 4th gunshot wound I described. That's the tangential wound of the left side, lower side of the back, as well as the gunshot wound labeled here H. You can see also 5, so that's the gunshot wound of the lower right side of the back. Both of those do have a more upward trajectory compared to the other gunshot wounds.
At the time that those projectiles were shot and the gun hadn't changed much position as far as up and down, is there anything you can is it consistent with him falling forward for those shots?
It could be, yes.
Or bending forward?
Yes.
I think the next thing that you had in your report was the additional recovery. Have we covered all those?
The only one I haven't touched on was there was a projectile fragment in the body bag itself. So it was not in the body. It was actually just right sitting on top of the leg on the left side, but it was not in the skin. That was the other recovered projectile fragment.
Now, you also did an internal exam, is that correct?
Yes. So, talked about all the injuries of the organs, but as part of our routine autopsy procedure, I'm also looking at each organ for any other abnormalities like natural disease.
And why is that?
Well, it's a full autopsy, so even if there are injuries, we're still going to be looking at any natural disease. We also want to make sure there's not a competing cause of death. So we're going to be looking for any significant natural disease as well.
And did you were there any other internal findings of the organs or significant natural disease?
There's no significant natural disease.
Now, Doctor, there was one other thing. I kind of jumped ahead in the beginning because I'd handed you these photographs, but just for the record, you took close-up photographs of the entrance wounds and the exit wounds. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the close-up photographs are labeled to reflect your label, D to A, E to B. And so then we have D being an entrance room.
Yes.
Okay. And then A being the exit room. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the photographs that you previously identified, they've been labeled that way as well. Is that right?
Yes.
And they would show the close-up as far as the abrasion that you're talking about.
The marginal abrasion of the entrance wounds, yes.
Doctor, was that the conclusion of your autopsy?
The only other part that we will always routinely do is collect bodily fluids, which include blood and urine, and those get sent to the toxicology lab for testing.
And was there anything else?
We did, this was the time of COVID pandemic. So we were screening all of our decedents for COVID at the time, and which is SARS-CoV-2. And it was not detected. So he was negative for COVID.
Hey, doctor, all the projectiles in the recovery, they were boxed up and marked as evidence. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so we'll just briefly, we'll go through them. There's 6A and 6B.
Yes.
What are they?
So 6A is the projectile from the chest, and 6B is the projectile from the abdomen. The 6C is the fragment that was from the body bag, labeled fragment from external left leg. There are fragments from the back. 6D is fragments from the back, which relate to those small fragment type wounds in the back.
I'm going to hand you 6E and 6F.
6E is the additional fragments from the left upper chest, which correspond to gunshot wound 1. 6F is fragment from the left pleural cavity, which I mentioned could be from gunshot wound 1 or 2.
Here's G and H.
6G is fragment from right pelvis, which goes with gunshot wound 5, which is the right side of the back. Fragment from the, 6H is fragment from left upper chest. That again corresponds to gunshot wound 1, which is the midline back.
6I.
6I is fragment from the lateral chest. That corresponds to the gunshot wound of the left side of the back, or the third.
When we say fragments, we're just talking about little pieces of.
Yes.
Those appear to be the fragments that you recovered in this autopsy.
These are the boxes, but they do have all the labeling. I sign and date each box, and these are the labels that we use to label them.
Hey, doctor, were you able to determine cause and manner of death?
Yes.
Okay, and what was the cause and manner of death?
So the cause of death was gunshot wounds of the torso, and manner of death was homicide.
And is that to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
Doctor, I don't have any further questions. Thank you very much.
Council want to approach?
Oh. Clear this up. Okay. You know, when we were talking about distances, I think you mentioned close range and intermediate. Can you describe, are you talking number of feet, or are you putting a distance to it? What's that mean?
So close range means so there was no evidence of close range for these wounds. What does that mean? So I did not see any soot or gunpowder stippling. So soot would be seen when the muzzle of the gun is very, very close to the body, to the skin. Usually it has to be within a few inches. And the soot is that black powdery material that comes from the burned gunpowder that exits the muzzle of the gun. Whereas stippling or gunpowder stippling are actually punctate abrasions of the skin around an entrance wound. That indicates that the muzzle of the gun was within a few feet of the body. Essentially, the unburned gunpowder particles will exit the muzzle of the gun, and they will strike the body around the entrance wound, and those don't wash away. So that indicates again that the muzzle, the end of the gun, is within a few feet of the body.
Okay. And so just in conclusion, each one of these gunshot wounds were back to front, right to left, and upward.
Yes.
And what does indeterminate mean?
Indeterminate relates to the range. So because I did not see any soot or stippling, I have no evidence of close range, but because clothing, hair, things like that can block soot or stippling from occurring, we will label that as indeterminate range.
Which means you can't tell
Right.
how far away the muzzle of the gun was from.
Correct.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you. I'll go and clean this up here a second.
You guys have an approach? Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our afternoon break. Do not discuss this case among yourselves. Do not permit anyone to discuss it with you or in your presence. It is your duty not to form and express an opinion on the case until it is finally submitted. You have about 15 minutes.
All rise.
Pardon me? Yeah.
No, if you can take them all with you. Posters here.
Yeah.
You can step down if you want.
Right when I was literally in the middle of my dinner. That is very inconsiderate of them to have a break right when I'm in the middle of my dinner. I'm having a thin wafer ham and turkey, so ham and turkey and sandwich on chicken dippers. Yes, with Quavers crisps. And I have for dessert, I have rhubarb from the garden, stewed. And I might put some yogurt into it. So, oh, I did have tomato. How's dinner? Still going, Rhonda, but I did have tomatoes in my sandwich as well. Yeah. So we had layers of turkey, ham, and tomatoes on my sandwich. Delicious tomatoes. I'm not sure if you like tomatoes in your sandwiches, Dave, or not, but it's delicious. I find them delicious. Yeah, it's a nightmare though. They take breaks right there and then. Piss me off. Right. No movement in the Florida case. I literally looked it up about 10 minutes ago. There was nothing, no news whatsoever. I'm just going to double check it now just to see. Oops. Oh, nope. Still nothing. Let me look at YouTube just in case. Nope, still nothing been set up on YouTube. So let me just look at this now then. No, nothing. Right, so there you go. Still nothing. We're still waiting for that one. It's probably going to be tomorrow. Rhubarb, I love rhubarb. So I've got rhubarb without any sugar or anything on it. So obviously it's a little bit more sour, but I'm eating it without any. It's just fresh, like no sugar whatsoever in it. No honey, no sugar, no nothing. Just that. So yeah. So I had a little spoonful when it was hot. It was yeah, fine. I mean, it's not as nice as when you have sugar on it, but you know, it is what it is. Strawberry rhubarb pie. I'm trying to keep away from the pies. That's the problem, Dave. I'm trying to get healthy, trying to lose a little bit more weight. So the one place I can't lose weight is my stomach. Do you know what I mean? That's the last place. It's a struggle. The struggle is real. Ba 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 ba. Haven't had it in a long time though. I've got, you've seen it probably, my rhubarb patch. Say mine, it's not mine, it's my parents. They started it many years ago. But yeah, I think it's good for you, so why not? I mean, especially if you don't have any sugar in it, it's even better for you. So yeah, it is what it is. What it is, what it is, what it is. We'll be right back, it says. If I was on the other one, I wouldn't bother coming back on. You just let it play, but the music is annoying on this channel when they when I just let it go. So I saved you all. No need to thank me. It's fine. Rhubarb juice is super tasty, too easy to make and healthy. I'm sure it would be. I'm sure it would be. Lovely. I just wanted to, yeah. Rhubarb and apple crumble with custard. Yeah, even just rhubarb on its own or apple on its own are both nice. I do like a crumble, homemade crumble, delicious. As those of you that do know or make your own, normally you have to put quite a bit of sugar in there because it can be quite sour. But I think that's where the goodness all goes then. So I'm trying to do it or el natural, as they say. So can you get the shots now for weight loss? It's $125 a month, which is probably what you save on grocery because your appetite is suppressed. You can get the shots now for weight. I don't want the shots, Dave, to be honest. I want to do it all natural. Do you know what I mean? I'm never going to be skinny, Dave. So I'm always going to have a bit of a belly. So I'd rather do it more for my health and lose weight that way, or not even lose weight, just get healthy. And yeah, the belly part is going to take forever because obviously it's just a stubborn element of it, I still like a little bit of man boobs, just personal preference, obviously. And if the ladies don't like it, Dave, then the ladies don't like it. Do you know what I mean? There's nothing I can do about it, Some people like a little bit of a cuddly teddy bear, so. But yeah, no, I don't want to go down the, shots route. Also, I don't like needles, so there's that as well. I'm happy you're having a little delicious dessert. Thank you, Crystal. Thank you, lovely. You deserve it. I'm not sure if I deserve it, but I did, a good walk again today, which is good. So it's not very fun being healthy. I don't know. When I say being healthy, I only eat one meal a day, but I try to make sure that it's something I like. I'm not calorie counting. I'm not doing any of that stuff. And I do treat myself, I just try to cut back on like biscuits, chocolates, and stuff like that. There's only so much you can do. Do you know what I mean? I just want to get healthier. As I say, I'm always going to be a fairly big guy. That's what she said. But it is what it is. Some people like it like that. Some people don't. So thank you, Rhonda. You see, Rhonda thinks I'm beautiful. Maybe that's a bit too far, maybe, but but yeah. It is what it is. It is what it is. And I still indulge in honey. I got honey tea, milk, honey, and tiny tea bag. Right, also, I wanted to look to see what states is marijuana legal in America. What states are marijuana legal in America? But yeah. As of now, marijuana is legal for recreational use in 24 states. Ooh. And while 40 states allow medical use. Okay, let's have a look here. I just want to make sure that Dave isn't cheating. Right, let's go. Oh, Arizona is. I knew Massachusetts was. Is that how you're planning your next trip? I wish. No, Joe, I've not had marijuana. Oh, 20 years. Do you know what I mean? So I didn't have any when I was in Boston. Not one. Right. Let's have a look here. So Alabama, illegal for recreational, legal for medical. Alaska, legal for both. Arizona, legal for both to possess up to 1 ounce. Arkansas, illegal, except you can do medical. California is legal. Colorado is legal. Connecticut is legal. Delaware is legal. Florida is illegal. But it's legal for medical. Georgia, illegal throughout. Hawaii, only legal for medical patients. Idaho, illegal for everything. Illinois, legal for all. Indiana, illegal. Illegal for all. Iowa, illegal for all. Kansas, illegal for all. Kentucky, legal only for medical. Louisiana, legal only for medical. Maine, legal. Maryland, all legal. Massachusetts, legal. Interesting, in Massachusetts, legal to possess up to 1 ounce in public or 10 ounces at home. Michigan, legal across the board. Minnesota, legal across the board. Mississippi, only legal for medical use. Missouri, Montana, all legal. Nebraska, only legal for medical use. Nevada, fully legal. New Hampshire, only legal for medical use, which surprises me, but sure. New Jersey, legal throughout. New Mexico, legal. New York, legal throughout. And New Mexico, legal throughout. New York, legal throughout. North Carolina, illegal throughout. North Dakota, legal to possess medical up to 3 ounces. Ohio, legal throughout. Oklahoma, only for medical use. Oregon, legal throughout except for Dave Umberger's house. Legal to possess up to 2 ounces in public or 8 ounces at home for Dave. Pennsylvania, only legal to possess up to a 90-day supply of medical marijuana, and that's it. Rhode Island, legal everywhere. South Carolina, not legal anything. South Dakota, only legal to possess medical. Tennessee, illegal across the board. Texas, illegal except for medical, submedical patients. Utah, illegal except for submedical. Vermont, legal. Virginia, Lady Di, legal. Washington, legal. West Virginia, illegal except for medical. Wisconsin, illegal throughout. Wyoming, illegal throughout. District of Columbia, legal to possess up to 2 ounces, no commercial sales. So there you go. There you go. Okay. That was there you go. Obviously, in all of these states, there are legislation about how much you can carry, how much you can have in the home. So if you did carry more than 1 ounce on you, then it would be illegal to do so publicly, for instance. But you are allowed to, smoking, like Massachusetts, is 1 ounce and 12 ounces at home. But if there's more than 12 ounces at home, it would be illegal. So interesting. It's something to consider when you move states, isn't it? So if I was to move to the United States now, that would probably be something not that I care about, but it's something that some of you would care about probably. What's the best place in the United States to live, do you think? Being objective about it in terms of whether like good taxes, not having to pay massive taxes. So California's out, New York's out because taxes are so high. But where's a good place where college football, NFL football, you can do pretty much everything. Texas, oh shit, yeah, it is. Texas. Look up stupid laws, Tennessee or Florida. I imagine there are. Never mind, got me with that. Yeah, I suppose you don't have any. You're just always hot, aren't you? But I would say, well, if you're going to swear that Arizona's worse, isn't it? Well, no, because it's too expensive, Dave. So that's what I mean. You're not gonna. You want somewhere that you can afford to live. Lack of taxes, probably smoke marijuana. I don't know. I can't be arsed. I want to go back to my dinner. That's all I got on my mind. Come on, Court, get back. I'm done. Florida. Florida, maybe. Tennessee. Did Tennessee have? Tennessee did not have. Tennessee illegal, so no marijuana for you. Then you die in Tennessee. Florida, though. Bye, Miss America. Florida, illegal. Not again, it's not a deal breaker for me. Florida be good, yeah, you're right, because there's no taxes, I suppose, and the weather's a little bit better. But I know, how bad is the weather in Texas? Oh, here we go.
Have a seat, doctor.
I hope I'm not talking too fast. Okay, good. It's a lot of medical terms.
Well, lady, you've not heard the fucking attorney speak. She speaks like fucking trained.
Okay, good. It's a lot of medical terms.
Right, I'll see you all in a little bit. I'm going to eat my dinner.
Back on the record, 21 CR 5052, State of Ohio versus Michael Jason Meade. We need to put anything on the record prior to bringing in the jury.
I don't believe so, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
All right, let's go to jury.
The chart's up there. I can use the chart.
All rise.
Everyone can have a seat. Any cross-examination on behalf of the defense.
May I inquire, Your Honor? Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
Dr. Shepler, as you know, my name is Mark Collins, and along with Caitlin Stevens and Steve Mulder, we represent Jason Meade. Good to see you again. Welcome back to Columbus.
Thank you.
We know each other. We've had cases, correct?
Yes.
You testified for some time, so if I can summarize, you're tasked with determining with a reasonable degree of medical certainty the cause and manner of death, correct?
Yes.
And to summarize, there were 6 entrance wounds that all started initially in the body, back to front, right to left, and upward, correct?
Yes.
Three exit wounds, and there were some projectiles found inside the body as well as fragmentation, correct?
Yes.
So the cause and manner of death that you determined was gunshots to the torso.
Yes.
Is that a fair summary of your last testimony with Mr. Schroyer?
Yes.
Now, the easy part, Doctor, is you know the questions I'm going to ask, and I know the answers you're going to give, correct?
Probably, yes.
You can't say any order of the wounds, correct?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
You can't determine the order of one of the wounds.
No.
And you cannot say where an individual was or how an individual was positioned when they received the entrance wounds, correct?
Correct.
And you can't say where somebody was, maybe who had the projectiles going forward, correct?
Correct.
You would agree with me that when a projectile, one of multiple projectiles, hits a body, that first projectile could have some effect in moving the body, correct?
In terms of the first, well, when you say first, what?
In general.
Oh, in general.
In general, a projectile, the first projectile to get to the body, can in fact move the body. Correct?
So it depends on what you mean by move, because when I'm looking at movement, it relates to what injuries were caused. So, for example, if there's devastating injuries to the heart or catastrophic injuries to the heart or spinal cord that would cause someone to fall, collapse, then they will move.
I'm talking the initial impact into the body, okay, of the projectile. That can cause a body to react or move because of that aspect of entering the body, correct?
When you say react, do you mean because of physics, or do you mean because the person is feeling?
Because of physics, because when the projectile enters into the body. We talked about this before.
So I don't know if we've talked about this in particular before, but essentially it's not like Hollywood where someone shoots someone and they fly back 3 feet. I can't say, I'm not an expert in terms of what happens to the body when someone is shot, if they move or not. I'm seeing the body at autopsy when they've already passed away.
Okay, so wasn't my question. Do you remember we were together at a prior hearing, right?
Yes.
And I asked you the question, if something like into the heart, it can cause the body to react and move, and you answered correct.
Yes, if it's a devastating injury to the heart, they could drop.
Then I asked you, and I said correct, and you said, that's correct. And I said, you can't say how much, and you can't say how little, but there would be some movement, correct?
Correct, if the heart is injured or a major internal injury is present.
Here the heart was injured, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I also asked you this, so each of the different wounds made by projectiles could cause the body to move in a different direction, and you remember saying it's possible?
It's possible depending on injuries and whatnot, yes.
So, and I apologize if my question wasn't specific enough, but does that clear that up for you?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you examine an entrance wound, you're trying to categorize it smooth versus regular, atypical, irregular, grazed, and tangential. Those are kind of the terms that you use, correct?
And yes, in general.
Okay. And atypical means not typical, right?
Right, yes.
And tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a normal wound looks like. Just describe that.
Normal entrance wound. So a normal entrance wound would look like a round or ovoid wound, but in this case, in a typical wound, it would be much smaller than the ones that you were seeing previously, and would have a more smooth border usually, or margin.
And what's an irregular wound or an atypical wound?
So an atypical wound would mean, it's much larger for an entrance wound, a much larger wound that might have a more irregular shape, as well as more irregular margin.
Okay. Now, in this situation, 5 of the 6 entrance wounds had, I think, what you called much larger and irregular entrance wounds, correct?
Yes. The one that was not described was the tangential.
And your belief that sometimes if something goes through an intermediary object, that can cause the projectile to wobble, and it makes the wound irregular or atypical.
Yes.
Okay. And that's what you're looking for when you see the stuff around the entrance wound.
It's what I'm thinking about, yes.
And here, 5 of the 6 had that, correct?
5 of 6 had it. The tangential wound, while not described as atypical, it's very wide, so much more wide wound than would be for a normal, if you want to say a normal tangential wound. So it is atypical in that sense, that it's wider, but yes.
And you mentioned a bunch of talk with Mr. Testimony with regards to fragmentation. Fragmentation can occur when it comes into contact with an intermediary object, right?
Yes.
A plastic, correct?
Yes.
Metal, correct?
Yes.
Glass can even cause, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so when that goes through that, it causes the wobble, and that's what causes the irregular.
Yes.
Now, fragmentation can occur before something gets to the body, correct?
In what way?
The intervening object could cause fragmentation itself.
Yes, the intervening object, yes.
And then also, once the projectile enters the body, it can fragment when it's in the body.
Yes, correct.
So fragmentation can happen before it gets to the body and then after.
Yes, correct.
And you can't determine or tell when it happened.
In this case, those superficial defects, those did not penetrate into the body. So those I can say are related to that intermediate object.
And then with regards to the soot and the stippling, if there's clothing on an individual, that can affect whether or not the soot or stippling gets onto the skin, correct?
Yes.
And did you examine any of the clothing to determine if there was soot or stippling or any high-powered marks or anything like that?
I did not receive clothing to examine.
But normally that could show up on clothing. That could be a barrier.
Yes, it could be.
Now, part of the full autopsy is also a toxicology report, right?
Yes.
And that's always attached to the report. It indicates what's in the person's system and things of that nature, right?
Yes.
Now, in general, let's not say in general. In this case, all right, with regards to item 9, you talked a bunch about additional bullet fragmentation, right?
Item 7?
No, just in general.
Oh, in general. Oh, sorry.
In your report, just go to page 6, item 9.
Page 6.
So just to give an example.
Okay.
Okay. In that situation, okay, that was an additional recovery of bullet fragmentation, right?
Yes.
And it's hard to tell from which gunshot wound or entrance wound of the fragment. It couldn't be determined in that situation. Right?
Correct.
And that's not uncommon, right?
Right. If a bullet fragments extensively, that can cause problems with figuring out if there are multiple gunshot wounds.
And then you went ahead and labeled the entrance wounds for one thing and then the exit wounds the other, right?
Yes.
And part of your task is to determine the entrance wound, the initial path, right?
Yes.
Sometimes you feel your way through there, right? With the device and stuff, or look through there.
Right. We can use probes and things. Yes.
And then, so that's what you're trying to figure out.
The pathways. Yes.
Okay. And in this situation, I think you indicated that he was 74 inches, so 6'2", right?
Yes.
And here, there were a couple trajectories that were a little bit more upward than the others, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you used the term homicide with Mr. Schroyer. Homicide is a forensic medical term, correct?
It is, yes.
There's no legal connotation to that.
No.
Okay, all right. Now, I want to talk about those entrance and the paths and things that can be, multiple things can be consistent with one another, be true, depending on the scenario. Make sense?
Yes.
Your Honor, with your permission, may I have Dr. Shelper step down as well as Mr. Nolder? I need a dummy, and Steve's volunteered to be the dummy today, if that's okay.
No comment?
No comment.
And Doctor, you may need to, if need be, maybe if you need to reflect. No. Okay. So we're talking about, can you guys see? Okay.
Yeah.
We're talking about the anatomically correct versus, you mentioned that on direct, right? And that came from the Da Vinci thing. And so Mr. Nolder standing like this, perfectly straight, is how, with the hands out. See? Yeah. That's the model that you use. That's how you take all your measurements, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if you had an entrance wound that was right in the center, right? And it went straight through, hypothetically, didn't hit anything, it would be back to front. And let's say there was no upward departure or downward departure, it would be straight through, correct?
Correct.
Make sense? So it would be back to front, flat, and straight through.
Yes.
Make sense? Okay, now, however, if the person, so that would mean that this point right here, the spine of the back, where that is, that would mean that where this, the entrance right there is that. But if Mr. Nolder turned to the right, that would mean it could come from that direction. And it would still give you back to front and straight,
When you say come from that direction.
right where my finger is.
Yes,
Right.
as long as you're changing.
As long as he
Yeah.
changed. So
When
that
you're changing,
is
sure.
still back to front and flat.
So as long as you are also changing, right?
Absolutely.
You have to be,
Absolutely.
where
yeah.
the relationships stay the same.
It can't go ooh, like that. Okay, but, and again, if he's perfectly anatomically correct, that's back to front, flat, with straight through.
Yes.
Make sense? Okay. All of these 6 entrance wounds were back to front, right to left, and upward.
Yes.
Okay. Now, using this, I want to have you, let's just tell me where you want me to put sticker wound to represent one there.
Okay. And just, since I don't have any measurement tools and he's
no.
not the same height, we have to.
Assume he's close to
take
6.
into
Yeah,
account.
no, these are just approximate. These are just approximate.
So.
Where would you like me to put them?
All right. Okay. So are you trying to do like the entrance wound?
Yes, sir. Only the
Okay.
entrance wound. Yes, doctor. I called you.
So that would be letter D. So we put that in the middle here. We'll go there.
We're just getting, there you go. Perfect. Okay. And number 2?
We will do just to the left.
Okay. Steven, I get some help. My fingers, if you would. Where would you like number 2?
So just below that, just to the left.
Is that good? Okay. And 3?
3 is gonna go a little below, but more.
Good? Okay.
Again,
And
these are not.
These are approximates.
These are,
Like here, she was, you cut her off, Mark.
I apologize, doctor.
they are approximate, so, because I do not have any measuring.
Number 4.
tools. All right, so now we'll do basically kind of like here. I think so.
Okay.
I don't know where his hips are. You bend? Okay, that's probably good. Okay.
And number 5?
5 we'll do basically yeah, here.
Okay. And 6?
6 will be
Right on the butt. And I'll take care of it. Right there, good?
yes.
Okay. And again,
approximate.
okay. So again, if someone, if the person was right here, okay, if anatomically correct, number 6 is right to left angle.
Yes, if this is where the
Absolutely.
direction of
Yeah, the projectile's coming in here, right? And it's back to front and it's slightly upward. Okay. Now, if Mr. Nolder turned to the right, that's good. Okay. Then it's still back to front, right to left. And now the projectile would be coming this way, correct? Okay. And all right. Now, same thing for 5, back to front, right to left.
This is not as much.
Okay, you're the boss,
Yeah.
wherever you say. So this is right to left, back to front, and slightly upward more. Good.
Are we trying to show
Whatever,
these
whatever,
exactly? Okay.
As best you can. There you go.
Yeah, so this 5 has a more upward trajectory.
Perfect. And now I'm going to try to hold that there. Now, if he was turned to the right, keep going, Mr. Nolan, keep going. All right, now that would still give you a back to front, right to left, and upward trajectory.
Yes, we're moving, but yes.
Yes, moving,
Yeah.
but the projectile would have to come from there, not over there.
Right.
Okay? All right.
Well, you could actually be coming from over here, in theory, right?
Sure, absolutely. Yeah. Still, right to left,
Mhm.
upward, back to front. That's consistent.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, we'll go to number 4. I think. So, where would you like to?
So this was that tangential frontal. So it's really a very shallow wound, but it has a more upward trajectory as well.
Back to front?
It's kind of on, yeah, it's mostly upward
Mhm.
and mostly.
Left to left. Okay, so, and again, if he's turned, again, the projectile could be coming from this way, correct? It would be consistent with that.
You'd still have to be a little bit turned again.
Right. So if he's not turned, it's still back to front, right to left, and upward. And that's the same for all of these, correct?
Again, it depends, yes, I mean, we can go through them, but.
We'll do it just so we're clear. Okay, we'll do number 3 now.
Okay.
You place it where you'd like.
All right, 3.
Everybody should.
Okay. So again, this one, all of them are back to front, right to left, and this is a little more slightly upward. So I would say.
So on this one, again, the projectile, if the projectile is coming this way, it would mean the person was over here, correct?
Yeah.
Now, if it's turned, come with me. All right, back to front, right to left, and upward. Now, the person could be here. It would still give you the consistent things.
Right, we're changing.
Yes, yes.
To get the same.
Correct,
pathway.
correct. And we have to do 2 and 1?
I think we've made the point.
All right, same thing, okay?
Yeah, so we're both, yes, you have to keep, the relationships have to stay the same, but there are multiple different positions
That can be correct.
that can be correct.
And before he sits down, you can't tell when you analyze the entrance wounds and you're trying to determine the trajectory if the person is squatted down, squat down, if the person is bent over, because anything could change that, correct?
It could, yes.
All right, so you're not, that's not your job to determine that situation. But all of these are right to left, upward, back to front. And depending on where you change this anatomically correct person, they would all be consistent with that.
Yeah.
Okay, Dr. Thank you, Mr. Dole. Anything else? Oh, I'm sorry, Jim. Let me just check my notes, Rana. Dr. Shepler, thank you very much. Always a pleasure to see you. Appreciate you. Any redirect?
Dr. Shepler, you can only tell the trajectory from where it goes through the body, is that right?
Right.
You don't determine trajectory where the bullets are traveling from.
I cannot tell I cannot tell you the position of the shooter or the decedent, because there are multiple different scenarios that could be consistent with what I'm seeing, which is the trajectory through the body.
So when they have their turning, that doesn't mean the body's turning. You can't make any determination whether the body was turning or not turning at the time that he was shot.
Correct. I cannot tell if that person is moving or if the shooter is moving. It could be, either one can move, and I would not be able to tell that.
That's beyond what you do.
Correct. Yes.
I don't have anything further. Thank you very much.
Doctors, to be clear, when you first start with the entrance wound and you put something in, you can tell if the entrance wound is right to left, back to front, and upward, right?
Yes.
Okay. If it was going the direct opposite way, you'd say that, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, you can take all your stuff with you. Any further witnesses on behalf of the state?
Just give me a moment.
Mr. Noller, you can take all those things off your back.
I didn't want to interrupt. I'll remain seated.
You raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury your testimony in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Have a seat. Pull yourself up close to the microphone. Remain quiet.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please state your name
Arthur Hughes.
and what's your occupation?
I'm an officer with Columbus Division of Police.
How long have you been a officer with the Columbus?
My 32nd year.
And what divisions have you been assigned to during your career?
Patrol, Detective Bureau, and SWAT.
And what's your current position?
I work major case investigations team, which we investigate older homicide cases along with other serial cases that take place, which also entails police involved situations.
All right. Were you back in December 4th of 2020? What division were you on?
Homicide.
And was there a sub-department of the homicide squad that you also participated in?
The critical incident response team, CERT.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is that also called CERT?
CERT, yeah.
Could you explain to them what CERT is?
We investigate police involved incidents where there's death or serious physical injury resulted in contact with the police. Incidents involving injury to police officers or death of police officers. Incident involving other jurisdictions like use of firearm within our jurisdiction. That also includes Columbus Police, our Columbus Fire Department as well. They're investigators.
So, homicide, CERT, is basically your duties as an investigator the same?
Essentially, yeah.
What's the difference?
Well, one, we investigate homicides. Another one, we investigate police-involved incidents, just like I explained.
So, were you as part of the CERT squad? Okay, what is it that you say? You say you gather all types of evidence.
Our responsibilities.
Responsibilities.
So what happens, we'll have a call out. It's usually by a supervisor. We respond to the scene. At the scene, we ensure that the scene is secure. Witnesses are separated. That would include civilian witnesses along with police officers. We do a debrief with usually a patrol supervisor. From that point, our sergeant at that time would assign responsibilities to the detectives that responded to the scene.
And in this occasion, December 4th of 2020, were you called out?
Yes, I was.
And tell us about that.
So at that time, I worked third shift. It was on a Friday. It was my day off. I got contacted by our secretary in the office and was advised to respond to 3996 Estates Place on an incident involving a police shooting.
And who else was assembled at that time?
The other investigators would have been Eric Wooten, Greg Shepard, Detective Bill Gillette, Detective Tim Mounts, Sergeant Pilia, and Sergeant McConnell.
So when you show up on a police officer related shooting, it sounds like it's a team effort of investigating.
That's right.
And do they give you assignments?
Yes,
Who decides the assignments?
the supervisor, the sergeant.
In this case, it was Sergeant Pelia.
Yes.
Okay. What assignment did you receive?
So I responded to the scene, like I said, from home. It took me a couple hours to get there. By the time I got there, the assignment's already been given out to other detectives, and I was advised at that time I'd be the lead investigator.
And what are the duties of the lead investigator?
To make contact with other detectives and gather information they obtained through their investigation into the incident.
So are you kind of directing them as to what to do?
Kind of collecting information as it comes in.
So what type of assignments are given to the other investigators?
It could be various things. It could be a canvas of the scene, checking the area for surveillance footage, responding to the hospital if necessary, interviewing witnesses and officers.
And after this information is gathered, they're gathered up, whatever they've been assigned to, what do they do with that information?
That information is filtered down to me.
So eventually everything comes down to you.
Yes.
And then you do what with it?
Well, I conduct my investigation and put the information together.
Let me just ask you, what what type of evidence in a cert case do you look for?
Well, it's going to change. I mean, the scenarios are going to be different. Evidence, surveillance footage, ring camera footage, it's in a neighborhood. Business, surveillance footage.
Body-worn cameras?
Body-worn cameras, yes, or cruiser video.
Along with anything from crime scene?
Yes, whatever they collect and obtain during their search of either, well, absolutely just the scene.
Photographs and everything along those.
Yes.
So let me, on this particular day when you arrived at the scene, did you know anything as to what had taken place?
Initially, no. I mean, as the information came in, it was gathered and put together.
Did you end up getting a lot of body cam footage out of this?
Yes.
Okay. And was that your responsibility then to look at it all?
Yes.
And how many, was there a lot of officers on the scene?
Yeah, there's quite a few.
Did Mr. Meade or the SOFAS team, did they have any body cams?
No, sir.
So there were some officers on the scene that didn't have them.
That's correct.
Are most of the body cams from uniform officers?
Yes.
That arrived in response to an officer-related shooting?
Yes.
And I assume there were a lot of them that showed up.
There's quite a few.
Did you receive a body cam footage from an officer, Penny?
Yes, from Minerva Park.
Yeah, well, tell us about that.
Well, obviously, we identified the officers that had seen, and Officer Penny was one of them. So I made contact with Minerva Park Police Department and obtained footage from his body-worn camera.
And when you're going through and looking at everything, are you looking at all the different body cams, looking for something that you think may be of evidentiary value to the case?
Yeah, looking for anything that might be missed on conversations, statements made.
Okay. And was there something on Officer Penny's that you saw?
Yes.
Okay. And can you explain to us what was that?
It was a conversation on the front porch of 3996 between Deputy Meade and two other officers.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to play the. Okay. Sorry about that. Good watch. Yes, please. Sounds.
We're gonna have to back it up.
Okay.
What do you got? The house is clear. Yeah, I got to get the basement finished right now. And then we need medics to come up. Medics! Bring the medics up, Sergeant. I missed it. It's okay. There's only fucking horses here. I walked. I had a there with us. Okay. Which one's fine? Ma'am, you need to wait. No shots fired. The saying is that when he came out the street, gun in his hand, going to the side, pulling in with you guys were pulling out. Yes, I was pulling out. Yeah, Joey asked for us to go to this. Who's in charge here? I was one of the
Now, back it up a little bit, Tim. The person that was in the doorway, do you know who that was?
Officer Yorkowitz.
Okay, and he was with the SOFAS team?
Yes.
Okay. And the other guy with the hat?
Officer Phillips.
Officer Phillips. And then we all obviously know Officer Penny was wearing the body cam.
That's correct.
Then Mr. Meade was in the uniform.
Yes. Yes.
We know SOFAS does not have body cams, is that right?
That's right.
And neither did Mr. Phillips, Officer Phillips.
No.
It's quite apparent that Mr. Meade would have realized that there wasn't body cam footage with those two individuals.
As to what Mr. Meade would have realized?
This is thing, calls for speculation.
Well, he was on the
Ask a
SOFAS.
different question.
Okay, he was on the SOFAS team, correct?
Yes.
So he would have known SOFAS is
Thing as to speculation as to what the defendant knew.
SOFAS members did not have body cams, is that right?
That's correct.
Now, what was it that was said on that porch that caught your attention?
That he went to the house with a gun in his hand.
Did he mention anything about any threats?
No.
Did he mention that somebody pointed a gun?
No.
Did he mention that he had been he'd been threatened or afraid?
No.
Did you find, so you flagged that saying, hey, that's something that was of some type of evidentiary value here, is that right?
That's correct.
And is it for those reasons?
Yes.
Now, want to talk to you more about it when you were at the scene. There, you learned and learned that there were some air pods that were left behind. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you eventually ended up recovering those.
That's correct.
And I just want to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 7. I don't know if you want to put it on.
We have more, don't worry about them.
No, they're just a little small.
I guess, do you recognize State's Exhibit number 7 as the AirPods that were collected by you?
That's correct.
How'd they get into your possession?
Employee with the Department of Justice, Mitch Seckman, he obtained them. That was,
Go ahead.
it was given to him by the family's attorney, Mr. Walton.
And you collected them and then turned them into the property?
Yes, I did.
Now, during the investigation, you said that you're also looking for any other type of video evidence. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what other video evidence do you look for?
Canvassed the area of Ferris, made contact with the church, St. Matthias Church. But I can't.
Why did you pick the church to make contact with?
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Why the church?
It was on Ferris and right there, Carl Road, and they had cameras on the outside.
Okay, and so did you? What made you think that there might be some type of evidence there?
Well, there was indication that something took place at the intersection there, Carl and Ferris.
And at this time, was the FBI involved in the investigation?
Yeah, this was the following week, and it became a joint investigation with the FBI.
And did you guys, did you welcome that?
Yes, absolutely. Any help's appreciated.
You're not only working this, but you're also working under homicides, is that correct?
Yes, work continues. Yeah.
So tell me what, did you obtain the video from St. Matthias?
Yes.
Did you obtain any type of ring videos or anything else?
No, at the time I did a ring notification sign on their app and put a notification out to the neighborhood if anybody had any video to contact me at the Columbus Police. And we also did an additional canvas, another canvas of the area looking for additional video, and none were obtained.
And once obtaining the St. Matthias church surveillance videos, were there 2 cameras?
Yes.
And can you tell us which directions they're facing?
One camera is facing southwest, the other one is southeast.
Southwest would be towards,
The intersection of Ferris and Carl Road.
okay, the other one would be,
Ferris and Estates Place.
did you watch that video?
I did.
Okay, and did you see anything on that video that you felt was of evidentiary value?
Yes.
What was that?
You can see Deputy Meade, along with the other responding officers, approached the intersection of Carl Road going westbound on Ferris. As he approaches the intersection, you can see Casey Goodson in his black Nissan Versa going southbound and immediately make a left turn eastbound on Ferris.
Now, at this point in the investigation, did you know anything that if something had taken place at the intersection?
Something taking place. I don't, at that time, I don't believe I did know anything about that, no.
So what did you know, you think, at this point in time about whether Mr. Meade's position or what he claims happened?
That he saw a gun. Yeah.
And that's, and then after obtaining this video, did you collect?
Yes, absolutely.
And because it showed both the So Fast trucks and it showed Casey Goodson's vehicle.
Yes.
What's eventually, I think about on January 4th, you did receive a statement from Mr. Meade, is that correct?
I did.
Okay, and
how did that come about?
It was an email forwarded me from my sergeant, would have been Sergeant Pilia, and that would have been an email, the statement forwarded to him by our Deputy Meade's attorney.
Okay. And do you remember who sent it to you?
Sergeant Pilia sent it to me.
I'm sorry, it's over here. I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 27A. Tell us what that is.
It's a copy of the email header from Sergeant Eric Pilia to me. And it was, I'm sorry, it's actually from Lathan Upperman to Sergeant Pilia.
And who's Lathan? Who's Mr. Lathan?
He's an attorney for the FOP.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 27. Identify that.
This is the statement from Deputy Meade.
Well, let's talk about that. What's it say at the top?
State's Exhibit 27.
No, I mean.
Oh, I'm sorry. Statement of Deputy Meade, Michael Jason Meade, badge number 1027.
And it's a type statement.
Yes, it is.
Okay, and how many pages?
10, I believe. Yes, 10.
And was it signed at the end of the statement?
Yes, it is.
And was it dated?
Dated? No.
When you got the statement, what did you do?
I read it right away.
And did you just sit down and read it all the way through, or did you take notes while you were doing it?
I read it all the way through.
And let's, if we could, when to, may I publish? Guys, we put on the screen here. We're going to go through a statement. Okay, Detective. You see at the top, it's Statement of Deputy Meade, badge number 1027.
Yes.
Did you have any reason to not believe that this was his statement?
No.
And this was on January 4th, about 30 days after the incident.
Yes.
And at this point in time, all you knew about the investigation was there's the statement made on the porch.
Yes.
By Mr. Meade. Is
Yes.
that correct?
Yes.
You knew about the coroner findings.
Yes.
You knew about witnesses that had been interviewed by the team,
Yes.
other officers that may have been there so fast.
Yes.
Right. And you also had the St. Matthias videotape.
That's correct.
And did you divulge, or did anybody divulge that to the public?
No.
Would Mr. Meade know what you would have had in your investigative file?
No.
Would he have known that you had the St. Matthias video?
No.
So let's, I'm gonna have you read through the statement, okay, that they get. Would you start with the first paragraph?
This statement is regarding my involvement in an incident that occurred on Friday, December 4th, 2020, between approximately 12:10 and 12:20 p.m. I am voluntarily making this statement as part of the investigation concerning this matter.
Okay. Go to the next paragraph.
My date of hire with the Franklin County Sheriff's Office, September 8th, 2003. My regular assignment is Special Weapons and Tactics, which is SWAT, A Company. My regular duty hours in that assignment are 6 a.m. until 2 p.m. with Saturday and Sunday off. Since May of 2017, I've also been assigned to the United States Marshal Service Southern Ohio Fugitive Apprehension Strike Team, SOFAST. However, I have the same duty hours and same days off as my regular SWAT assignment. SOFAST is a multi-jurisdictional division within the U.S. Marshal Service dedicated to apprehending fugitives, typically those alleged to have committed violent crimes and/or felonies. I work on the SOFAST task force unless I am needed by the Franklin County Sheriff's Office SWAT team for barricade and/or hostage situations for scheduled training.
Okay. So you learned something, a little bit of something about him. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. And that I think you may have already known it, but he was on SWAT.
Yes.
Okay. And that he was on the Marshals Southern Ohio Fugitive Apprehension Team. You already knew that.
Yes.
Okay. And his duty hours and that what he does at the SWAT or at the SOFAST.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. So you didn't learn anything new there?
No.
No. Okay. Let's go to the next paragraph.
Prior to joining Franklin County Sheriff's Office, I enlisted in the United States Marine Corps in August of 2000. As part of my enlistment, I received extensive training in marksmanship, infantry school, and machine gunner school. I was deployed in Iraq in 2005, concurrent with my employment with the Franklin County Sheriff's Office.
You want to move the thing up to?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just agreed to, okay?
While serving in Iraq, I completed 11 combat operations. I continued training once I returned to the United States until my enlistment ended in 2008.
Okay. Now, that paragraph, Detective, did that give you some little insight as to his familiarity maybe with automatic weapons?
Yes.
Okay. And you know, in this case, that was another thing that you knew, was that the weapon that was used was a Daniel Defense weapon.
Yes.
And that could be shot in semi, we heard from the firearms expert, maybe in semi mode or full auto.
That's correct.
At this time, did you know what mode that gun was in?
No.
When it was fired. Okay. But it looks like, at least from his statement, that he's very well trained in those types of weapons. He says he was trained in marksmanship, infantry school, and machine gunner school.
Yes, sir.
And SWAT uses those weapons as well, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, let's go to the next paragraph.
At the time of this incident, I was wearing olive green pants, black boots, and a gray-black ball cap, and a black pullover sweater with a neon green stripe on the sleeves. I was also wearing a black tactical vest. The front of the vest displayed a patch of my badge stating United States Marshal. Displayed in large, bold print, on the front and the back of the vest are the words U.S. Marshals and U.S. Marshals Fugitive Task Force, respectively.
Okay. And so there's nothing new that you learned from that?
No.
Okay.
No.
Because you had already taken pictures of him, you already knew what he was wearing. So he's not provided you.
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
That's not leading.
Overruled.
He's not provided you any information that you didn't already know.
Objection, Your Honor. How would he know if Mr. Hughes knows that, Your Honor? That's the whole point of the leading question.
Just ask a direct examination question. Did the
Did
state?
you learn anything new from that?
No.
Let's go to the next paragraph.
I was carrying my Franklin County Sheriff's Office issued Select Fire Daniel Defense .556 M4 rifle, equipped with an aim point red dot sight. The rifle is loaded with Franklin County Sheriff's Office issued Hornady tap ammunition. I was range qualified with the rifle. I was not carrying a backup firearm at the time of the incident. I did not have a partner. I was driving my Marshall issued unmarked magnetic gray F-150 pickup truck.
Okay. Was this the information that you wanted from him?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
I haven't seen the defense object this much. They must not. Normally it's the prosecution objecting. Now it's the defense objecting a lot more. I wasn't expecting this. I thought, but I'm interested to see the video. Is it clear? Can you actually see stuff from it, or is it just be vague again and go around circles? If I'm on the jury now, this is the first point I'm gonna be like, oh, now what's going on? So,
thank you, Your Honor.
Did you learn anything new?
Objection, Your Honor. Same
From-
objection that you just sustained at the.
Oh, did he learn anything new as a result?
Did you learn anything new out of this?
No.
Okay. Now let me ask you. You were in SWAT, right?
Briefly.
Okay. And you used, about the Hornady tap ammunition.
Yes.
Okay. What is that?
It's a high performance round. It's designed to expand its energy upon impact and also to reduce collateral damage or fatalities to anybody else other than the intended target.
Because it doesn't pass all the way through. So
That's correct.
it's designed to be that way.
Yes.
Tell us when I say designed to be that way, what happens to the bullet when it hits?
Usually fragments.
And that's even, in your years of homicide and been to homicide scenes and everything, you know this, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if it hits a body, it's still fragments, correct?
Yes.
And have you ever been to a scene where it's passed through somebody or an enemy occurring? What happens to the flight of those bullets?
The trajectory can change.
And have you seen that in the past?
Yes, several times.
It's not going straight. You have no idea where they end up.
No.
All right, let's go to the next paragraph.
I have good hearing and do not need hearing aids. I received LASIK eye surgery a few years ago, so I have excellent vision. I do not need prescription corrective lenses. I was not taking any prescription or over-the-counter medications that could impair my performance of my duties. I did not consume alcohol or work any special duty in 24 hours before my shift began. I arrived at my shift well rested and in good health.
Okay. And I guess from there we learned that he was in good health and he hadn't consumed any alcohol, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Let's go to the next one.
Shortly before noon on December 4th, 2020, I and several SOFAST members attempt to execute a routine arrest warrant. Since joining SOFAST in 2017, I have helped execute hundreds of arrest warrants. In most cases, the suspect is not found in the first location we searched. Often, several locations are searched over the time until we apprehend the suspect.
So at this point in time, at least with his statement, he's given a lot of background information, stuff that the SOFAST, what he does at SOFAST. Did you learn anything from that?
No.
And this is what you're doing, isn't it? As a lead investigator, you're looking for evidence to try to determine what.
What happened? Yeah.
And okay, let's go further.
On this day, our team received information that a fugitive, Kendall Barber, might be at his mother's house at 4071 Estates Place, located in a residential neighborhood in Northeast Columbus. Mr. Barber was wanted on a felony drug trafficking warrant. About 12 SOFAST members, including Columbus Division of Police CPD Officer Ryan Rosser and Joseph Yorkowitz, a probation officer with Adult Parole Authority, plus several members of SOFAST SWAT team assisted in executing the warrant. Mr. Barber's mother, who was quite cordial and cooperative, told us her son was not in the house. She also allowed us to search the residence. I cleared and searched the house with other officers, but we did not find Mr. Barber.
Were you already aware of that information?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to the next paragraph.
After the search was complete, Deputy U.S. Marshal Youngless, who was my direct supervisor and SOFAST team leader, told SOFAST members to return to our office in downtown Columbus. As officers returned to headquarters, I spoke with Officer Rosser and Yorkowitz outside the residence for several minutes. Once most officers left, I loaded my tactical vest, pistol belt, and handgun into a vault inside my truck bed, the truck bed of my F-150, and placed my rifle in the back seat.
Okay. Anything new about that?
No.
Okay. Go next.
I drove from the residence northbound on Estates Place, followed by Officer Rosser and Yorkowitz in an unmarked black Dodge Ram. I turned west onto Ferris Road, drove about 100 yards, and then stopped at a red light at the intersection of Ferris Road and Carl Road.
Okay. Now, you were aware of that, is that right?
Yes,
That's because you had the video.
that's correct.
So, right. And did you see when he was first pulling up to that red light in the video?
Yes.
All right. You continue on, please.
The first in line cars, I saw Officer Rosser's truck, one or two vehicles behind mine at the light. I looked right north to ensure the road was clear and saw a dark colored hatchback driving southbound on Carl Road.
Okay, go. Wait. Go ahead. That vehicle.
The vehicle approached the intersection in the left-hand lane, signaling that he was turning left, east on the Ferris Road.
Okay. So in that, did you were aware of that as well?
Yes.
So far, nothing is raised any type of red flag for you.
Can objection, Your Honor, to
Right.
categorization.
Read the statement without the commentary.
Okay, let's go to, if you wait 1 second, let's go to the next paragraph here. Okay.
Proceed.
Yes, please.
The vehicle stopped to waited for the northbound traffic to clear, and as it did.
Stop, right there.
Okay.
When you read that, did that match up with the evidence that you had?
Straight objection.
Did that match up? Did that match up with the evidence that you had already obtained in this case?
No.
Okay, what do you mean? No, let's back up. The vehicle stopped. Okay, he's referring to the black hatchback would be Casey Goodson's vehicle. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, read the next portion.
And as it did, I saw the driver had a.
Back up. To wait.
I'm sorry. Where at?
Just start over on that sentence.
The vehicle stopped to wait?
The vehicle stopped. It didn't stop, did it?
No.
Okay, go ahead.
For the northbound traffic to clear.
Stop there. Was there northbound traffic when Casey was in the intersection?
No.
Okay. Go ahead.
And as it did, so I saw the driver had a black handgun with an extended magazine in his right hand.
Okay, let's stop there. So I asked you if Deputy or if Mr. Meade would have had any knowledge about the investigation. You did recover a gun at the scene, is that correct?
That's correct.
And it was a black 45.
Smith and Wesson 45, yes.
And what type of clip or magazine did it have?
It had a regular magazine with maybe probably an inch or so
Do you
extension.
characterize that as a extended clip?
Objection. Overruled if he does.
I wouldn't know.
So that was collected, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Meade would have known about that gun because he was there in the house. Right?
Would sustain, calls for speculation as to what Mr. Meade would have known.
Would Mr. Meade have seen the gun?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain, calls for speculation as to what Mr. Meade.
Do you know whether or not Mr. Meade was ever in the house?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled as that.
Yes.
And all right, let's move forward. Okay, hold on. Let me. All right, go to the. Just read a little portion of that sentence there. Okay.
The next sentence?
Now, what's he referring to here is
Is what?
Objection, Your Honor.
That's not.
You can't speculate as to what he's referring to. Only Mr. Meade can.
He can,
I said,
Council Approach.
I will be honest with you, it's getting spicy. As a juror, I'm like, whoa, because this is, you can see the defense don't like this one bit. This is the first witness they do not like. So, this might be why they took it to trial. I'm not sure what you mean, overruled. Lovely. Damn is right. Damn Joe, damn Sarah P. Jinx, they both. Just
okay, detective, the next sentence starting with he had.
He had the gun raised above the steering wheel, held sideways, i.e. palm down.
Okay, did that happen?
Objection.
From what you saw in the video?
Overruled.
Could you say that happened from what you watched in the video? While stopped?
I couldn't tell through the video, no.
Pardon me?
Did he stop? No.
And he's saying this happened while he stopped?
Yes.
No, that's not what he said, Your Honor. That's not what
I'm reading this. Go ahead. Read this.
What do you want him to do, Mr. Schwer? Read it?
He wants him to give his closing argument, Your Honor. That's what he's trying to do.
Okay, everyone, just read what the statement provides.
Back up to he had the gun raised.
He had the gun raised above the steering wheel, held sideways, i.e. palm down, aimed toward the windshield. He was repeatedly straightening his arm forward such that he was pumping the gun toward the windshield and pulling it back. He also appeared to be yelling as he pumped the gun, but I cannot tell what, if anything, he was saying. A car traveled northbound on Call Road, approached the intersection, and the individual aimed the gun at the driver of the car. Then the individual tracked the driver with his gun as the car traveled north. But I did not see whether the driver reacted to the gun. I quickly grabbed my radio and aired words to the effect, quote, "Hey guys, if you're still on here, we have a guy waving a gun here at the intersection of Call Road," unquote. An officer, who I believe was Marshal Youngless, radioed in response and asked for my location, which I gave.
Okay. Upon reading that, what did you do? Upon reading that, had you reviewed the video?
Yes.
And did you come to a conclusion whether it matches what's on the video?
It didn't match the video, no.
Excuse me? What's the question?
Was that on the video?
He wasn't at the scene. He can testify. I didn't see it on the video, correct, Detective Hughes?
Yeah, I didn't see it on the video.
Pardon me?
Okay. Did I see it on the video or did I not see it on the video? Is that the question?
No, I was asking, you compared this to the evidence that you had.
The video, yes.
And is this consistent with what you saw, what the video depicted?
No.
All right. Let's take a look at the video.
Yeah, please.
Okay, can you see the truck in the blue circle? Stop. Back it up.
Yes,
You've seen this video, is that correct?
several times.
Okay, run it through. Okay, stop. As Mr. Meade stated in his statement here, did the
Casey's vehicle stop at the intersection?
No.
Did it, it made a continuous turn?
Yes.
He described a lot of things going on there at that intersection, didn't he?
It's been identified. Correct. It's not 13A.
13A.
Okay.
All right. Let's go to the next paragraph.
At that time,
Try to get it.
Is it just me, right? But is this the first time you've seen how noticeably scared the defense are? Or is it just me interpreting it? Like, the defense, I think, are making themselves look very bad right now. Again, this might be just be my portrayal, but it looks to me that they're trying to hide something and just be like what you said, oh, he's trying to get something in his closing. That's so inappropriate to say. I mean, other lawyers do it, fine, but this is the first time where I've seen them lose their cool in front of a jury. They've been so cool, calm, and collected up until this witness, and now they've seemed to be losing the plot. As if, for me, looking at it from a juror's point of view, I'd be looking at this going, oh, what? Why are you rejecting all the time, Mr. Defense? Why are you trying to hide? What are you trying to hide here? You were trying to make the prosecutor look bad when your client's been lying and what he said in the statement isn't what actually happened. I just don't know. I think it's nitpicking, definitely nitpicking. I mean, I think you can over nitpick. If they just sat back and just chilled, you'd be fine. Just chill. You know, there's always going to be witnesses that go against your case. That's fine. But the fact that they highlighted it all, I just think it makes them look bad. The defense doesn't like this line of question for sure. No, they don't. Tough shit. This is part of the trial. You know, and I think they're making it worse for themselves. If you just ignored it and do what they've done to every witness and just turn them into their own witnesses, they'd be fine. You know? At the minute, there's nothing against their client. He may have exaggerated some stuff. Who cares? They're making it worse for themselves. IDT, they are scared. I don't think they're scared. The prosecutor's trying to insert things that don't exist in the juror's mind. I don't think so. I disagree with you. I totally disagree with you there, which is surprising for you and me. But I disagree. I think what's happening on paper is not what's been said on video. I don't think they're doing anything. I don't think they're doing anything moral. Again, that might just be me. I don't think they're doing anything immoral. If anything, I think the defense are more immoral with what they're doing. Hello, Java. How are you? I think the state is trying to make a big deal of the inconsistencies, though. And if they can make a big deal, then it matters because how truthful was he being? Well, exactly that. You know what I mean? He said something in a statement. It doesn't align with what's been played on the video. These things happen. You know what I mean? I don't think any of this is. But my main concern is I don't think any of this is bad for his clients. You know, so I don't think any of it's bad for his client in some way. So what? He didn't do exactly what was said in the statement. Who cares? Do you know what I mean? Time passed. Things could change. Do you know what I mean? That still doesn't mean that he's wrong. The guy could have still shown a gun. I don't know. I just think it looks bad. Evil AMC, nice to meet you. Facts and details marked, not speculation or false info. For the jury law, they're throwing reasonable doubt all over the room now. It's go time. Though you can't tell on the video, or you are talking about the stop versus what he didn't stop. Yeah, that's not a big deal to me. But that's what I mean. It's not a big deal. but the defense are making it a big deal. The defense are actually making it a big deal when it's not a big deal. That's what I mean. They're making themselves look bad. Just let him play it. There's nothing in there so far that makes their client look bad. But the more they keep objecting, the more narrative they put out, the more nitpicking they do. As a juror, I'd be looking at that going, ooh, they don't like this. When all throughout all the other testimony, they've been cool, calm, and, collected up until this witness. Now, all of a sudden, they're agitated, they objection here, objection that, narrative. I just don't think it looks good. But I think they are nitpicking at the inconsistencies. Who? Oh, they are, but that's all the state have got is inconsistencies. They have to nitpick at it. That's all they've got. And if that's all they got, then the defense don't have to worry. Is my point. So for me, this is where I disagree with Lady Di. I don't think the state are doing anything immoral. I don't think they're doing anything wrong. The inconsistencies are there. And it's their job to highlight all the inconsistencies. Truth matters. But ultimately, none of that matters. At the end of the day, none of it matters. But I don't think they're doing anything wrong. I don't think they're doing anything immoral. They're just stating what's in the report against what's in the video. It's inconsistent. Again, it has no bearing whatsoever on the verdict or anything, or shouldn't have. But the more the defense object to me, personally, I think it makes them look bad. I think it looks bad on them to do that. And that's where I would be questioning more about, why are they objecting? I'd be thinking more, and they don't need to be scared of them. Do you know what I mean? Semi-link subscribers, resident evil, AMC, there you go. Speech all agreed. I think they are nitpicking too, but I think it's the way the prosecutor is asking the questions. I don't. Yeah, the guys no reason to lie about video matching evidence. Yeah, the defense acting scared of them. Yeah, and they shouldn't be. Oh, they are definitely are. Rewind. Let's listen because I was doing something else, so half paying attention. I mean, I don't know what like I could go back a little bit, but I don't think there's anything to go through. It's just they just need to stop objecting to everything. Like
At the intersection.
No.
Did it, it made a continuous turn?
Yes.
He described a lot of things going on there at that intersection, didn't he?
It's been identified. It's not 13A.
13A. Okay. All right. Let's go to the next paragraph.
At that time,
We try to get it set up here. I'm kind of just. All right.
At that time, the individual turned left east on Ferris Road. As he did so, he pointed his gun directly at me. I immediately ducked and searched for my pistol. I typically keep my handgun inside the pocket of the driver's side door, but I realized I stored it in my vault. I recall Aaron, quote, he's pointing a gun at everyone out here. He's coming past you right now, Ryan, which would be Ryan Rosser. He's driving towards a target street, i.e. Estates Place, unquote. An officer who I again believe was Marshall Youngless responded, quote, is this our guy, i.e. Mr. Barber, unquote. I replied that it, quote, I was not our guy, unquote, and was, quote, totally unrelated, unquote.
Now, I noticed some of the, like you indicated, some of this is in quotes.
Yes.
Not sure what that's about, but did you, after this, did you decide afterwards that that there were any other interviews that would take place after reading the statement?
Did there were any other interviews?
Yeah. Had Youngless been interviewed?
No.
Okay. All right, let's go to the next paragraph.
As I aired that information, I made a U-turn and drove east on Ferris Road. By the time I turned around, however, the suspect had disappeared. I believe he had turned off Ferris Road. I turned onto Estates Place and saw the suspect's vehicle parked in front of a house near the end of the street on the eastern side of the road. The house was several houses south of 4071, Estates Place, where we executed an arrest warrant. I aired that the suspect was stopped well past the target address, almost at the end of the road.
Okay. Now, you did see on the video that he did take that path.
That's correct.
Was there anything about that statement that caught your attention?
No.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
I was not wearing my tactical vest, so I pulled onto the western side of the road near the intersection of States and Sale Road, several houses north of the suspect's car. I quickly got out and went to the bed of my truck. About that time, Officer Rosser and Yorkowitz pulled beside me and asked me what was going on. I started putting on my tactical vest and yelled that, quote, "He's right there. They're in the car at the end of the street," unquote, and something to that effect. Rosser asked me who I was talking about, and I yelled, quote, "The guy with the gun," unquote. Just then I put on my vest. Just then, as I put on my vest, the suspect got out of his car, still holding the black pistol in his right hand. I yelled, quote, "You ready?"
Yes.
Quote, "That's him right there," unquote. I still got the gun. I'm sorry, not unquote. He still got the gun in his hand. In response, the suspect looked directly at me, turned away, and started quickly moving toward the house located at 3996 Estate Place. He also appeared to have a plastic bag in his left hand.
Okay, now, at the scene, do you know whether or not there was a bag?
Yes.
Okay. And what bag was it? Was it capture on body cam?
Yes.
It wasn't collected.
No.
But what was the bag?
It would have been sandwiches, Subway sandwiches. It wouldn't have been collected because it's perishable items, so.
All right, let's go to the next paragraph.
I quickly grabbed my rifle from the back seat and slung it over my head with gun strap. By the time I shut the door, my back door, the suspect had dipped behind the southwest corner of the house, away from my view. I believe the suspect was deliberately evading me. I got into my truck, accelerated toward the end of the street. Just as I passed the southwest corner of the house, located at 3996 Estates Place, however, I saw the suspect. He was approaching a side door inside the open fence near the southeast corner of the house.
Okay. So up at this point in time, you're reading this, what did you think was going on from what you read here?
Well, he sees him with a gun and he's going towards the house. Okay. So.
All right. Next paragraph.
I immediately slammed on my brakes, came to a screeching halt, and as I jumped out of my truck and trained my rifle on the suspect, jumped out of my truck and trained my rifle on the suspect. As I did so, the suspect pulled open the storm door. I yelled, "U.S. Marshals, it's the police," repeatedly yelled, "Show me your hands." The suspect ignored my commands, however. I kept my rifle trained on the suspect, and I quickly moved northeast towards the gate. As I did so, the suspect appeared to be trying to open the main door. I could not see the suspect's hands as his back was to me, and the storm door was resting against his body. I repeatedly yelled for him to show me his hands as I neared the gate, but the suspect refused to comply.
Okay. What does that mean in law enforcement lingo that you keep your rifle trained on someone?
It's aimed in his direction.
Go to the next paragraph.
I stopped a few feet outside the gate just as the suspect opened the main door. He started to step forward, but he stopped at the threshold, seemingly in response to my commands to show me his hands. He appeared to sigh, and as his shoulders drooped and his body slightly slumped, at that moment, I believed the suspect was going to surrender. But immediately thereafter, he turned and looked in my direction while lifting his right arm back toward me, raising and leveling the barrel of his gun in my direction.
Okay. So he says that he looked at Mr. Meade.
Yes, yes,
He said then he turned and looked at him.
yes,
And he says, while lifting his right arm back towards me. Is that right?
yes.
Okay. Did you find anything useful in your investigation from reading that?
Well, I took in consideration the way the door opened, the way the door shut, and where he was standing. The door opened from right to left, and he said he turned to face him with his arm extended towards him, pointing a gun at him.
How does that factor into it?
The door would have to be open a lot further than, it'd have to open up quite a bit further, so.
Words about how far open the door was. Again, it's all, yarn.
When will you all approach?
Again, like defense, you could clarify all this. I think the judge is now pissed. You know, you could just tell the judge is now. He's asked for all of them to approach now, not just the lead. Yeah, why are you pointing the cameras at them, dude? He's like, no, let's get all of you up here now because I'm done with this shit. It's semantics now. You could tell he's wiping his finger going, right, stop it.
You can continue.
Thank you. Okay, Detective, I believe we were at that last sentence down there. If you start with, in that instant.
In that instant, I screamed, "Drop the gun," as I stepped left while flipping the rifle firing mode and shot at the suspect. I stopped firing when the suspect collapsed inside the doorway.
He didn't mention which firing mode it was in. Is that correct?
No, sir.
Okay. Let's go to the next paragraph.
I believe I fired 5 to 6 rounds. I believe I fired all my shots in less than 1 second. My shots were fired in a northeasterly direction. I was not moving when I fired. My target was the suspect's center mass. And as I used my rifle's aim point red dot sight, I would estimate that I was 20 to 25 feet southwest of the suspect when I first exited my truck. At the time I fired, however, I had closed the gap and was estimated approximately 10 to 15 feet from the suspect. The backdrop of my shots was the exterior of the house. I did not have any cover concealment at the time I fired. I would estimate that about 6 to 8 seconds passed from the time I got out of my truck until I fired my rifle.
Was there anything out of that caught your attention?
No.
You said my backdrop for my shots was the exterior of the house?
Anything objection, Your Honor, please?
He's just commenting what it says.
Yeah, he did comment that the backdrop was the exterior of the house.
And did you find any, in your investigation, were there any bullet strikes in the exterior of the house?
No.
Just real quick, center mass in law enforcement language, what is center mass?
Center mass is below the collarbone and above the torso, the lower torso.
Let's continue on.
Moments after I fired, someone asked whether I was okay, and I turned around and saw Officer Ross and Yorkowitz approaching. I told them that the suspect had collapsed inside the house and was on the other side of the storm door, which had almost completely closed but was propped open a few inches. I slowly approached the suspect with Officer Rosser providing cover and loudly announced that the police were coming into the house, that anyone inside needed to keep their hands where they could be, where we could see them. I did not hear any response from inside the house, from in the house.
You want to continue on? Go ahead.
The glass upper portion of the storm door was shattered after I fired, and I could see the suspect laying face down inside the doorway. I opened the storm door and told Officer Rosser to cover the area to the left, west of the entrance, which appeared to lead to the living room. I ordered the suspect to show me his hands, but he was not moving or responding. I also noticed blood on his clothing. I grabbed the right side of his body with my right hand and rolled him over to his back, revealing a black semi-automatic handgun underneath his torso.
All right, continue on.
I told Officer Yorkowitz to cover the area to the right, east of the entrance, which led to the kitchen. Around that time, an older woman poked her head into the kitchen and asked what was going on. I told her that a man with a gun was coming into her house, and she replied something to the effect that no one was bringing guns into the house. She went back around the corner and left the kitchen, and I told her she needed to go forward to the front of the house. I yelled at anyone else in the house that was coming out needed to show me their hands. I heard what sounded like a male's voice coming from the living room. Sorry. I asked the man who the suspect was, but he did not know. I asked again why a man would be coming into a house with a gun. I believe he replied that nobody would be coming into the house with a gun. Officer Rosser then informed the man that the suspect did in fact have a pistol. I then announced that everyone in the house needed to exit out the front door.
Okay. Now, you've been on SWAT, homicide for years, and you've cleared houses before, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and we've actually, when you clear houses, are you there to interview somebody?
No.
Okay. What's the first thing that you're going to do?
You want to contain them and put them outside.
Fair enough to say you're not trying to find out what information they know.
No.
Okay, let's go to the next paragraph.
As Officer Yorkowitz was aired information over the radio, I asked him if he aired the address, and he replied that he had not seen the numbers. I told Officer Rosser to cover the suspect, and I ran to the front of the house, saw the address, and aired that information. I also aired shots fired and said that a medic was needed for a gunshot wound. I returned to Officer Rosser and Yorkowitz, and a brief time later heard sirens approaching the residence. I again asked Officer Rosser to cover the suspect, and I went to the front of the house to direct the responding officers. Several officers from CPD arrived and I pointed them to the suspect's location on the south side of the house.
Okay, let's continue on.
Medics were not at the scene yet. I told Todd Barnhart, a deputy with the Delaware County Sheriff's Office and a member of SOFAST, performed compressions on the suspect. As he did so, officers told those inside the house to exit out the front door so the house could be cleared. Once they had done so, I helped an officer clear the bedroom. Then an officer said that the basement also needed to be cleared. I told the officer to let me know once he cleared the basement so that I could let the medics know it was safe to arrive on the scene.
All right. You go ahead, continue on.
I went outside and met with Officer Rosser. He then asked several CPD officers to take control of the scene. About that time, an officer aired that the house was clear. I aired that it was safe for the medics, who arrived a brief time later. I directed them to the suspect's location on the south side of the house. As medics treated the suspect, I went from the front yard and met with several members of SOFAST SWAT team. One of them then transported me from the scene to SWAT headquarters. This ended my involvement with the incident.
Okay. Then go on to the next paragraph.
I was in fear of my life at the time I fired my weapon. Before confronting the suspect, I observed him pumping his gun into the air at the intersection of Carl and Ferris. He appeared agitated and looked as though he was yelling as he pumped his gun. I could see the suspect clearly since his vehicle was only about 10 feet from my truck, and I was sitting in an elevated position relative to his car. I could also see the suspect's gun had an extended magazine.
Okay. Once again, in the videotape, Casey's vehicle didn't stop there. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay, let's go to the next paragraph.
Not only was the suspect pumping his gun into the air, but he also pointed the gun at the drivers of passing vehicles, tracking the vehicles as it passed northbound. Before turning on the Ferris and pointing the gun directly at me as he drove, I believe the suspect might fire at me, so I quickly ducked down to avoid being shot while simultaneously reaching for my pistol. I heard over the U.S. Marshal's radio what I observed. I presumed that Officer Rosser and Yorkowitz, who were one or two vehicles behind my truck at the Carl Road intersection, heard what I aired since they followed me back from Estates Place. I also believe the SOFAST team members that had just executed a search warrant would also likely be listening to the Marshal's channel. Those individuals included Marshal Younglist, Todd Bernhardt, Mark Brown, Matt Carter, Dave Chambers, Dave Webb,
Go ahead.
and possibly others. And in fact, U.S. Marshal Younglist was listening since he aired and asked for my location and whether the suspect was the same person that had been looking for earlier that morning.
All right. You want to go ahead and continue on?
Based on the suspect's actions of pointing his weapon at me and other drivers, I intended to detain him for a field interview and/or arrest. In fact, I believe I was duty-bound under Ohio law to investigate and arrest the suspect. By the time I made a U-turn, the suspect's car had disappeared from my view. While searching for the suspect, I happened to turn east. I happened to turn onto Estates Place as it was first available street off Ferris Road. A moment after I turned onto Estates Place, I saw a suspect's car at the end of the road. The car was parked in front of the house at 3996 Estates Place on the eastern side of the road facing south.
All right. You can continue on.
I intended to approach the suspect, but realized I did not have a weapon in my tactical vest, which identifies me as a U.S. Marshal and protects against gunfire. I pulled over several houses north of the suspect's location, near the intersection of Sale and Estates Place. As I quickly grabbed my tactical vest from the bed of my truck, I identified the suspect's car to Officer Rosser and Yorkowitz, who I believe at the time had heard my radio transmission. It was at that time the suspect exited his car, I believe in response to my yelling, looked directly at me, still holding a black semi-automatic pistol in his right hand. From where I was standing next to my truck, my tactical vest displayed U.S. Marshals, would have been clearly visible to the suspect.
All right. Continue on.
In the seconds before firing, I loudly identified myself as a police officer.
Do you not want to show, Gary?
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, you can back up.
In the seconds before firing, I loudly identified myself as a police officer and repeatedly ordered the suspect to show me his hands. However, he continuously ignored my many commands and refused to surrender. From the time I got on my truck until the suspect opened the main door, I could not see his hands since the storm door was resting against his body, and he was facing away from me with his back towards me, with his back to me. Just before I fired, the suspect had opened the main door and taken a step forward. I ordered him to show me his hands as he abruptly stopped, sighed, and slumped forward. I've encountered very similar actions from suspects many times, and each time the suspect surrendered, leading me to believe the suspect would do the same.
Okay, you can go ahead.
But the moment after the shoulders drooped, I quickly turned But moments after his shoulders drooped, he quickly turned his head and torso right in my direction to confirm my location, while he suddenly and unexpectedly started to raise his right arm back. As he did so, I saw he was still holding the gun, raising the barrel upward in my direction. I believe he intended to shoot me, and I would be killed, especially because I had no cover or concealment, and I was only a short distance away. I screamed, "Drop the gun!" and moved north as fast as I could in an attempt to escape the path of the barrel. He refused to drop the gun, however, and after taking a step left, I fired at the suspect. At the time I fired, I did not think I had any other reasonable option to protect my life from deadly threat presented by the suspect actions.
Okay, you can go ahead, finish up.
I do not recall the suspect saying anything during the incident. At no point did I ever touch the suspect's weapon, nor did I witness anyone else touch the weapon. After the incident, I learned the suspect's name was Casey Goodson Jr. I did not know the suspect, and I do not believe I have had any other prior encounters with him. This concludes my statement, and is signed Deputy Michael Jason Meade, badge 1027.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our break for the evening. Do not discuss this case among yourselves. Do not permit anyone to discuss it with you or in your presence. It is your duty not to form or express an opinion on the case until it is finally submitted. If you could, you got your break coming in at 8:45. We'll try and start at 9.
All rise.
So have a good evening.
Hang on, there might be another stream where we might be able to see a little bit more. A little bit of magic in my life. Hang on. Oh, it's going back.
He was still holding the gun, raising or touched the suspect's weapon. Casey Goodson, any other prior encounters with him. This concludes my statement, and is signed Deputy Michael Jason Meade, badge 1020.
It is your duty not to form. Try and start at 9 tomorrow. Hopefully we'll have an even more hearing.
email address. I've got something to let you know tonight.
Sure.
AHUGHES.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Let's wait till everybody leaves. Waiting for everybody to leave.
You guys have never given us that exhibit 13.
No.
No, that's fine. We'll use.
Is it still raining?
Yeah. Yeah.
It should easily.
Yeah, I can email. I think you just have to get to my office where I can do it.
Is the internet work?
Yes, the internet does work again. Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought we had.
I think my voice was gonna hold up.
Okay. I was just being nosy, like a nosy bitch there, you know. I know, Dave, I know you would have seen that, and Bad Dads probably saw it as well. That's probably his wife and daughter, I imagine. Again, there's not much there that I can say that will go against the defendant. I mean, as long as his defense team keep themselves in check and stop being so defensive, then they'll be fine. So, you know, unfortunately, there's no video. We'll never know the full truth on this case, no matter what, because it's one person will tell their statement about what happened, and there's nothing to go against that. The other person in the scenario is dead, so you know you can't convict somebody based on that because there's no video, no nothing. So anyway, there you go. There's not much there. Let me just double check 1 second, see if there's any news on the Florida trial. I don't believe there is any news. 2 seconds. Let's check there. No news yet, but obviously keep an eye on stuff. If the Florida trial does start tomorrow by some wherever, then I will start that tomorrow early. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Anyway, I love some of you, not all of you, and I'll see you tomorrow. I think we're all excited just to get the Florida trial to start. You know, Josie said, "Is that it?" Josie said that statement many times in her life. You can bet on that. Is that it? No, I think there's more coming, but not really from the thing. They close it down. The trial's getting good now. Yeah, they just cut it, so I think they'll come back and finish it off. And then I think this might be the last witness for the state. It must be, but go to see how not great it is, you know. And this is my frustration with the defense. I'm holding them accountable a little bit because they've done so well on all the witnesses. Don't spoil it now for yourselves, defense. You don't need to do anything. So there you go. That is it. End of the night anyway. So Sarah Peter kicked me out. She goes, "Thanks, Dan. Go home. And thanks for being here, everyone. Take care and stay safe out there. We'll see you all tomorrow." When Sarah P tells me I need to go, I need to go. I don't have a choice in it. So, okay, everyone. Have a great evening. Enjoy yourselves. As I say, keep an eye out. Put your notifications on. I might be going live sooner if Florida does happen. So, yeah, we'll see. I'll work everything else around everything. I'll be your bitch, people. Don't worry. I am always your bitch. I'll be your bitch. Take care. Have a great evening. Bye-bye.